Chapter 1. The True Face of a Femme Fatale. Hey look, is that a Ferrari? That guy must be wealthy. As a group of office ladies passed by the gate of Qingfu No. 1 High School, they erupted into animated chatter. Among them, a youthful girl with short hair quickened her pace, stepping ahead of the others to admonish them sternly. What does it matter if he's rich? Just look at his age driving such a luxury car to school. It must be to show off or to impress girls. Don't you think people like that are societal failures? Oh wow, Jing, your expression is quite fierce. One of the girls chimed in, eager to gossip. I heard the boyfriend you recently ditched also drove a car like that. Rumor has it he was cheating on you. Is it true? Shaoli, didn't I tell you not to mention him in front of me? Wan Jing frowned immediately. Guys like him make me sick. I'm just glad I found out in time, otherwise I would have been the one to suffer. Oh, how exactly would you have suffered, Jing? Would it be something like this? Another girl gestured suggestively, unbothered by curious onlookers. Ugh, you suggestive bunch. Are you not ashamed of yourselves, thinking about such things in public? Wan Jing retorted, casting her gaze towards a young man squatting by the Ferrari, her expression morphing into an intriguing smile. I wonder, do any of you want to go to the Fully Hotel for a feast? Yes. Are you treating us, Jing? The girls responded in unison. Of course not. What's that saying? Ah, I remember the clever have their own tricks. Ding, ding, ding. Under the scorching sun, the jarring school bell suddenly rang. To avoid the risk of heat stroke, students rushed out of the school, hurrying home. However, Zhou Yun was an exception, squatting beside a deep crimson Ferrari, lost in thought. It's so hot. What is this weather? I'm practically drying out here. Zhou Yun complained, tugging at his collar. He had been squatting here for nearly 30 minutes, and if he continued, he risked fainting. Yet waiting here for a glimpse of his goddess made it worthwhile. This year, Zhou Yun was a senior at Qingfu No. 1 High School, and every day after class, he would arrive early at the school gate to await the arrival of his longtime crush. Just then, a fragrant scent wafted through the air, and suddenly, a stunning figure obscured his vision. Wan Jing stood with her arms crossed, looking down at the sweating Zhou Yun with an alluring smile. Hey, handsome, would you be interested in giving me a ride? This was not the first time such an encounter had occurred, and Zhou Yun was certain it wouldn't be the last. Whenever he squatted there, strange women would invariably strike up a conversation with him. This woman, however, was clearly several notches above the usual turkeys he had encountered. Miss, this car isn't mine, Zhou Yun confessed, ever the honest one in front of beautiful women. Truth be told, he would love to oblige Wan Jing and take her for a drive, but sadly, the Ferrari did not belong to him. Clad in white professional attire, Zhou Yun deduced that she wasn't a student of Qingfu No. 1 High School otherwise. She would certainly know who the owner was. You're quite the joker, aren't you? I've been watching you for a while, Wan Jing said sweetly. She then glided gracefully closer, placing her hands on her thighs as she leaned forward, a teasing glint in her eye. What do you say? Take me out for a spin. A wave of fragrance enveloped Zhou Yun, throwing him into a daze. Wan Jing's subtle arching of her back revealed a tantalizing cleavage, igniting a fire within Zhou Yun. Unfortunately, he reminded himself that the car wasn't his, or else he might have succumbed to temptation and agreed on the spot. Just then, a commotion erupted from within the school. Su Qian is here. Quickly, clear the way, came a shout, prompting students who were previously hurrying home to freeze in their tracks, resembling startled ostriches, necks craned to catch a glimpse. They instinctively created a sunny path for someone approaching. As Wan Jing turned to see the commotion, she caught sight of a striking girl with flowing hair clad in a white school uniform. Accompanied by a dapper elderly steward, this girl walked out of the school, surrounded by a throng of admirers. A rare beauty, her delicate face was adorned with a captivating smile that could enchant hearts. Graceful as the moonlight, she captured the essence of a goddess, while her playful smile hinted at a mischievous spirit. Su Qian was stunning. Even Wan Jing felt a twinge of inferiority in her presence. Seeing Zhou Yun's infatuated gaze on the beautiful girl, Wan Jing's jealousy ignited, a familiar feeling sparking between beautiful women. I guess she's the one you've been waiting for? Wan Jing asked with a sly smirk. Oh, Zhou Yun nodded instinctively, but quickly realized it was not the right answer, questioning, why do you ask? At that moment, a foreboding intuition surged in him. Associating the dazzling Ferrari with her unfaithful ex-boyfriend, Wan Jing subconsciously projected that image onto Zhou Yun, deciding he too must be a flirtatious rich kid. With a snicker, she sneered, "No wonder you wouldn't take me for a ride, looks like you've already got plans." Zhou Yun awkwardly chuckled, "Once I get my own car, I'll definitely take you for a spin." In truth, Zhou Yun merely jested. Given his current family circumstances, it was unlikely he would ever afford such a luxury vehicle. Yet those words fell on Wang Jing's ears, transforming into a different meaning, provoking her disgust. This guy is definitely up to no good. Having come to a hasty conclusion, Wang Jing firmly believed Zhou Yun to be a playboy. When he said those words, she misinterpreted them as an invitation for her to leave her contact information, hoping he could whisk her away after dropping off this beautiful girl. Glancing at the ethereal Su Qian, Wang Jing felt a pang of pity. Such a beautiful girl. Associating with someone like this was truly a waste like a flower blooming in cow dung. As Zhou Yun noticed Su Qian approaching, he hurriedly shifted to the side, trying to distance himself from Wang Jing. Su Qian was the girl of his dreams. He couldn't let her think he was fickle. Yet, Zhou Yun's evasive action drew Wang Jing's attention, leading her to speculate that he was worried about Su Qian's misinterpretation. Very well. If he feared that misunderstanding, then she would make sure that misunderstanding blossomed. Let's see if he dares to play around with two women at once. Unintentionally, Zhou Yun and Wang Jing had created an unusual atmosphere around them, an oddly charged space that felt at odds with the bustling environment. Meanwhile, Su Qian walked gracefully, smiling and waving at students, gliding through the crowd as if it had been choreographed. Despite the fervent attention, she remained composed and radiant, seeming to thrive in the spotlight, effortlessly commanding attention wherever she went. Arriving at the car, Su Qian sensed something unusual in the air. First, there was Zhou Yun, who had been lingering around her every day, and now this elegant girl in work attire standing unabashedly in his way. What was happening here? Even if she wanted to ignore it, she couldn't after all. Zhou Yun was a constant presence at her daily school exit. Could it be that he was planning something nefarious? Fortunately, Zhou Yun had always behaved respectfully. His only peculiar trait was his habit of waiting for her without ever approaching her. What was his deal? Did he have some kind of problem? As these thoughts darted through her mind, Su Qian's smile grew more radiant. Could it be was this what they termed a crush? He stood there every day, wanting only to catch a glimpse of her. Yet, he wasn't the kind of person she was looking for. However, friendship seemed quite plausible. Su Qian had high standards for her partner. Loyalty was essential. But more importantly, she was waiting for someone to whom she owed a debt of gratitude. Striding over, Su Qian soon stood facing Zhou Yun. Just as she reached for the car door to open it, Wang Jing stepped forward, blocking her path. "Excuse me, miss. Do you know who I am?" Who was Wang Jing? Of course, Su Qian had no idea. Though stunning enough to be likened to a goddess, she didn't possess the omniscience of one. Su Qian merely smiled and shook her head in response to Wang Jing's sudden interference, indicating that she was unaware of who she was. Seeing Wang Jing intercept Su Qian shocked Zhou Yun. Was this woman so obsessed with the car that she had set her sights on Su Qian? However, Wang Jing's next declaration left him nearly fainting with disbelief. "To be honest, I'm his official girlfriend. Did you get that?" Wang Jing pointed at Zhou Yun, emphasizing the phrase official girlfriend dramatically. Zhou Yun spluttered in shock. What on earth was she thinking, maligning him in front of Su Qian? The surrounding students, witnessing Wang Jing's bold proclamation, turned their gazes toward the somewhat dazed Zhou Yun, intrigue written all over their faces. While Wang Jing might not have been as beautiful as Su Qian, she was undeniably a bona fide beauty in her own right. Clad in white attire, she exuded a mature charm that captivated the younger male audience. As her announcement registered, gasps and jealous whispers filled the air, flooding Zhou Yun with unwanted attention. For Wang Jing, who had previously felt defeated, it was a much-needed boost to her confidence. But the bewildered Zhou Yun was hastily shaking his hands, desperately trying to clarify, No. That's not true. I don't know her. Please don't listen to her nonsense." His frantic insistence only served to irk Wang Jing further. There was clearly something unusual going on between them, perhaps resembling the relationship she had once shared with her unfaithful ex. The last time that scoundrel was caught, didn't he say the exact same things to her? Even the dialogues mirrored one another. Su Qian, confused, glanced between Wang Jing and Zhou Yun. Pouting in thought, she finally remarked with a smile, I didn't misunderstand. I think it's you two who are mixed up. In truth, Su Qian wasn't confused at all. She had no connection with Zhou Yun. His girlfriend? That had nothing to do with her. When Wan Jing saw that Su Qian wasn't buying into her act, she ramped up the theatrics, exclaiming, "You heartless scoundrel! Cheating on me in the past was one thing, but now to deny knowing me in front of a mistress. I've genuinely cared for you." Her performance could have earned her an Oscar, Zhou Yun mused. Why, of all days, had this superstar decided to drape her theatrics over his life? Chapter 2. This is not called first love. I'm dizzy. When have I ever sought a woman? I'm still no, that's not right. Zhou Yun almost let it slip. In modern society, being a high school student and still a virgin is considered quite shameful. He quickly corrected himself. We just met today. Why are you so deeply infatuated with me? Zhou Yun was seething inside. This woman clearly sought to ruin him, weaving her deceit in front of Su Qian. You actually don't recognize me anymore? Wanqing wore a look of disbelief, then turned to Su Qian and pointed at Zhou Yun, exclaiming, "Look at him. Is such a person worthy of your love? I must have been blind to fall for this heartless scoundrel. Alas. No wonder they say that a woman scorned is a mad woman." Zhou Yun was destined for misfortune today. No, it should be said that his misfortune had already begun. Zhou Yun gaped, staring wide-eyed. This woman was even more troublesome than himself. He could only lament to the heavens, "My goodness, this sister. When did you fall for me? I felt nothing at all. Wasn't it just a refusal to take you for a joyride? Was it necessary to drag me down like this?" Upon hearing this, Wanqing shot Zhou Yun a contemptuous glance. The lad still wanted to feel something? Go to hell. Struggling to suppress her laughter, Su Qian smugly remarked to Zhou Yun, I guess she was invited by you to fool me." Su Qian's vague words further led everyone to mistakenly believe she had consented to a relationship with Zhou Yun. Countless gazes, sharp enough to slay mosquitoes, suddenly turned toward Zhou Yun, leaving him feeling a chilling breeze at his back, as if 100 ghosts were clinging to him. Seeing the misunderstanding escalate, Zhou Yun, realizing Su Qian thought Wanqing was a pawn he had brought to meet her, simply went along with it, admitting, yes, everything she said is a lie. I don't know her at all, However, just as Zhou Yun was eager to explain to Su Qian, Wanqing made a shocking move. That moment, Zhou Yun's jabbering mouth was suddenly captured by a pair of alluring red lips. A mature woman's fragrance wafted through her pearly teeth into his lungs. As Su Qian gazed in astonishment at the passionate kiss between the two, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. She never expected them to be so audacious as to kiss openly at the school gate. The students gathered around the entrance of Qingfu No. 1 High School stared at the couple in an embrace. All struck dumb in silence. Then, Wanqing, her face flushed, suddenly pushed Zhou Yun away and slapped him hard. "From this day forth, we are done." Wanqing threw down her harsh words, wiping away the remnants of their kiss from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Before running off without a backward glance, she appeared to be in a state of heartbreak. In this scene, Su Qian blinked her bright eyes and weakly asked, "You really don't know her?" Initially, she had thought Wanqing was a pawn sent by Zhou Yun to get closer to her. But now it seemed otherwise. Which boy would invite another girl to kiss him when meeting a girl for the first time? That would be blatantly asking for trouble. I don't know." Zhou Yun was equally bewildered. Could it be that he really knew her? If not, why would she act that way towards him? Haha, how strange. Su Qian chuckled, shrugging her shoulders, still perplexed by the earlier events. Xiao Li, seeing Wanqing rush over, immediately approached her and asked, "Sister Qing, you're back? So, did the handsome guy offer to treat you?" Due to the overwhelming number of onlookers, Xiao Li, standing at a distance, was completely unaware of the passionate kiss between Wanqing and Zhou Yun. "She has already made plans with a beauty. Do you think he would still treat us?" Wanqing, for reasons unknown, felt quite pleased after having toyed with Zhou Yun. No way, even when Sister Qing stepped in, he still wouldn't treat. What a fool. "Oh, Sister Qing, why is your lip gloss smudged? Could it be that you offered your first kiss to that handsome guy?" Xiao Kuei asked curiously. "Is there?" "The new brand of lip gloss is very good. It faded so quickly. Never mind that. If the handsome guy won't treat, I will go. Not wanting to dwell on the matter, Wanqing quickly redirected everyone's attention. It was best that this group of women remained unaware of the kiss. Otherwise, who knew how they would ridicule her? In retrospect, she felt a pang of regret. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had squandered her first kiss. How unfortunate! Sister Qing, long live! A chorus of cheers erupted as a group of stylish young women made their way down the street. It's over! I joyfully plunged into tragedy. Zhou Yun watched Su Qin depart, helplessly clutching his head in remorse. My illustrious reputation has been irreparably tarnished. What a wretched fate! Who was that cursed beauty that day? She was even more treacherous than Kaiyue. Hey! Hey! Look over there! There's a fool losing his mind. The gathered students began to murmur, pointing at Zhou Yun and speculating. Sure, keep it down. We don't want him to hear. He is the head of our school. No way. Is he really that fool? Shoo! Are you looking for trouble? Whispers laden with derision reached Zhou Yun's ears, nearly driving him to hurl a brick at someone. However, the youthful impulsiveness had long since faded. Zhou Yun curled his lip, reminiscing about the fragrance of Wan Qing's lips, muttering to himself, have you never seen a handsome guy get dumped? In the past, Zhou Yun had been quite fierce, with few daring to provoke him. Even now, his residual aura remained. As for why? That tale began with his first love. Long, long ago, Zhou Yun had experienced a romance that was both incredibly romantic and tragically doomed. He was a precocious child, having learned how to tease girls as early as elementary school. For instance, he would take advantage of his desk mate's inattention to sneak a poke at her delicate hand, or he would bend down to pick up an eraser, stealthily untying the shoelaces of the pretty girl. As the saying goes, if you can't sweep your room, how can you sweep the world? Everything must start from the small things. Starting with shoelaces, one day he could remove clothing. Zhou Yun dreamed of becoming a modern man who understood women as hearts. Thus, day after day, he tirelessly untied the shoelaces of the girl he admired, hoping that one day he could swiftly undress her and achieve grand ambitions. Consequently, starting from the second grade, Zhou Yun repeatedly untied his desk mate's shoelaces. Zhou Yun's determination proved troublesome for his desk mate, who found herself tripping over her shoelaces daily, becoming the subject of ridicule among classmates. Being dubbed Mingming, implying she walked as if in a dream, completely clumsy. Xiangling was a simple, naive girl, often clumsy and forgetful. In the end, the only skill she honed was tying her shoelaces, which she had learned from Zhou Yun. Upon discovering that the one who practiced tying her shoelaces daily was Zhou Yun, Xiangling did not scold him but rather expressed her gratitude. Faced with such a beautiful and kind-hearted girl, Zhou Yun couldn't help but silently cheer. Little brother has finally fallen in love. From that point on, he and Xiangling became very close friends. Unfortunately, good times are fleeting, and youth does not linger. Their innocent affection was ultimately discovered by their parents. When Xiangling's mother noticed that a boy escorted her daughter home almost every day after school, Zhou Yuan immediately launched an investigation to uncover the background of this boy who entangled her daughter. Upon discovering that Zhou Yun was merely the child of an ordinary worker and notorious as a troublemaker at school, Zhou Yuan promptly forced Xiangling to sever all ties with him. As a parent, who wouldn't want their child to associate with a good student? Zhou Yuan was deeply concerned that her pure Xiangling would follow Zhou Yun down a wrong path. Consequently, one afternoon, when Zhou Yun was escorting Xiangling home, Zhou Yuan scornfully told him, "Please keep your distance from my daughter. With your impoverished appearance, you don't even deserve to carry her shoes." As the CEO of a billion-dollar electronics company, Zhou Yuan viewed Zhou Yun as a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Under the guise of wanting what was best for Xiangling, Zhou Yuan desperately hoped her daughter would marry into a wealthy family. Had Zhou Yun been an excellent student, she might not have minded them being friends. However, given that Zhou Yun's academic performance was poor, barely reaching average levels, what right did he have to associate with her daughter? Watching Zhou Yun argue with her, Zhou Yuan became so furious that she slapped him. She then took her tearful daughter and vanished through the grand entrance of their home. Zhou Yun, filled with grievances, could only hold back his tears, clenching his fists as he stood alone at the crossroads. Not long after, Xiangling left Qingfu City, and the two lost all contact, never to meet again. Thus, the seat beside Zhou Yun remained forever vacant. In the days without Xiangling's company, Zhou Yun fell into despair and even learned to skip classes, unwilling to face the empty seat that stirred up memories of the past. As time passed, Zhou Yun, disinterested in his studies, began frequenting every gaming hall and often got into fights with delinquents in society to vent his frustrations with life. Amidst this chaos, Zhou Yun made a name for himself in Qingfu City. Local delinquents had all witnessed this man who fought like a madman, secretly bestowing upon him the grand nickname, Divine Whirlwind. To put it nicely, everyone praised Zhou Yun as the successor of the mischievous Zhou Badong. Impressive, strong, yet behind his back, they mocked him for being a few screws short. Because of this, Zhou Yun became a formidable figure in middle school, feared by many, a veritable bully. Even high school students older than him dared not provoke him. Zhou Yun was naturally lively and loved to stir up trouble, much to the headache of his parents. Words fail to express, and authority seems powerless. Go strike him? Yet, the two elders are reluctant to do so. When the tone becomes slightly harsher, the boy understands the implication and even contemplates running away from home. Moreover, once he leaves, it could be several days before he returns, leaving them in uncertainty about what he might do out there. In a state of helplessness, Zhou Yun's parents decide to accommodate their child as much as possible, intending to change their approach and employ gentleness to counter stubbornness. Surprisingly, after they adopted this conciliatory strategy, Zhou Yun found it rather difficult to adjust. When his parents attempted to withdraw affection, he remained obstinate. In a climate where no one was willing to reason, confrontation became commonplace, with no one fearing the other. However, as his parents offered him a way out, Zhou Yun felt a twinge of guilt deep down. After all, he was still just a child. Once the resentment within him dissipated, that would be the end of it. Under the guidance of his open-minded parents, Zhou Yun ultimately reformed in the third year of middle school, ceasing his penchant for troublemaking and fighting. Nevertheless, his academic performance had plummeted, and he struggled to keep pace with his studies. Fortunately, Zhou Yun's family was financially stable. His father was a worker at a state-owned enterprise, receiving a steady monthly income, while his mother utilized her savings to open a small convenience store, generating a modest profit. Thus, supporting Zhou Yun's high school education was not a problem. Upon entering high school, although Zhou Yun remained indifferent towards his studies, he displayed a greater sense of responsibility, no longer creating chaos and trouble for his family. Simultaneously, he developed a crush on a girl who captivated him. As for the identity of this young lady, I trust everyone has a good idea. It was precisely because he felt apprehensive that he had yet to take the first step in pursuing her. Zhou Yun was quite self-aware. Although his family's income was superior to that of ordinary lower-class citizens, when faced with someone of Su Qian's prestigious background, he felt utterly insignificant. Even if he toiled tirelessly for a lifetime, he might never acquire a mere vehicle parked outside her residence. Had Zhou Yun been exceptionally knowledgeable, he might have dared to approach Su Qian and get to know her. Despite her illustrious status, Su Qian possessed a remarkably approachable demeanor, known for her friendliness within the school. To exaggerate slightly, she welcomed all with open arms. Of course, this openness was not without its limits. Should anyone harbor ulterior motives and seek to exploit her, she would decisively sever ties with them. Though this day, Zhou Yun had not dared to approach Su Qian, not only due to their disparate social standings, but also largely because of the influence of Xiang Ling. Although he no longer engaged in troublemaking and fighting in high school, he occasionally showcased his skills to discipline those who crossed the line. Skipping classes had become a regular occurrence. After all, Zhou Yun had no love for studying. He preferred to nurture future generations. He considered himself a rather poor student, a small-time delinquent in Qingfu City. Even if he were to become acquainted with Su Qian, he would feel too ashamed to engage her in conversation. This explains why he could only steal glances at her from afar, never daring to approach. Ultimately, Zhou Yun felt undeserving of Su Qian. Perhaps this was the shadow cast by the Xiangling incident. See you this afternoon. Zhou Yun waved his hand in the direction of the vehicle and, shouldering his backpack, turned to head home. Chapter 3. The Robber, the God of Wealth. Recently, the main road home had transformed into a construction site, with demolition taking place on both sides, causing dust to swirl and severely polluting the air. Zhou Yun, unwilling to sacrifice his lungs to purify this world, opted for a detour, taking a shortcut down a quieter path. Although the smaller road was far more tranquil and the air significantly fresher, devoid of carbon dioxide from vehicles, it posed its own risks, necessitating constant vigilance to avoid being ambushed by robbers. Should he sense danger, it would be wise to turn back promptly. Otherwise, he might face financial loss. In such situations, Zhou Yun had little to worry about. The local ruffians were mostly individuals he had bullied in the past. Although he had reformed, no one dared to provoke him. After all, the impression he had left was somewhat terrifying. Unless they were newcomers, no one would dare challenge this legendary figure of Qingfu Road. With this thought, Zhou Yun felt a swell of pride. While others traversed the small road with trepidation, fearful of making noise that might attract criminals lurking in the alleys. He whistled a cheerful tune and walked confidently. Observers unfamiliar with the circumstances might mistake him for a wealthy young master on a quest for romance. In the shadows, a group of would-be robbers prepared to intercept Zhou Yun, and one of them called out to his burly companion, "Hey, look, a rich kid." This privileged heir, born with a silver spoon, was precisely the kind of target they sought to extort. The burly man, known as Qingfu, glanced at Zhou Yun and immediately commanded, "Excellent! You and Huanghua block him from the front. I'll take the back route. Don't let the kid escape." Qingfu, along with his two sidekicks, Tudou and Huanghua, were originally small-time thugs from the nearby Haifeng city. However, during a robbery, they inadvertently stole the handbag of the local boss's mistress, leading to a disastrous turn of events. The mistress whispered tales to her lover, and soon Qingfu and his companions found themselves on the receiving end of a brutal beating, ultimately banished from Haifeng City with a stern warning never to return. Out of necessity, they moved to Qingfu, hoping to make a living there. The local gang leader, seeing their robust physiques, decided to take them under his wing, assigning them the responsibility of managing the small road Zhou Yun frequented. As long as the three could pay their dues regularly, they were free to wreak havoc. Because Qingfu and his gang hailed from another city, they were unaware of Zhou Yun's legendary status. Observing the audacious young man traversing the small road, they quickly organized themselves to extract a hefty sum from him. Tudou stepped in front of Zhou Yun, smoothly stating, "Kid, be sensible and hand over your money." Zhou Yun was momentarily taken aback by these words. Did he just hear them correctly? Were these two attempting to extort him? Had they never heard of his reputation? From their confident stance in the narrow path and their fearless expressions, Zhou Yun deduced that they were not novices. Newcomers typically displayed a degree of nervousness and instability during their first attempts at robbery, but Tudou was calm and collected, blocking Zhou Yun's path and waiting for Qingfu to encircle him before ordering Huanghua to search his pockets. Realizing he had stumbled into a potentially troublesome situation, Zhou Yun decided to comply for the moment. After all, he had no money on him, and even if they rummaged through his pockets, they would find nothing of value. Huanghua searched Zhou Yun's pockets for a while before looking up with a disappointed expression and saying, "Boss, there's nothing." "Search again. Maybe the pockets are deep." "And you missed it," Tudou insisted, unwilling to give up. "Dear ruffians, I must confess, I have no money," Zhou Yun remarked, noticing Tudou's hand moving uncomfortably close to inappropriate areas. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, abruptly stopping the inappropriate advance. "I really don't have anything." Tudou shook his head in disappointment. He expected the seemingly vibrant Zhou Yun to be a complete pauper without even a penny to his name. "What? Nothing?" Qingfu roared, seizing Zhou Yun by the collar and yanking him forward. "How dare you go out without money? Do you want to die?" The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Qingfu had anticipated a lucrative opportunity with Zhou Yun, only to find himself utterly let down in a fit of rage. He raised his hand, ready to strike Zhou Yun. What the? Zhou Yun was baffled by such a foolish demand. Why did it concern him whether he carried money? Though he wished to avoid trouble, he was not about to stand idly by for a beating. Zhou Yun shifted his neck, forcing a smile and attempting to appear friendly as he said, "Listen, my good fellow, don't take this the wrong way. It would be wise to let go now, or you may find yourself in a predicament." "Wisely let go?" Qingfu scoffed, transforming his palm into a fist and lunging forward. "I'll make you regret it." Sensing the imminent danger, Zhou Yun instinctively cried out. In a moment of panic, he couldn't think clearly. His hands swiftly gripped Changji's arms, yanking him forward. He executed the first of his ruffian three moves, known as the headbutt of 1,000 pounds. Fight! Who was afraid of whom? The ruffian three moves were the three signature techniques Zhou Yun had mastered during his time navigating the underworld. The first move, simply called the headbutt, was inspired by a northern master and refined through countless practical applications into the technique known today. Do not be misled into thinking Zhou Yun would be foolish enough to collide his forehead with his opponent's. Such absurdity is only seen in cartoons or dramas. The target of the headbutt of 1,000 pounds was the opponent's nose, one of the most vulnerable areas of the human body. Oh! A cry of agony erupted as Qingfu clutched his nose, jumping around in pain. He had not expected Zhou Yun to be so formidable. Launching such a surprise attack, disoriented, with stars dancing before his eyes, blood flowed from his nostrils, creating a scene that could only be described as tragic. Releasing his grip, Zhou Yun delivered a merciless kick, sending the staggering Qingfu flying. Seize the opportunity to strike when your opponent is down. Being merciful to an enemy is being cruel to oneself. The world had already been harsh enough to him, leaving him a solitary figure. If these ruffians sought to add insult to injury, they would deserve whatever fate awaited them. The sudden turn of events left Tudou and Huanghua unprepared. By the time they reacted, Zhou Yun had already executed the second of his ruffian 3 moves, the double flying kick. Although the name might sound somewhat suggestive, it aptly described the second technique. Double flying referred to the dual flying legs, and 3P indicated a 3-person brawl. Moreover, this particular maneuver relies heavily on core strength and instantaneous explosive power, elements that easily conjure unsavory associations. Thus, Zhou Yun whimsically dubbed it a rather risky name, Double Fly 3P. In an instant, Zhou Yun unleashed a powerful leap, twisting his waist and launching both feet towards the 2 ruffians without a hint of mercy. The duo, akin to potatoes and cucumbers, were sent sprawling as if struck by a boulder, crashing to the ground and groaning while clutching their chests. Yet, Zhou Yun, with both hands firmly planted on the ground, stood up and scathed. The tiger may not roar, but that does not mean it is a mere Hello Kitty. Zhou Yun brushed off the dust from his pants, gazing down at the 3 moaning miscreants, and feeling unsatisfied. He approached them to deliver a few more kicks. With such disgraceful behavior, do you dare to extort? Pa! In the future, keep your eyes wide open and refrain from provoking me. Zhou Yun noticed a few crumpled red bills spilling from the cucumber's pocket. Swiftly, he gathered them up and tucked them into his own pocket. These ill-gotten gains, stolen from others, were better off in his possession than left for the culprits. After all, money bears no name, and there is little recourse for returning it to its rightful owner. In any case, he had avenged the victim, considering it a reward for his chivalrous act. Zhou Yun chuckled to himself, content to claim the spoils from the 3 rogues, and resumed his journey, humming a cheerful tune. However, as he turned into a narrow alley, he was startled by a rustling sound ahead. This was the darkest corner of the alley, where even in broad daylight, not a single ray of sunshine penetrated. And there were rumors of vengeful spirits lurking about. Faced with these ethereal phantoms, even Zhou Yun, despite his boldness, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to dash through, a gnarled hand suddenly reached out from the shadows, gripping his wrist tightly. Kind soul, come by some candy? What the hell? Although it was daylight, Zhou Yun was still taken aback when he discerned that the figure was an old man. He retorted with irritation. Old man, who are you? Haven't you heard that frightening someone can be deadly? This old man was truly something else, hiding in an alley to scare people at his age. Was this some sort of amusement? It was quite unethical. Had Zhou Yun not possessed a strong heart, this well-meaning old man, who had just rid the world of harm, might have met his end in the process. Chapter 4. Even a hardship should grant the protagonist a boost. Kind soul, come buy some candy. It's very cheap, only 50 yuan apiece. The old man said, producing a beautifully crafted small box, indicating that the candy was inside. I say, old man, do I look like an idiot to you? Zhou Yun shot back, adopting a stance that suggested he wanted to teach the old man a lesson. How dare this old fool, with his disrespect for age, scare people and then sell candy for 50 yuan, claiming it was a bargain? Who would fall for such a ruse? 50 yuan for a piece of candy. It would be easier to just rob him. Despite rising prices, it couldn't possibly reach such absurd levels. The old man shook his head and began to prattle on. Not at all. Truly not. I see in you a remarkable physique and a handsome face. You possess the aura of an emperor. All right, I get it. Zhou Yun had no desire to listen to the old man's tales. Such cliches could hardly deceive even a 3-year-old, and the notion of an emperor's figure? The old man must have been deluded. Out of respect for the traditional virtue of honoring the elderly, Zhou Yun decided not to argue further. Hee. The old man chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had oversold his pitch. He limped closer to Zhou Yun. Young man, all I wanted was for you to buy a piece of candy. Old man, your leg. Zhou Yun finally noticed that the old man was a cripple. His left foot fitted with a wooden prosthetic, which clacked as he walked. No worries, no worries. Young man, let me tell you, eating this candy will have unexpected effects. Come, give it a try. I assure you will enjoy a delightful surprise. I'll let you in on a secret. This candy is something only found in heaven, rare on earth. Nature is hard to change, and the old man, after flattering Zhou Yun, began to extol the virtues of his candy again. It was only when Zhou Yun felt dizzy from the incessant chatter that the old man finally asked, "So, how about a piece?" His lecherous grin resembled that of a creepy uncle trying to lure a little girl. Zhou Yun shook his head, struggling to withstand the old man's relentless verbal barrage. This old coot was far too loquacious, rivaling even the likes of Tang Song. Thankfully, Zhou Yun was no monkey king, or he might have swung a staff at him. Fine, fine. You talked me into it. I'll buy one. Zhou Yun conceded with a hint of mercy. Why did he feel merciful? It was not because he was swayed by the old man's eloquence, but rather because he saw the old man's frailty and assumed he had no family to support him, which compelled him to beg. Selling candy was merely a fade. Who would pay 50 yuan for a piece? Really? That's wonderful, young man. I have 3 pieces. You can choose one. The old man exclaimed with excitement, offering the box to Zhou Yun to select at his leisure. However, in a surprising twist, Zhou Yun snatched the box from the old man and thrust over 300 yuan, which he had taken from Brother Chong. I'll take them all. Here's 300. Make it last, and take care of yourself. Zhou Yun patted the bewildered old man on the shoulder and dashed towards the alley's exit. After all the trouble with thugs and vendors, he was certain his father would assume he was out gallivanting. Hey, young man, wait. I only sell 1 piece to each person. You thief, give me back my candy. As the old man regained his wits, he shouted loudly, hobbling after Zhou Yun. But Zhou Yun was already far gone, having hurried away. Staring at the crumpled bills in his hand, the old man could only manage a bitter smile. That lad. Sigh, well, though it didn't go as planned, good deeds will be rewarded. It's all fate. Fate. Why would the old man say such a thing? If Zhou Yun were still around, he would undoubtedly have questions. Alas, he was too busy rushing home to report back and had already vanished at the corner. Selling only 1 piece each? This old fellow had some sense of professional ethics. As Zhou Yun made his way home, he reflected that while the old man might have been peddling candy, his limit of 1 piece per customer indicated a conscience. It seemed he was indeed a lonely soul, driven to such desperate measures by the hardships of life. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yun felt a pang of regret over the 300 yuan lost for no good reason. Perhaps it was worth helping the unfortunate old man just once. After all, robbing from the rich to give to the poor seemed justified, especially since the money was taken back from rogues. Losing it didn't sting too much. Upon returning home for lunch, Zhou Yun sat with his parents as usual. What was typically the warmest moment became the most excruciating for him. During meals, Zhou Qingyang, Zhou Yun's father, always posed questions that made him uncomfortable. Thus, Zhou Yun would devour his food like a ravenous ghost, attempting to finish quickly before his father could ask anything. Xiao Yun, with the college entrance exam approaching, how has your studying been lately? Are you keeping up? Cough, cough, cough. Just as he feared, the very question he dreaded came up. Startling Zhou Qingyang, he should have considered that no matter how fast he ate, if his father wished to speak, he could not escape. Some things are simply inevitable. Slow down, child. Don't rush, his mother, Yang Xiu, said with a gentle smile, immediately pouring him a glass of water. Thank you, Mom. Zhou Yun swallowed the rice, took a sip of water, and then hesitantly replied to his father, it's not too bad. Zhou Yun's average score was below 40, and he dared to claim it was not too bad. This was indeed a remarkable understatement. In truth, Zhou Yun did not want to lie. He simply could not bear to tell his father, whose eyes shone with hope, that he had learned nothing at school. In reality, Zhou Yun did wish to study hard, but his middle school years had caused him to miss too many classes. In high school, aside from Chinese, history, politics, and geography, where he could at least listen to stories and learn about his country's culture, subjects like math, physics, and English felt like hieroglyphics to him. The strings of formulae and letters looked as incomprehensible as ancient scripts, leaving him dizzy just to gaze upon them. That's good to hear. Come, have some fish to nourish your brain. Studying must be tough, Zhou Qingyang said enthusiastically, placing a large piece of fish into Zhou Yun's bowl. Smiling encouragingly, looking at his father's wrinkled, smiling face, Zhou Yun felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew his academic performance was lacking, yet he deceived his father by claiming otherwise. The thought of his father's disappointment when he eventually learned the truth filled him with dread. Suddenly, Zhou Yun set down his chopsticks, engaging in an internal struggle. Ultimately, filled with both shame and resolve, he said, "Dad, I'm sorry. The truth is, I don't understand any of the current courses at all. What I said before was a lie. However, I promise I will work hard from now on." Zhou Yun, having made up his mind, finally spoke the truth. He did not want to continue lying to himself or his family, as it would only bring more harm. His parents were well aware of his capabilities. At every parent-teacher meeting, his father would go in with enthusiasm and come out disheartened. How could he not know his situation? That's my child. Brave enough to face the truth. Zhou Yun, you've grown up, Zhou Qingyang, ever the optimist, said, not angry at Zhou Yun's honesty but rather ruffling his hair. It's never too late to mend the fold. As long as you commit to learning, there is still time. Dad, I'm sorry. Zhou Yun lowered his head, unable to meet his father's gaze. He is well aware of his own capabilities. Not to mention that there are less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, even if he were to repeat a year. It is doubtful that there would be any improvement. The curriculum he has fallen behind in over 3 years of middle school and 3 years of high school is far too extensive. 6 years of knowledge cannot simply be reclaimed at will. However, having promised his father, he cannot let him down, as long as he gives his all, even if he ultimately fails to gain admission to university. He believes his father will understand. A father knows his child best. Seeing Zhou Yun silent, Zhou Qingyang, sensing his unease, embraced him, saying, "Don't worry, my good child. You are still young. Enough of the sentimental exchanges between father and son. Let us eat." "The child has school in the afternoon," Yang Xiu remarked with a slight smile, as such a warm scene had not graced their home in quite some time. Perhaps, as Zhou Qingyang said, the child has grown more sensible. "All right. Let us eat. Let us eat. Rest well at noon, and pay attention in class this afternoon." Zhou Qingyang patted Zhou Yun on the shoulder and began to eat. After a hearty lunch, Zhou Yun suddenly felt considerably lighter. Since he had resolved to be a diligent student, striving for excellence, he could no longer afford to be aimless and obsessed with the computer as he had been before. Returning to his room, he collapsed onto the bed. A nap could enhance his alertness for afternoon classes. However, just as he lay down, he felt something uncomfortable in his pants pocket. Upon investigation, he discovered it was the candy box he had bought from the old hunchback. The box was exquisitely crafted, surpassing any packaging Zhou Yun had ever seen. Presumably, the old man had meticulously designed it to impress. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zhou Yun languidly leaned back on the bed and opened the candy box. Inside lay 3 pearl-like crystal candies, wafting a faint sweet aroma. Today's lunch was, by far, the most satisfying and substantial meal Zhou Yun had enjoyed in recent days. Now, with a full belly, he found it impossible to sleep. There were rumors that eating candy after a meal aids digestion. He was uncertain if that was true. Nevertheless, it couldn't hurt to try. Chapter 5. The letter from Xiangling. Inside the box were 3 candies, each inscribed with 3 English letters. The yellow one bore the letters www, Bikuzen, Kumbin. Haha, I didn't expect these to be imported goods, Zhou Yun scoffed. Had he understood English, he would have recognized that the 3 words signify human realm, ghost realm, and heavenly realm. Unfortunately, he did not grasp their meaning. Gazing at the differently colored candies, he mistakenly assumed they represented orange flavor, grape flavor, and milk flavor. This perhaps illustrates the divide between the educated and the ignorant. Without a second thought, Zhou Yun tossed all 3 candies into his mouth. He had always preferred to mix flavors, believing it enhanced the taste. The crystal candy melted instantly, and before he could discern any flavor, he swallowed it whole. 300 yuan candies were thus squandered. Was that all? Zhou Yun's tongue searched his mouth. What kind of candy was this? It had no taste whatsoever, vanishing like air with a mere gulp. Just as he tossed aside the blanket to search for the candies, a gentle knock resonated from outside the room. Knock, knock, knock. It was his mother. Yang Xiu's voice. Child, are you asleep? Not yet, there's something you need, Mom. Zhou Yun quickly opened the door. His mother seldom sought him out for conversation during lunch. Her visit now indicated something important. However, Zhou Yun found it odd that she hadn't spoken during their meal. Perhaps she had refrained from interrupting their father-son bonding. Yang Xiu hesitated for a moment, then pressed a thick stack of envelopes into Zhou Yun's hands, saying, "There are some things, perhaps we have made mistakes, but it was all for your own good. I hope you can understand." His mother's cryptic words left Zhou Yun puzzled. What did she mean by potentially having made mistakes? And that it was for his benefit? What did they wish for him to comprehend? As he shifted his gaze to the envelopes in his hands, he finally understood why his mother had spoken such words. Xiangling, the signature on the envelope bore a name that would profoundly impact his life. Ever since Zhou Yun's amicable relationship with Xiangling was discovered by Zhou Yuan, the two had lost all means of communication. Initially, he had assumed that Xiangling's mother was simply strict, preventing her from reaching out. However, as days turned into weeks, Zhou Yun had not received any news from her, leaving him in a state of confusion. He even pondered whether Xiangling had perhaps forgotten him. Yet, as he gazed at the thick stack of envelopes, he realized he was mistaken. Xiangling had not forgotten him. She had been diligently writing to him all along. Unfortunately, the letters had been intercepted by his parents. But why? Why would they act in such a manner? Zhou Yun looked at Yang Xiu, bewildered. Xiao Yun, listen to me. At that time, things were quite complicated. I hope you can understand. Yang Xiu led Zhou Yun to the bedside and began to recount the events of the past. It turned out that the day before Zhou Yuan moved away from Qingfu City, she had specifically met with Zhou Yun's parents and had spoken harshly, warning them to keep their son away from her daughter. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyang, in an attempt to mediate, had urged, "They are just children. It is best to let things unfold naturally. Your actions will only harm both parties." However, Zhou Yuan remained unconvinced and retorted that Zhou Qingyang was failing in his duties as a father by indulging Zhou Yun's reckless behavior. She even tempted them with money, stating, "Isn't it all about the money for you? Fine. If you keep your son away from my daughter, this 100,000 is yours. Just look at your attire. It will take you 3 to 5 years of hard work to earn that much." Xiangling's mother was not entirely mistaken. Zhou Qingyang, appearing to be a laborer, earned at most 1,000 yuan a month. Even with 3 to 5 more years of toil, he might not amass 100,000. However, while one may live without wealth, one cannot live without dignity. Zhou Qingyang heard only disdain and contempt in Zhou Yuan's words. Every human has their breaking point. If a woman spoke to him in such a manner, how could he not be enraged? Of course, had it been some other greedy youth, he might have been tempted to accept her offer. "Take back your filthy money. Your daughter is not worthy of my son." Thus, the feud between the two families began. Blinded by anger, Zhou Qingyang, in a fit of rage, withheld the letters Xiangling had sent, determined to sever any ties between Zhou Yun and the girl. After listening to Yang Xiu's explanation, Zhou Yun let out a soft sigh, responding with a calm demeanor, "Mom, can I have a moment to myself?" Were his parents at fault? No, they were not wrong. Everything they did was for his sake. Should he blame Xiangling's mother? Not really. Perhaps from her perspective, it was all for Xiangling's benefit. Born into privilege, she would never agree to let her daughter endure hardship alongside someone like him. Moreover, they were both still young, and early romance was a worry for every parent. Contemplating this, Zhou Yun found himself perplexed. The root cause of this misunderstanding stemmed from a confluence of timing, circumstance, and human relationships. From any angle one might analyze it, this calamity was unavoidable. It was truly fated. Seeing Zhou Yun deep in thought, Yang Xiu gently pressed on his shoulder and softly said, "All right, I will step out now. You rest well." With that, Yang Xiu exited the room. Leaving Zhou Yun in solitude, rest? That was a jest. Staring at the stack of colorful envelopes in his hands, Zhou Yun doubted he could find any peace. Once Yang Xiu closed the door, he immediately began to tear open the thick envelopes. The first letter was dated 6 years ago in April. Zhou Yun speculated it was probably written 3 days after Xiangling moved away from Qingfu City. The familiar, youthful handwriting slowly drew Zhou Yun back to long-buried memories. Zhou Yun. How are you? I have moved and am now in a new school. Everything here is so unfamiliar, and I have no friends. Xiangling is so bored and really wants to come play with you. But recently, Mom has been very strict. Sigh. I can't go anywhere, but it's okay. I can still write letters. Mom doesn't he know? Oh. She even drew a cute smiley face at the end. Zhou Yun. I have good news. Linger has made new friends. I even taught them how to quickly tie their shoelaces. But it would be better if you were here. Zhou Yun, if you don't write back soon, Xiangling will be upset. If it's too much trouble, just call. The number is 134XXXXXX. Call after 10 at night. Mom should be asleep by then. Xiangling will be waiting for your call every night. Let us not miss each other. Wasn't he that more troublesome? Without realizing it, Zhou Yun read through over 60 letters, each filled with Xiangling's longing and hope for him. The final letter was dated mid-July 6 years ago. Zhou Yun, why have you been ignoring me? Did Xiangling do something wrong to upset you? You promised you wouldn't ignore me. I really want to see you. So very much. Do you remember the necklace you gave me? I've always worn it. I want to hear your voice and will be waiting for your call. Always. Within the span of just 3 months, Xiangling had sent over 60 letters. This meant she had written to Zhou Yun almost every other day. Yet, curiously, since mid-July, she had not sent another letter. What could have happened? Had something unfortunate befallen Xiangling? Or had she met her ideal prince and lost interest? At that moment, Zhou Yun's mind was in turmoil, and he could only lie quietly on the bed. Given his understanding of Xiangling, she was not the type to easily change her affections. Otherwise, she would not have persisted in writing to him daily for 3 months. However, life is unpredictable. Just because someone is unlikely to change doesn't mean they won't. Perhaps she had already found solace in another boy's embrace. Upon contemplating this, Zhou Yun could not help but feel a pang of anguish. Even daring not to confront the stark reality, the adage, concern leads to disorder, rang true. Why did Zhou Yun fail to consider that if Xiangling were to change her heart, it ought to unfold over a transitional period? Her letters might gradually dwindle, eventually fading into silence. Yet, the cessation of Xiangling's correspondence in mid-July was evidently abrupt, shrouded in some hidden mystery. Regrettably, in his state of turmoil, Zhou Yun overlooked this crucial detail. All he yearned for now was clarity from Xiangling. He swiftly picked up the internal phone and dialed the number she had provided in her letter. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. A robotic voice responded, plunging Zhou Yun's spirits into despair. He was at a loss as to what misfortune had befallen him today. Just as he dejectedly set down the phone, his stomach began to grumble uncontrollably. Truly, calamity does not come alone. Chapter 6. Endure when pain arrives. Once again, Zhou Yun pondered the day's unfortunate events, feeling as if his luck had run dry. After he despondently hung up the phone, a series of gurgles erupted from his stomach. At this point, Zhou Yun's sorrow had transformed. This did not imply that he had managed to compose himself in such a brief span. The impact Xiangling had on him was evident upon reflecting on the past 6 years. The reason Zhou Yun was now able to cast aside his heartache was that a potent emotion named anger had taken its place. Oh, my goodness, that wretched old man. Could he have sold me a laxative? Or perhaps the candy truly does aid digestion. But the effect is astonishingly swift. How soon must one metabolize? Just then, Zhou Yun recalled the old man's parting words. I only sell 1 piece of candy per person. A chill ran through him. He suddenly grasped why the old man had limited the sale to a single piece. It seemed that this confection was indeed a laxative, and having consumed 3 pieces, he was now at risk of collapsing from weakness. Oh my heavens! Zhou Yun, trembling, staggered to his feet, determined to rush to the restroom. However, before he could steady himself, a sharp pain coursed through his head, and he stumbled back onto the bed. Lightheaded, dizzy, and racked with pain, he experienced a bewildering array of symptoms, leaving him in utter discomfort. He longed to call for his parents' assistance, but found himself immobilized, his cries reduced to hoarse, inaudible sounds. Glancing at the pink letters scattered by his bedside, he could hardly bear the thought of being forsaken. His heart ached so profoundly that he wished for nothing more than to end it all. But yes, a spark of inspiration ignited within Zhou Yun. He suddenly connected the dots. If he were to faint, he would surely be spared the torment. With unwavering resolve, he fixated on the door before him, determined to ram his head against it. Even if he could not lose consciousness, he could at least evade this unwarranted suffering. Moreover, it could catch his parents' attention and prompt them to take him to the hospital. A truly ingenious plan indeed. With purpose, Zhou Yun gritted his teeth and charged at the door. Bang! A tragic turn of events unfolded. Zhou Yun overestimated his strength while underestimating the door's sturdiness. Not only did he fail to break the door down, but he also did not knock himself unconscious. Zhou Yun lay sprawled on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling, inwardly cursing his misfortune. Why must he be so unfortunate? After striving to be a good person, he was met with such an outcome. CK God. Little Zhou, having exhausted his limited vocabulary, clearly bore a heavy grudge. In truth, the clattering sounds emanating from Zhou Yun's room had already drawn the attention of his parents, Zhou Qingyang and Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu with concern inquired, "Do you think Zhou Yun can come to terms with it?" "No worries, weren't we the same when we were young? He's merely venting his emotions. He will be fine shortly. We must have faith in him." It appeared that the couple believed their son was merely sulking in his room, unaware that he was grappling with genuine troubles, feeling utterly unwell. After a loud crash against the door, silence enveloped the room. Zhou Qingyang glanced at the door from the corner of his eye, then proudly declared to Yang Xiu, "See? I was right." "Oh please, as if you're the only one capable," Yang Xiu retorted with a playful glare. With the room now quiet, Zhou Qingyang and Yang Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The letter from Xiang Ling that they had withheld weighed heavily on their hearts. Now that Zhou Yun had confided in them, Zhou Qingyang resolved to confront the mistakes of the past and return the letter from Xiang Ling to Zhou Yun. While he could have buried this matter forever, shielding Zhou Yun from the truth, such an act would only deepen his own guilt. Perhaps if they had not withheld Xiang Ling's letter, Zhou Yun would not have found himself in such a predicament. Yet, some actions, once taken, cannot be reversed. Sharing the truth with Zhou Yun could serve as a form of atonement. At long last, the matter of Xiang Ling had reached a conclusion, and it seemed Zhou Yun had come to some understanding. Calming down in the process, Zhou Qingyang, relieved of his burdens, wore a mischievous grin and said, "Well then, shall we discuss this further in our room? The child needs his rest, and so do we." In broad daylight. How indecent. Yang Xiu playfully nudged Zhou Qingyang. "Come on, let's go rest." Zhou Qingyang, with a conspiratorial glint in his eye, ushered Yang Xiu into their room. Yes, for what would come next? We shall see how Zhou Yun is faring. Zhou Yun lay on the ground, tormented by various aches for more than 10 minutes before the world began to spin, and he slipped into unconsciousness. It was not until an hour later that he gradually regained awareness. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhou Yun experienced a peculiar sensation. His body felt as though it had undergone some transformation, distinctly different from before. He could not quite pinpoint the difference, but his mind felt exceptionally clear, and he was brimming with boundless energy. Clenching his fists, this extraordinary feeling brought him immense comfort. He could even sense that every organ and cell within him was evolving at an astonishing pace. Many things that had previously eluded his understanding began to unravel like threads being pulled apart. Compared to his former self, he felt as if he had become an entirely different person. That old man? Zhou Yun suddenly recalled the candy-selling old man. His transformation was likely linked to the crystal candy he had consumed. He remembered the old man specifically mentioning that the candy had unexpected effects, followed by a plethora of nonsense. Initially, Zhou Yun had thought the old man was merely trying to con him, allowing the words to pass through one ear and out the other without a second thought. In light of his current situation, it seemed that the old man's ramblings might indeed hold some truth. Could it be that the limping old man was a recluse of extraordinary talent? Was the candy he sold akin to the legendary elixirs like marrow-washing pills or rejuvenating pills? With clarity of thought, Zhou Yun swiftly connected the dots and analyzed the situation surrounding the old man. He then recalled the 3 English words inscribed on the candy, pondering whether they represented some significant information. Unfortunately, he did not understand English and was thus unable to decipher their meanings at present. It appeared he would need to seek someone knowledgeable to inquire further. Alas, had he known, he should have studied the language more diligently. In this moment of realization, Zhou Yun found himself regretting his past indifference. As the sun blazed overhead, flowers seemed to smile at him. The birds chirped, "Early, early, early. Why are you carrying a bomb?" I must go to school, never late. A bomb? You jest. I am but a well-behaved little darling. When our good little darling, Zhou Yun, arrived at school, he immediately sought out the class monitor, the stunning Su Kaiwei, to discuss the meanings of the 3 English words. Su Kaiwei was arguably the only person in class who did not shy away from Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun bore a notorious reputation, having been a formidable presence during his middle school years, leaving his peers in fear of his name. Naturally, most students avoided him like the plague, except for Su Kaiwei. The reasons for this exception were manifold and difficult to articulate. Zhou Yun and Su Kaiwei rarely interacted or spoke, yet they had known each other for 18 years. Some might find it strange that Zhou Yun, being only 18 years old, had known her for that long. Had they known each other since birth? Indeed, Zhou Yun and Su Kaiwei had encountered one another from the moment they entered this world. They were born in the same year, in the same month, on the same day, in the same hospital and delivery room at the same time. The only distinction was that Zhou Yun had a little extra something. By a remarkable coincidence, they had attended the same kindergarten, preschool, elementary school, middle school, and high school together. Moreover, they shared numerous connections. Chapter 7. My esteemed class monitor, on a whim, lend me a hand, will you? Zhou Yun plopped down beside Su Kaiwei, casually remarking he dared not provoke the beauty before him. Since kindergarten, Su Kaiwei had been his class monitor, and this class monitor still struggled to pass a single elementary course, moral education, with an enchanting smile. Su Kaiwei regarded Zhou Yun languidly, her captivating eyes seemingly attempting to peer into his very thoughts. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl, rivaled only by Su Qian within the school. Her long, wavy hair always exuded an irresistible allure. Initially, the boys who pursued her could have filled several trucks with their affections, inundating her with letters and flowers to the point where her bookshelf could scarcely hold them all. However, for reasons unknown, apart from a few exceptionally tenacious suitors still grasping at straws, most had opted to vanish without a trace. As the class monitor, how could I possibly stand idly by in the face of danger? The young girl truly had a knack for making cutting remarks. Yet Zhou Yun had grown accustomed to it. Every time Su Kaiwei spoke to him, she would unconsciously throw in a few jabs. If it were anyone else, there would be a 99.99% chance they would mistakenly believe Su Kaiwei looked down on them. However, Zhou Yun understood her temperament well. It was likely tied to her family background. Su Kaiwei was the daughter of Su Feng, the chairman of the Su Group, a family wielding significant power in Qingfu City. In the past, Zhou Yun had received considerable assistance from Su Kaiwei while navigating the underworld. Of course, this assistance did not imply that Su Kaiwei indulged him in mischief or tyranny in Qingfu City. Rather, whenever Zhou Yun found himself in serious trouble, she would leverage her social standing to resolve the situation. One cannot expect to navigate the world without some form of support. Otherwise, they would inevitably face dire consequences. Zhou Yun was somewhat aware of the favor he owed to the young lady, which left him feeling quite grateful towards Su Kaiwei in his heart. Su Kaiwei gazed at the 3 words inscribed on the paper and explained nonchalantly, heaven refers to the celestial way. Ghostdom denotes the realm of spirits, and world can signify both the universe and the human realm. What on earth is this? Zhou Yun, upon hearing the translation, remained perplexed by these 3 terms. The celestial way? The realm of spirits, the human realm. What nonsense is this? Are you questioning the validity of my translation? Su Kaiwei asked with an enchanting smile, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yun. Yet, her smile held a sinister edge, perceptible to the astute observer that she was a sharp blade in disguise. No, absolutely not. Class monitor, if you have nothing else, I shall take my leave, Zhou Yun declared, opting to make a hasty exit. It was prudent to avoid lingering in such a place. Although he could not definitively ascertain whether the candy possessed any extraordinary abilities, he could distinctly feel his body undergoing a transformation, and it was progressing favorably. After the matter was settled, Su Kaiwei, noticing Zhou Yun rising to return to his seat, swiftly reached out and pulled him back. Zhou Yun, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We are all friends here. It's only natural for us to help each other. Isn't it a bit too formal for you to say thank you to me? Well, Zhou Yun observed Su Kaiwei's narrowed eyes and the smile she directed at him, causing him to hesitate. Whenever the young girl donned this expression, it meant she was seeking amusement at someone else's expense. Isn't that right? Su Kaiwei opened her eyes slightly wider, reiterating her point. Zhou Yun recognized this as a warning. If he did not decisively respond, Su Kaiwei would become displeased, and the consequences could be dire. He recalled a time in middle school when a male classmate dared to defy Su Kaiwei after she posed 3 questions, remaining unyielding in his refusal. The next day, that boy was discovered in a deplorable state, stripped of his clothes and thrown into a garbage dump. Only then did everyone realize the true implication behind her seemingly innocent apology. A chill ran down Zhou Yun's spine, and he quickly nodded, "Yes, you are absolutely right. A gentleman may be killed, but he would never suffer humiliation." He certainly did not wish to become the next that boy, as it would be more painful than death itself. Nevertheless, he understood that while Su Kaiwei's methods might be somewhat unscrupulous, she never overstepped her bounds or made excessive demands. Otherwise, they would not have reached the status of friends who weren't quite friends. The aforementioned that boy had brought his fate upon himself, abusing his status to bully and belittle others, despite Su Kaiwei's repeated warnings. Seeing Zhou Yun concede, Su Kaiwei expressed her satisfaction. "Well, this is quite a headache. Isn't it? Since we are friends, I want to stand on ceremony. Zhou Yun, please stay this afternoon to help out. And don't worry about your family misunderstanding. I will explain to them in your name that you are participating in a school activity and will be home late." With no room for negotiation, Zhou Yun found himself conscripted as free labor. Everything unfolded so naturally, as if it had been meticulously planned. Zhou Yun couldn't help but suspect that even if he had not sought Su Tsayue's assistance today, she would have found a reason to enlist his help. As the class bell rang, Zhou Yun reluctantly returned to his seat in the back row. It seemed he could not escape this laborious fate. Helping out was what it was, after all. He had nothing pressing to attend to at home. At tea that moment, Su Kaiwei also grabbed a chair and sat down next to him in the back row. This was not an uncommon occurrence. Whenever she needed Zhou Yun's assistance, she would sit beside him to prevent him from sneaking away. Given Su Tsayue's excellent academic performance, consistently ranking 3rd in the entire school, the teachers did not object to her moving seats. This afternoon's schedule included 2 physics classes and a self-study session, with the physics lesson focusing on reviewing effective circuit diagrams. As Zhou Yun watched the teacher sketch a complex series parallel circuit on the blackboard, he found himself less bewildered than before. Perhaps due to his heightened alertness, he began to flip through his old physics textbooks, attempting to grasp the knowledge he had previously overlooked. Strangely enough, what had once appeared as indecipherable scribbles in the textbooks now seemed to simplify before his eyes. Swiftly absorbed into his mind. Learning is such a peculiar process. When one is in the dark, they remain unaware of its joys and may even dread its perceived complexity. Yet, once one begins to grasp the edges of understanding, the subject reveals itself as fascinating and alluring. Zhou Yun's reading speed increased. From initially taking several minutes per page, he now progressed to merely 10 seconds per page, and eventually, he could digest a page in mere seconds. To an outsider, it might appear that Zhou Yun was merely indulging in idle whims, but Su Kaiwei, who knew him well, observed him thoughtfully from the corner of her eye. Today, Zhou Yun was behaving unusually. Ordinarily, he would be napping at his desk during class. Yet today, he was engrossed in his studies, a curious occurrence indeed. From Zhou Yun's demeanor, Su Kaiwei could discern that he was genuinely focused on his reading. Otherwise, he would not be so absorbed. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and a hint of excitement danced at the corners of his mouth, a testament to his newfound understanding. At tea that moment, Zhou Yun's thoughts were exceptionally clear. The knowledge contained in the book could be comprehended with a single glance, allowing him to innovate and extend upon what he learned, fueling his enthusiasm further. So, whenever one experiences a circuit break, the current across R2 should increase, and V1, the ideal voltmeter, would read 0. Wouldn't you agree? The physics teacher, in the midst of his explanation, suddenly posed a question to the class, a tactic he commonly employed. Wang De, a seasoned teacher nearing 50, was currently the physics instructor for Class 3 of the senior year. He had a peculiar habit of intentionally stating incorrect answers during lessons. When students eagerly affirmed his statements, he would dramatically retort, "Wrong, completely wrong," to reinforce their understanding of the topic. Right? The students responded, blissfully unaware. Clearly, the trap laid by the teacher had succeeded once again, as not a single student discerned the error. Wang De felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, staring at the gullible students. For a moment, he even began to question whether the incorrect answers he had given might, in fact, be correct. Just as Wang sighed in disappointment and prepared to rectify his mistake, A voice suddenly resonated from the back of the classroom. That is not right. Whenever one experiences a circuit break, the current across R2 should increase. Zhou Yun questioned, a look of confusion etched on his face. Having just finished studying the relevant circuit lessons in high school physics, he noted a discrepancy between the teacher's answer and the knowledge he had acquired. With a swish, all heads turned to Zhou Yun, their attention now fixed on him. The majority of students regarded him with a sense of amusement, curious about what this model underachiever was up to. Many thought he was merely seeking to provoke the teacher, given his history of poor exam performance. Could you elaborate on your reasoning, please? Wang De inquired, initially attempting to call Zhou Yun by name before realizing he did not know him. He quickly glanced at the seating chart affixed to the podium die in his memory. There was no student by that name in Class 3. This oversight was not entirely his fault. He had originally taught the school's top students and only took on the role of teaching Class 3 in the second semester of their final year. Moreover, Zhou Yun often skipped classes, and even when he did attend, he would typically be found sulking at his desk, making it difficult for Wang De to become familiar with him. Zhou Yun stood up. Feeling a bit anxious now that the teacher had called on him for the first time, he gathered his thoughts and clarified, R1 has nodes at both ends, and R2 is connected in parallel. If R1 breaks the circuit, its resistance becomes nearly infinite, and according to the principles of parallel circuits, the current across R2 should indeed increase. As he spoke, Zhou Yun's confidence wavered. He was uncertain whether his understanding of the textbook was correct. However, his explanation quickly garnered the teacher's approval. Well said. Absolutely splendid. Wang De exclaimed, leading the applause with enthusiasm, while the students followed suit in a state of bewilderment. Amidst a flurry of doubts, one might ponder whether today is indeed April Fool's Day. A most fundamental question, and only Zhou Yun managed to comprehend it. Look at you all, not a single one paid earnest attention in class. Everyone should strive to emulate Zhou Yun. Emulate Zhou Yun? The classmates stared blankly at Wang De, as if he were suggesting they all become delinquents. Perhaps feeling uneasy under their gazes, Wang De assumed their silence was a sign of discontent and began to grumble. What? Am I mistaken? Do not harbor resentment. Observe how simple this physics knowledge is, which you all learned in middle school, yet only he can apply it. You all ought to engage in some serious self-reflection after class. Upon hearing this, the students collectively rolled their eyes. It was as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on them, asking them to look up to the student with the lowest grades. Yet, on the other hand, what was wrong with emulating Zhou Yun? Had he not resolved to mend his ways and dedicate himself to his studies? As the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. And one can indeed return to virtue. Wang De was merely encouraging his classmates to recognize Zhou Yun's positive qualities, not to imitate his past misdeeds. It seemed that the students truly needed to reflect on their attitudes. After a lengthy monologue, Wang De smiled at Zhou Yun, signaling him to take a seat, and resumed his lesson. As soon as Zhou Yun sat down, Su Kaiwei remarked softly, "How peculiar, in merely 30 minutes. You've mastered high school physics circuits. Could it be that little Yun is the fabled genius? How come this never came to light before?" Her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she gazed at him, making Zhou Yun feel exceedingly uncomfortable. No way, didn't the teacher mention it? That's just middle school knowledge, quite simple. Class monitor, you must have noticed the issue too, Zhou Yun said, glancing at Su Tsayue's notes, only to be astonished to find that she had already discerned that it was an erroneous answer. Indeed, Su Kaiwei admitted candidly. Proceeding to interrogate Zhou Yun, I have consistently maintained the top score in class, so it is only natural that I can spot mistakes. But for someone like you, who is utterly unlearned, to answer the teacher's question, don't you find that rather strange? Hee, little Yun, don't be afraid, do tell the class monitor why that is. Su Kaiwei coaxed Zhou Yun with an almost mischievous charm. Her alluring eyes sparkled with excitement. Today's Zhou Yun gave her a distinctly special vibe, one that was refreshingly new. How remarkable. The class monitor displayed a playful expression, prompting Zhou Yun to hastily respond. Perhaps they, like you, know but simply choose not to say. In truth, he had no idea how to explain it to Su Kaiwei. He couldn't very well say that after consuming 3 candies, his mind had become clear. Such an absurdity was something Zhou Yun dared not utter. The prospect of being sent to a mental institution for examination was trivial, but if Su Tsayue's curiosity got the better of her, and she brandished a knife to dissect him, That would be a true calamity. After hearing Zhou Yun's words, Su Kaiwei smiled gently. Rather than correcting errors, I prefer to see everyone being reprimanded by the teacher. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for Class 3 of senior year to have such a commendable class monitor. Hee. That's an interesting thought. Zhou Yun awkwardly rubbed his nose, hastily focusing on the lesson. He feared that Su Kaiwei would continue to pry, which would certainly not be enjoyable. Fortunately, her curiosity was not overly intense. Seeing Zhou Yun deliberately change the subject, she ceased to meddle further. She propped her chin and began to twirl a pencil, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. Time flew by, and before long, the school day came to an end. Zhou Yun, having transitioned from his study mode, closed his book and rubbed his slightly fatigued eyes. In just one afternoon, he had managed to read through the entire high school physics textbook. Now, he merely needed to consolidate the information in his mind to achieve his desired grades. With 15 minutes remaining until dismissal, Zhou Yun quickly turned to Su Kaiwei, saying, "I urgently need to use the restroom. I'll wait for you by the school gate after class." The urgency was merely a pretext. His true intention was to wait for Su Qian. Every day after school, Zhou Yun would leave the classroom 5 to 10 minutes early just to catch a glimpse of the girl he admired. Go on, go on. With only 2 months left until the college entrance examination, cherish every opportunity. Once missed, it may be impossible to meet again. Don't blame me, Su Kaiwei, for underestimating you. Little Yun is but a street rogue, while she is a distinguished young lady. You two are simply not meant to be. A tragic fate for a man. Zhou Yun's secret crush on the student representative, Su Qian, was already known to Su Kaiwei. The lad would gaze dreamily at Su Qian every day after school. With her passing by, it would be impossible for Su Kaiwei not to notice. However, her words were rather harsh. Hearing this made Zhou Yun's heart ache with bitterness. Although what she said was true, hearing it from her lips felt profoundly displeasing. Class monitor, you are correct. I have no chance with her, but I might with you. Is that satisfactory? Had this been any other time, Zhou Yun would never have dared to tease Su Kaiwei. Yet today, for reasons unknown, facing the seemingly graceful Su Kaiwei, he felt an irresistible urge to flirt. Unbeknownst to him, Su Kaiwei had produced a decorative butterfly knife, her smile unchanging as she said, "With me?" That would require a hefty price. As she spoke, she began to carve at the corner of Zhou Yun's desk, wantonly defacing school property. This girl was indeed dangerous. While Su Kaiwei's actions seemed to serve as a warning, should you continue to speak nonsense, I shall slice you. Zhou Yun, being a man, could not tolerate a young lady riding roughshod over him. He chose to ignore her antics and glared at her fiercely. Can't you exhibit a bit of decorum? Your words are so sharp. Be careful, or you might remain single forever. Even Zhou Yun was taken aback by his own boldness as he uttered those words. Thank you. That is the class monitor's greatest wish. Su Kaiwei responded with unexpected delight. Would Su Kaiwei remain single? That was implausible. After all, she was a striking beauty, in no way inferior even to Su Qian. If only her demeanor were a tad less extreme. Had she been a bit gentler and more considerate, perhaps Zhou Yun would have already fallen for her. Gazing upon her enchanting smile, Zhou Yun could not fathom why fate would bestow such a beautiful girl with a temperament akin to a viper. Truly a waste of beauty. Chapter 9. Joyous occasions and madness. Zhou Yun left the classroom and made his way to the flower bed by the school gate. In the past, he would wait for Su Qian here, usually without anyone approaching. With 10 minutes remaining until the bell rang, he figured that the goddess would not leave early, so he squatted by the flower bed, reflecting on the events of the day. By a strange twist of fate, he had obtained 3 peculiar candies from an eccentric old man selling sweets. After consuming them, his body seemed to undergo a miraculous transformation. It appeared to sharpen his mind, making learning exceedingly effortless. Could it be that he had indeed, as Su Kaiwei suggested, suddenly transformed into the legendary genius? That seemed utterly absurd. Zhou Yun suspected that the candies might possess additional properties, as he felt an inexplicable energy surging within him. If that were the case, could he become like the joyous protagonists of novels, undefeated as the sun rises in the east? Even a noble and elegant beauty like Su Qian would willingly become his devoted partner? If everything were true, how wonderful the world would be. Gagaga, oh gaga gaga. Zhou Yun, lost in his daydreams, inadvertently let out a strange chuckle. Is it him again? He's standing there once more. What sort of smile is that? He looks like a fool, he. As Su Qian stepped out of the school gates, she chanced upon Zhou Yun, who appeared to be daydreaming like an idiot. Recalling the earlier prank, she found it amusing and hopped over like a little rabbit. Are you drooling? A melodious voice broke through Zhou Yun's reverie, startling him back to reality. Oh! Zhou Yun instinctively wiped at the corner of his mouth. No drool? Realizing he had been tricked, he quickly turned around to see who had the audacity to tease him in broad daylight. But upon seeing the person, Zhou Yun's tongue promptly turned to jelly. Shoo, 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 shoo. To his astonishment, the one who had interrupted him was none other than the student representative, Su Qian, the very girl who kept him awake at night and made him lose his appetite. Just moments ago, he had been pondering how to win her affection, and now she stood right before him. Even with a face as thick as armor, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Su Qian had just finished gym class, which was why she had been released early. Seeing Zhou Yun's anxious expression, she inquired curiously, Do you need to use the restroom? Just go straight ahead and turn left. It's right there. Are you not a student of our school? Zhou Yun took a deep breath, calming his racing heart, and immediately grabbed his backpack, doing something entirely unexpected in Su Qian's presence. He swiftly pulled out a notebook and pen, presenting them to her with a flourish. Please, could I have your autograph? Zhou Yun's bizarre request instantly amused Su Qian. Observing his foolish expression, she found it genuinely hilarious. She was neither a celebrity nor a star. Why would he want her autograph? Perhaps for fun, Su Qian took the paper and pen with a serious demeanor, suppressing her laughter as she began to doodle. Here you go. About a minute later, Su Qian returned the notebook. When Zhou Yun excitedly received it, he discovered that the signature was not what he had envisioned. Instead of writing her name, she had drawn a creature that resembled a cross between a mouse and a dog, alongside which was a small arrow pointing to a signature that read Zhou Yun. It seems that the beautiful girl found amusement in teasing him a bit. Noticing Zhou Yun staring blankly at the signature, Su Qian clapped her hands in front of him and eagerly exclaimed, So your name is Zhou Yun. I'm Su Qian, delighted to meet you, classmate Zhou Yun. May I ask if you come here every day after school to admire beautiful girls? Oh, yes, I know. Zhou Yun, awakened from his stupor, subconsciously responded. Everything that had transpired today was utterly bewildering. It could be said that it was the most inexplicably strange day of his life. Not only had he acquired extraordinary powers, but he had also engaged in conversation with the long-admired figure of his dreams. Could it be that he was merely dreaming, not? Su Qian, seeing Zhou Yun both nodding and shaking his head, mischievously inquired, Then what does classmate Xiao Zhou do here every day after school? Did Su Qian not know what Zhou Yun was doing here? The little girl was clearly feigning ignorance. Unfortunately, Zhou Yun heard none of her questions. Doubting whether he was dreaming, Zhou Yun foolishly began to inflict minor harm upon himself in Su Qian's presence. The beauty, perplexed, tilted her head, unable to comprehend what was going through Zhou Yun's mind. Ouch! That hurts! Zhou Yun exclaimed, awakening from his self-inflicted stupor, then looked at Su Qian with wide, glistening eyes. What did you just say? The pinch he had given himself had been rather forceful, and now tears were nearly spilling from his eyes. Why? Su Qian did not finish her thought directly, instead adorably gesturing with her face to ask Zhou Yun why he was pinching his own cheeks. Zhou Yun awkwardly scratched his rear before muttering, When you spoke to me, I thought I was dreaming. So you pinched yourself? Su Qian said with a laugh, to which Zhou Yun sheepishly nodded. Because Zhou Yun often had the habit of secretly watching her at the school gate, Su Qian had slightly inquired about him during casual conversations with friends. From what she had heard, Zhou Yun was notorious in school, known for his troublemaking and fighting during middle school, even earning the nickname Whirlwind, making him someone that others feared. However, he did not seem to fit that description at all. Su Qian felt no fear towards Zhou Yun. In fact, she found him rather silly. She scrutinized him for a while, failing to connect him with the image of a notorious troublemaker. Truly, seeing is believing, and believing is not seeing. However, Su Qian did not dislike the current Zhou Yun, at least he was not like her previous suitors, who would flaunt their capabilities before her. When faced with real trouble, they would turn into cowardly shrimp, fleeing faster than anyone else. In contrast, Zhou Yun, who had quietly waited for her since the beginning of high school, was far more endearing. Noticing that Zhou Yun dared not look her in the eye, Su Qian decided to tease this so-called school tyrant a little. She crossed her arms, raised her eyebrows, and pouted her lips, feigning anger as she said, "I just asked you. What do you do here every day after school? Are you daydreaming about something inappropriate?" Seeing his crush's feigned annoyance, Zhou Yun panicked and flailed his arms in a foolish denial. "Huh? I'm not thinking of anything inappropriate right now." Yet, his wording seemed a bit off. Was he implying that he might think of something inappropriate later? Not thinking. So you will be thinking about it later? Su Qian struggled to suppress her laughter, feeling quite pleased to have found a chink in Zhou Yun's armor. "No, don't make me think about it. I'm just waiting for someone," Zhou Yun said in a flustered tone. His words suggested that Su Qian was somehow forcing him to think of inappropriate things. In truth, Zhou Yun wanted to say, "Don't wrongfully accuse me." However, seeing Su Qian's angry expression made him anxious, and in his nervousness, he ended up saying, "Don't pressure me." "Oh dear, I'm not pressuring you," Su Qian responded with a charming smile. "I wonder which beauty classmate Zhou Yun is waiting for? Perhaps I could lend a hand." Lending a hand? That was a joke. It would only complicate matters further. Knowing full well that Zhou Yun was waiting for her, she still pretended to inquire who he was waiting for, clearly teasing him. Zhou Yun was left speechless. Who was he waiting for? Was it not obvious? He was waiting for her. Yet, he dared not voice this thought, fearing that Su Qian might never speak to him again if she heard it. Zhou Yun knew well that many boys in school had been distanced after confessing their feelings for Su Qian. He certainly did not wish to become one of them. Just being able to befriend Su Qian was already a tremendous satisfaction for him. Faced with Su Qian's question, Zhou Yun found himself at a loss for words. He could not simply tell Su Qian, "Actually, I'm waiting for you." They had only just met today. What right did he have to wait for her? If he said he was waiting for another girl, it would be even worse. Wouldn't that mean forfeiting his chance to pursue Su Qian? He might not be able to confess now, but that did not mean he could not in the future. Only by taking gradual steps could he have a chance at winning her heart. Fortunately, just as Zhou Yun was feeling hopeless, a red car approached. From the license plate, he recognized it as Su Qian's personal vehicle. In other words, her old butler had come to escort her home. Chapter 10. What constitutes a special day? "I have to go now. Uncle Tian has come to pick me up. Let us talk again next time," Su Qian said. Uncle Tian was the butler and driver for Su Qian's family. Having watched her grow up, their bond akin to that of family. "Haha, all right, until next time." Zhou Yun quickly waved goodbye upon seeing Su Qian prepare to leave. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, he had managed to get through this hurdle. Had the beauty persisted in questioning whom he was waiting for, he truly would not have known how to respond. Moreover, Zhou Yun had another matter to worry about. What if Su Qian had not yet left, and Su Kaiwes suddenly appeared to look for him? That would lead to a significant misunderstanding. Just a few steps away? Su Qian suddenly turned to Zhou Yun and asked, "Do you know what day it is today?" "A day? What day?" Zhou Yun racked his brain, thinking, "Today is April Fool's Day?" He had suspected more than once that today was indeed April Fool's Day, considering how unusual the events had been. No, wrong. In a few days it will be May Day. How could it be April Fool's Day? Go home and think carefully. Today is a special day. With that, Su Qian didn't wait for Zhou Yun to respond and bounded away. A special day? Indeed. The series of events that had transpired today were extraordinarily unique, but that was only true for Zhou Yun. Why did Su Qian say that? Did she perhaps realize that he had undergone a transformation? Otherwise, was she trying to hint at something? Contemplating this, Zhou Yun felt something was amiss. They had only just met today, and he had barely exchanged half a sentence with her before. The myriad of changes he had experienced was confusing even to him. Surely, Su Qian's words carried some deeper meaning. As soon as Su Qian got into the car, Butler Tian scrutinized Zhou Yun from outside and asked, "Miss, who is that?" It could not be blamed on the butler for being overly cautious. After all, it was his duty to protect Su Qian. Witnessing his young mistress interacting with a stranger without inquiring would be a dereliction of duty. Tianjin, an elderly butler nearing his 70s, could be considered a long-serving member of Su Qian's household. Aside from his wife, who also worked as a servant in the Su family, he had no other relatives. Thus, Tianjin cared for Su Qian, whom he had watched grow up, as if she were his own granddaughter. At his age, he should have retired to enjoy a peaceful life. Su Qian's father had even prepared a villa for him to live comfortably. After all, Tianjian had dedicated his life to serving their family. However, Tianjian resolutely declined this kindness, citing his concern for Su Qian. Su Qian's father was deeply touched by such loyalty. In this world, genuine sentiment is the rarest of treasures. Thus, he arranged for Tianjin to stay by Su Qian's side, responsible for her daily care. "He is my new friend," Su Qian said with a slight smile. Zhou Yun left a good impression on her, and she found him rather amusing. Su Qian had never been one to hide things from Tianjin. She considered him like a special friend or perhaps even a surrogate grandfather. "Is that so?" "Congratulations on making a new friend, Mississippi. However, one must always be cautious, so please take care," Tianjin advised with concern. To be honest, he never felt entirely at ease about Su Qian. Although she was intelligent and meticulous in her actions, she was too affable, allowing anyone to approach her easily. This was also the reason Tianjin chose not to retire. "Uncle Tian, don't worry, I understand, let's drive." Su Qian nodded and then murmured to herself, "I can't believe things have changed." It seemed that she was not the only one noticing Zhou Yun's transformation. Su Qian appeared to have sensed something was amiss. Unfortunately, Zhou Yun was still not the person she wished to see. Watching the car slowly drive away, Zhou Yun stood there in a daze, and no matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend what Su Qian meant by special. Yet, it no longer mattered. All Zhou Yun wanted to do was smile, to laugh heartily. After silently waiting for so many days, he had finally received his reward. "Oh yeah. Oh heavens, I love you. Moi, moi." Zhou Yun could not help but wave his arms and shout, showering air kisses. For him, being able to befriend Su Qian was a joy beyond measure. His peculiar behavior undoubtedly startled those heading home from school. Students who had been walking in a straight line quickly diverted their paths. Utterly perplexed by Zhou Yun's sudden outburst, a few ill-tempered individuals even shouted, "What's wrong with you?" However, once they recognized that the one acting strangely was Zhou Yun, they promptly shut their mouths and hurriedly averted their gazes. Who would dare provoke this notorious madman? After all, he might retaliate with a flying kick. As the car roared to life and embarked on its journey, Su Qian soon heard that absurd, idiotic laughter. Though she could not see the source of the madness, she was certain it belonged to Zhou Yun. Imagining Zhou Yun's goofy, foolish expression, Su Qian couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Even she was surprised that a mere casual conversation with him could elicit such excitement. Truly, his innocence was endearing. Suddenly, confronted with a harsh insult, Zhou Yun became acutely aware of his foolish behavior. Had this been in the past, he would have undoubtedly sought out the culprit who dared to hurl such obscenities, delivering a scathing reprimand to ensure they understood who truly had issues. But now, in this moment of good spirits, he deemed it better to simply enjoy himself. Rubbing his nose, he let out a whistle. As if nothing had occurred, and resumed waiting for others. On the surface, Zhou Yun appeared to have regained his composure, yet inside, he was brimming with excitement. Just as he was about to engage in another peculiar act, a soft voice floated from behind. "Zhou Yun seems so happy. Who would have thought a toad could befriend a swan? Truly miraculous." Upon hearing this disparaging remark, Zhou Yun instinctively knew who had arrived. Even without turning around, he turned to face the smiling beauty, irritation bubbling within him as he asked, "When did you get here?" "Just when you were about to relieve yourself," Su Kaiwei replied with a mischievous grin. "I didn't eavesdrop on purpose. It's just that your conversation was too loud for me to ignore." Only someone like her could audaciously justify eavesdropping on others. Sigh. Zhou Yun sighed in resignation, realizing his privacy had indeed been invaded. How dastardly of her to sneak up and listen in on their conversation without a word. Su Kaiwei, seemingly reading his thoughts, inquired, "Does Zhou Yun wish for me to break up your little TT? TT. Should I announce my presence while you two were engrossed in conversation?" "Class monitor, why don't you step aside? That way, you wouldn't have to hear what I say." Zhou Yun could hardly believe that Su Kaiwei did not grasp such a simple concept. "You asked me to wait here," she retorted, standing her ground. This girl had the audacity to shift the blame onto him, leaving him at a loss for words. All right, you call the shots. A good man does not argue with a woman." And Zhou Yun couldn't be bothered to engage in this pointless debate with Su Kaiwei, especially since it was nothing scandalous. Even if she were to discover what he said, what of it? Would he need her approval to woo a girl? She was hardly his wife. After all, with these thoughts in mind, Zhou Yun chose to overlook Sukaiwa's presence. So, what is it that you need my assistance with? Zhou Yun still had no idea what Sukaiwa sought from him. Well, let us discuss it in the car, Sukaiwa said, making her way towards a sleek, black sports car. In the car? Wow. Zhou Yun was taken aback upon seeing Sukaiwa's vehicle. His surprise was not due to her owning a car. After all, her father was the chairman of the Su Group. It would be odd if they didn't have one. Rather, it was the ominous license plate, Kinks, SB 4444, that startled him. Such an unfortunate number plate was perfectly fitting for the class monitor's personality. As Sukaiwa settled into the driver's seat, she noticed Zhou Yun still frozen in place and called out, "What is the matter? Any issues?" "No, not at all." Zhou Yun quickly slipped into the passenger seat. Feeling guilty as he asked, "Are you driving? Any objections?" Sukaiwa looked at him quizzically. His question seemed a bit off-kilter. With only the two of them in the car, if Sukaiwa wasn't driving, who would? Zhou Yun, who only knew how to ride a Phoenix bike? In truth, Zhou Yun asked because he had no idea Sukaiwa could drive. He had never heard of her behind the wheel before. She usually walked to school. What had prompted her to drive today? Is it safe? Zhou Yun quickly fastened his seatbelt, anxiously eyeing Sukaiwa, hoping for her reassurance. Sukaiwa smiled brightly and nodded. Of course, Zhou Yun knows that the class monitor has never lost at bumper cars since childhood. Zhou Yun was left speechless, for she was indeed telling the truth. She had never lost at bumper cars, often flipping her opponents while remaining unscathed. The issue, however, was that they were not driving bumper cars now. If they were to cause a serious accident, who would bear the consequences? Ugh, who would want to crash into someone? Zhou Yun quickly shook his head, discarding those far-fetched thoughts. Class monitor, how about we just walk? Some time had passed since school let out, and more students were flooding out of the gates. As he gazed at the throngs of people, Zhou Yun fervently prayed. May the heavens protect them and ensure nothing goes awry. It wouldn't matter if others were knocked down, but if he were to get caught in the mix, that would be troublesome. No need to worry. The class monitor's driving skills are top-notch. Watch closely, drifting. Sukaiwa blatantly ignored Zhou Yun's suggestion. Revving the engine and abruptly pressing the accelerator, with a screech, the black sports car executed a dragon tail maneuver at the school gate, sending onlookers scattering. Before Zhou Yun could react, Sukaiwa had already shifted gears and sped onto the road. Despite having fastened his seatbelt, Zhou Yun found himself dizzy from the tumultuous ride. A few minutes later, Sukaiwa drove the sports car to the commercial street of Qingfu City. As soon as the car halted beside a supermarket, Zhou Yun hastily unbuckled his seatbelt, stumbled out, and leaned against a lamppost, gasping for breath. Riding in Sukaiwa's car felt akin to a wild ride on a seesaw. Whether intentional or not, her driving style, which oscillated between acceleration and sudden stops, churned Zhou Yun's stomach, nearly causing him to expel his lunch. Noticing Zhou Yun retching on the roadside, Sukaiwa crossed her arms and pretended to ponder. Could it be? Zhou Yun is pregnant. Now, that would be a miracle. How many months along? Pregnant? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun felt his temper flaring. This woman was a genuine enigma, her whims and fancies utterly perplexing. He could never comprehend what went on in Sukaiwa's mind. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yun straightened up and glared at Sukaiwa. Class monitor, my name is Zhou Yun, not Zhou Yu. And you are no Zhuge. What reason do you have to irritate me? We have no grievances, do we? If you keep this up, I'll just head home. Sukaiwa had invited him to help, yet she hadn't specified what it entailed, all the while teasing him incessantly. Anger coursed through Zhou Yun, and he truly considered walking away. He didn't enjoy being toyed with like a fool, even if she was a beauty. Zhou Yun, please don't be upset. I was merely joking. A little rascal like you, even if you were to infuriate me, would merely be doing a service to the community, or so I hear, Sukaiwa quipped. Accumulate virtue? Sukaiwa ought to reflect on her own words. If a boy had spoken to Zhou Yun in such a manner, he would have likely been taken aside for a stern word. Sukaiwa, do you still want my assistance? Were it not for her stunning beauty, Zhou Yun would have long since departed. Instead, he found himself lingering, caught in her playful antics. Well, please follow me, Sukaiwa said without further ado. Turning towards the supermarket, Zhou Yun still had no inkling of her intentions. Yet, he followed obediently, as Sukaiwa had previously helped him considerably. Tio stated plainly. Had it not been for Su Kaiwe's clandestine support, Zhou Yun's current fate would be uncertain. Life in the world of the living could be treacherous. One must be prepared for the unexpected. It is often said that even a small favor should be repaid with great gratitude. Though Zhou Yun rarely conversed with Su Kaiwe, they maintained an odd, unspoken connection. Their relationship was enigmatic, neither wholly friends nor strangers. Resembling a fixed routine die in their spare time, they each went about their business, leaving the other undisturbed. Yet, whenever Zhou Yun encountered difficulties, Su Kaiwe would instinctively come to his defense. Conversely, when Su Kaiwe needed assistance, Zhou Yun would unhesitatingly step forward. Upon entering the supermarket, Su Kaiwe meandered through the aisles, casually selecting 2 bottles of Maotai and some fruit before returning to the car. After placing the items in the back seat, Zhou Yun dusted off his hands. What else do we need to buy? He subconsciously believed that Su Kaiwe's request for his help was merely an excuse to have him carry bags. Are you not fastening your seatbelt? Zhou Yun. Su Kaiwe suddenly reminded him kindly. Oh, thank you. Zhou Yun nodded and quickly buckled up. He dared not underestimate the driving skills of this beauty. Though fast, her frequent abrupt stops could lead to disaster if proper precautions weren't taken. Once Zhou Yun finished securing himself, Su Kaiwe smiled slightly and said, We're not buying anything else. We're heading to my house. To your house? For what purpose? Zhou Yun asked, utterly baffled. For dinner, Su Kaiwe replied succinctly. Dinner? Zhou Yun was increasingly perplexed by Su Kaiwe's intentions. First, it was buying alcohol, then fruit, and now she expected him to join her for dinner. It felt as though they were young lovers meeting the parents. Consequently, Zhou Yun, filled with confusion, questioned, Why do you want me to come to your house for dinner? At that moment, Su Kaiwe finally revealed her ultimate objective, because you are to be my boyfriend. What? Zhou Yun was taken aback by her proclamation. You want me to be your boyfriend? This was utterly absurd. Had Su Kaiwe lost her mind? Or was he simply mishearing things? To be more precise, a stand-in boyfriend. I need you to act as a shield, Su Kaiwe said nonchalantly, as if this were perfectly reasonable. Not happening. Zhou Yun firmly rejected her. Meeting the parents. Such matters are not to be trifled with. Moreover, Su Tsayue's father, Su Feng, is one of the power holders of the Su family in Qingfu City. Who would dare to disregard his authority? Should one inadvertently offend him, the consequences would be dire. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yun immediately entertained a notion of escape. I cannot simply refuse, he contemplated. Su Kaiwe, noticing Zhou Yun's intent to leave, remained unperturbed. Although he was secured by a seatbelt, the button to release it had been cleverly wedged by her knife. How vexing! Was this not a case of ensnaring oneself? Zhou Yun lamented his misfortune, realizing that Su Tsayue's seemingly kind reminder to fasten his seatbelt was, in fact, a premeditated trap. Just then, a wave of fragrance enveloped him. Zhou Yun barely had time to react before Su Kaiwe unexpectedly settled herself on his lap. Leaning in, she playfully nibbled on his earlobe, whispering, My terms are no less enticing than Su Qian's. What could be wrong with being with me? On this sweltering summer day, Zhou Yun wore nothing but a t-shirt, while Su Kaiwe donned a sheer white dress. The proximity of their bodies allowed Zhou Yun to distinctly feel the delicate, jade-like texture of her skin, accompanied by a faint scent of blue flowers. What do you wish to do? Zhou Yun stammered, as her soft lips brushed against his earlobe, her gentle breath nearly coaxing a moan from him. Chapter 12. A Hero's Dilemma. Su Kaiwe possessed a remarkable figure, her alluring presence overwhelming Zhou Yun with a sense of bliss. The young girl provocatively suggested, Do what you wish to do but fear to pursue. Let me go, or I shall cry foul, Zhou Yun foolishly retorted. Fully aware of the absurdity of his plight. Here he was, pinned down by such a stunning young lady, yet he contemplated making a scene. One must admit, his reasoning was rather flawed. Even if Su Kaiwe were to act inappropriately, it was he who would be the true beneficiary in such a scenario. Promise me, and I shall release you immediately. Su Tsayue's words felt like a threat, and no man could possibly acquiesce to her demands. I shall never bow to tyranny. I would rather die than submit, Zhou Yun declared, showcasing a semblance of masculinity. Agree to my terms, and I shall allow you to dictate the situation. Su Kaiwe swiftly altered her approach, her body subtly rubbing against him, leaving Zhou Yun's mind in a haze. Ah, this was the rightful path. Unless Zhou Yun were devoid of all masculinity, he could not resist such temptation, inevitably surrendering. Oh, allow me a moment to ponder. Zhou Yun decided to buy time, considering the delightful sensations Su Kaiwe had stirred within him. Little did he anticipate that Su Kaiwe had a hidden agenda. In a flash of white light and a click, their intimate moment was captured by a digital camera she had prepared in advance. Glancing at the image, Su Kaiwe smiled mischievously. Little Yun, you appear to be quite enjoying yourself. I wonder how Su Qian would react upon seeing this. Oh, what a predicament. One misstep could lead to eternal regret. Zhou Yun stared incredulously at Su Kaiwe, realizing her cunning nature. Class monitor, let us speak calmly. Do not act impulsively. Show me the photograph. The lighting in the car is poor, and it may not be clear. Perhaps we could delete it and retake it elsewhere? Zhou Yun hastily proposed. Is that so? Su Kaiwe swiftly stowed away the camera in her bag and withdrew the knife she had lodged in the seatbelt, saying, Can you now agree to my request? Zhou Yun, exasperated yet resigned, inquired, But first, you must explain why you wish for me to impersonate your boyfriend. In this moment, he felt as though he were the fish and she the cleaver. Left with no choice but to submit, as Su Kaiwe helped him straighten his disheveled collar, she gently explained, There is an annoying fellow who frequently visits my home under the pretext of business. I need you to help me rid myself of him. She was not a frivolous woman. Her enticing demeanor stemmed not only from a need for assistance, but also from a certain special sentiment. Otherwise, she would not have chosen Zhou Yun. Su Kaiwe felt an unexplainable reliance on Zhou Yun, a feeling that had begun to blossom long ago. When she was but 3 years old, she did not comprehend the nuances of love or beauty. During those innocent days, any child could become a friend simply by being in close proximity. It was a time of purest innocence. However, due to Su Kaiwe's peculiar disposition, few children in kindergarten wished to befriend her. Zhou Yun, however, was an exception. Unbeknownst to him, he had formed a bond with Su Kaiwe by whispering secrets to her during nap time. From that moment on, her heart began to open to him. And those nap times became her happiest memories. As time passed, Su Kaiwe garnered more friends, drawn to her beauty, with countless boys vying for her attention. Yet, her heart had long been captivated by that small figure from her past. When Su Kaiwe needed companionship the most, it was Zhou Yun who remained by her side, which explained her unwavering support when he found himself in trouble. An annoying fellow? You want me to drive him away? Zhou Yun quickly deduced the situation. It was evident that a young heir from a company had taken a liking to Su Kaiwe, leveraging business ties to frequent her home in hopes of winning her affection. However, Zhou Yun surmised from Su Kaiwe's expression that this young heir had not only failed to win her heart but had instead incited her disdain. Truly, a case of biting off more than one could chew. Very well, I shall agree. But that photograph must never be seen by others. Otherwise, do not expect my assistance in the future, Zhou Yun conceded, realizing he had leverage over the enchanting beauty. Yet, considering the prospect of playing the role of Su Kaiwe's boyfriend, he found himself surprisingly willing, for according to the laws of fiction, such a ruse often led to genuine affection. With this thought, Zhou Yun began to entertain delightful daydreams, sensing that a beautiful life was now within reach. Casting a glance at Su Kaiwe, who wore a knowing smile, he returned to the driver's seat. Steering the vehicle toward her home, Su Kaiwe's residence, Zhu Jiwen was happily engaged in idle conversation with Su Feng. His father, Zhu Dakai, had established the Zhu Tang Heavy Industries, which held a modest reputation in Qingfu City, primarily supplying large agricultural tools and demolition equipment. The Su family conglomerate was a diversified enterprise, with dealings in real estate and industry, thus fostering a degree of business interaction between the two companies. Recently, Zhu Jiwen had just severed ties with a girlfriend he had grown weary of, seeking new prospects. Unexpectedly, while searching for beauty on the streets, he encountered Su Kaiwe on her way home from school. From an external perspective, Su Kaiwe was undeniably a paragon of beauty. Unless she spoke, one would assume she was the epitome of traditional femininity. Such rare beauty as Su Kaiwe's left Zhu Jiwen utterly entranced, rendering him unable to forget her at first glance. In contrast, memories of his previous girlfriends now filled him with revulsion. In the presence of Su Kaiwe, those women appeared as mere inferior fruits, unworthy of comparison. Initially, Zhu Jiwen hesitated to approach Su Kaiwe, choosing instead to shadow her steps, intending to gather information about this captivating beauty before making his move. The ancient wisdom of knowing oneself and one's enemy was not lost on him. He dared not charge recklessly into such a splendid opportunity. If he were to ruin his first impression, it would be a grave miscalculation. Indeed, a lady as elegant as Su Kaiyue must surely have no shortage of admirers. Despite Zhu Jiwen's family wealth, he could not presume that all beautiful women would be drawn to riches. Often, those who pursued wealth were merely false beauties, dazzling in the sunlight yet frightful without their adornments. In contrast, a genuine beauty like Su Kaiyue would invariably become the object of desire and affection wherever she appeared. Upon arriving at Su Kaiyue's residential complex, Zhu Jiwen felt fortunate for his prudent decision. Had he rushed to curry favor with her, he would have lost face significantly. The neighborhood where Su Kaiyue resided was populated by influential individuals. Even those with substantial wealth might find it difficult to secure a residence there. Zhu Jiwen noted this, and instead of losing heart, he grew increasingly excited. The prospect of winning the affection of such an exquisite beauty seemed a lucrative endeavor. With this realization, Zhu Jiwen began to seek out information about Su Kaiyue, even broaching the subject with his father, Zhu Dakai, expressing his desire to pursue her. His father wholeheartedly supported his son's aspiration. Regardless of Su Kaiyue's looks, character, or demeanor, she was the cherished daughter of Su Feng, and Zhu Dakai had every reason to endorse Zhu Jiwen's pursuit. The principle of gaining both wealth and beauty was not lost on even a young man. Surely a father would not be oblivious to it. Su Feng had but one precious daughter, and should Zhu Jiwen succeed in his endeavor, the fortunes of the Su family would ultimately benefit the Zhu family as well. The mere thought of this possibility sent Zhu Dakai's blood racing with excitement. It seemed his son possessed remarkable insight, and this strategy was indeed astute. Thus, Zhu Dakai busied himself, seeking every possible avenue to facilitate this connection for Zhu Jiwen. Yet, one could not help but wonder if this old man was overly optimistic or possessed a foresight that allowed him to navigate such complex waters. Su Kaiyue did not even know what Zhu Jiwen looked like, yet he intended to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Where would he throw his bait? One might caution him against throwing stones that could end up injuring his own feet. Returning to the matter at hand, with his father's support, Zhu Jiwen soon found himself invigorated. With the assistance of Zhu Dakai, Zhu Jiwen visited Su Feng. Although Zhu Jiwen ostensibly used business discussions as an excuse to visit Su Kaiyue's home, the seasoned Su Feng could easily discern his true intentions. What business discussions? This young man was undoubtedly enamored with his daughter and sought to establish a closer connection. Nevertheless, Su Feng did not oppose Zhu Jiwen's advances. On the contrary, he subtly encouraged the two, hoping his daughter would soon find a friend. Otherwise, why would Su Kaiyue need to enlist Zhou Yun as a decoy, pretending he was her boyfriend? The reason Su Feng indulged Zhu Jiwen's pursuit of Su Kaiyue was his concern over his daughter's peculiar disposition and her struggles with social interactions. Su Feng and his wife had initially believed that as Su Kaiyue matured, she would naturally learn to communicate and forge genuine friendships. However, the reality was starkly different. Regardless of gender, Su Kaiyue had never brought a friend home. This reality weighed heavily on the couple. Their daughter would eventually marry, but if this trend continued, what would become of her future? Did they truly want her to live in solitude? In contrast to other parents, Su Feng and his wife exhibited an unusual concern. While others feared their children might engage in early romantic relationships, they feared Su Kaiyue might never find a boyfriend. Truly, the world is replete with oddities. Ding dong! The sound of the doorbell interrupted Su Feng's musings. Su Kaiyue's mother, Zhang Xiaohong, hastily emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, "That must be Xiaoye returning. I'll go let her in." Chapter 13. A New Frontier, Uncle Su? "I'll go take a look as well," Zhu Jiwen chimed in, eager to greet Su Kaiyue upon hearing of her return. Seeing Su Feng nod in assent, he quickly followed Zhang Xiaohong to welcome the young lady. As soon as Zhang Xiaohong opened the door and had yet to speak, Zhu Jiwen exuberantly called out, "Xiaoye, you're back?" Xiaoye! Was he permitted to address her in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Su Kaiyue felt a twinge of discomfort but maintained her composed demeanor. Replying, "Good afternoon, Zhu classmate. May I inquire what brings you to my home? Has the farm gone on strike?" Alas, this girl always spoke so subtly, eliciting a quiet chuckle from Zhou Yun. In contrast, Zhu Jiwen, having been called a pig by Su Kaiyue, not only took no offense but laughed heartily, giving the impression of someone rather masochistic. Over the past few days, Zhu Jiwen had nearly visited the Su household daily and had gleaned insights into Su Caiyue's eccentric personality from Su Feng. Yet, when weighed against her beauty and wealth, her minor character flaws seemed inconsequential. Zhu Jiwen believed that it mattered little if a beautiful woman spoke ungraciously, as long as she was enticing in bed. Su Caiyue's ethereal and cool voice would surely be irresistible when it came to intimate moments. Zhang Xiaohong found herself at a loss regarding her daughter's temperament. Just as she considered imparting some wisdom to Su Caiyue, she noticed that the situation appeared somewhat different than usual. It seemed there was an additional presence. Standing behind Su Caiyue was a young man. Who could he be? At that moment, Zhang Xiaohong finally spotted Zhou Yun, who was hiding behind Su Caiyue, holding 2 bunches of bananas. Discovering this new development, Zhang Xiaohong promptly inquired, "Xiaoye, who is this?" This marked the first occasion her daughter brought a friend home, and notably, a male friend at that, truly significant. "Mother, this is my classmate, Zhou Yun," Su Caiyue introduced succinctly. Only in front of her parents did she reveal a more typical side of herself. The smiling Zhu Jiwen, upon seeing Zhou Yun, immediately stiffened, silently pondering. Didn't Su Feng mention that Su Caiyue had no friends? What was happening now? Alas, this fool had not considered that with Su Caiyue's striking beauty, it would be improbable for her to lack companions. Was he the only one in the world who did not mind her eccentricities? The adage, "A lack of desire begets strength. Concern breeds confusion," rang true. Su Feng had been overly attentive to Su Caiyue. Having noted her differences compared to her peers, and had mistakenly assumed she remained socially inept. In reality, it mattered little that Su Caiyue struggled with social interactions. There were countless boys eager to connect with her. Following their prearranged steps, Zhou Yun presented the maotai and bananas Su Caiyue had purchased to Zhang Xiaohong, bowing politely, "Good day, Auntie. This is a small token for my first visit." "Not at all, Zhou Yun. You are too courteous. The mere presence is sufficient. There's no need for gifts. Come, don't linger at the door. Please step inside and relax," Zhang Xiaohong urged as she ushered everyone in. Quietly grumbling, "Xiaoye, really, to bring a friend without informing me first? How am I to prepare?" "Zhou Yun, shall we go in?" Su Caiyue said, taking Zhou Yun's arm affectionately as they passed, leaving Zhu Jiwen standing at the door. Why was it taking so long to open the door? Su Feng pondered, perplexed, as he remained in the living room. Just as he was about to step outside to investigate, he saw Zhang Xiaohong entering with a beaming smile. Su Feng's curiosity piqued as he noticed the 2 bottles of liquor she carried, prompting him to ask, "Xiaohong, where did this wine come from?" Those familiar with Su Feng knew his stomach was not particularly strong. Apart from a few sips during business negotiations, he generally abstained from alcohol. Yet, someone had brought him wine. What was going on? "Sure, don't speak carelessly. This is a gift from Xiaoye's boyfriend. If you dislike it, keep it to yourself." Zhang Xiaohong shot him a sharp look before returning to the kitchen. She had much to prepare. Zhou Yun was the first male friend Su Caiyue had brought home, and the implications were significant, even without voicing them. She surmised that this young man was likely the object of her daughter's affections. Xiaoye has a boyfriend? Su Feng was bewildered. How did his little girl suddenly acquire a boyfriend? Initially, he doubted his hearing. However, when he saw Su Caiyue link arms with Zhou Yun as they entered the living room, everything clicked into place. Indeed, his spouse was correct. Their daughter had brought her boyfriend home as for the gifts Zhou Yun had brought. Although Su Feng could not indulge in alcohol, having them around was not unwelcome. As long as Zhou Yun had the intention, he was content. Su Feng would likely never guess that the 2 bottles of maotai were actually a prank orchestrated by his daughter. This was one of Su Caiyue's clever tactics. Had Zhou Yun presented Su Feng with something he enjoyed, this seasoned businessman would have easily deduced that the gift was intended by Su Caiyue, even if it were not her purchase. It would have been at her behest. In that case, the matter of intention would be moot. Now, however, Zhou Yun had not only failed to bring him something he liked, but had instead presented him with 2 bottles of maotai. Su Feng, convinced of his own cleverness, inferred that the youth had made an independent choice in selecting the gifts. Unfortunately, the lad was unaware of his delicate constitution. Little did the old fox know. He had been outwitted by the young fox. Truly, the pupil surpasses the master. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the waves before them. Upon entering the living room, Su Caiyue greeted Su Feng with utmost politeness. "Father, I am back." This display took Zhou Yun by surprise. He had not anticipated this elegant side of Su Kaiwei. "Xiaoye, who is this?" Su Feng asked, scrutinizing Zhou Yun. Although Zhang Xiaohong had already informed him that the young man was Su Caiyue's boyfriend, he felt it necessary to confirm personally to avoid any potential misunderstandings. At least until Zhou Yun acknowledged it, Su Feng would not hastily conclude the nature of their relationship. This cautious habit stemmed from years of experience in business. "Good day, Uncle Su. My name is Zhou Yun, and I am Xiaoye's classmate," Zhou Yun replied courteously. The man before him was a significant figure in Qingfu City. He had seen this man frequently on television and in newspapers, and he dared not act out of line in front of Su Feng. Should he offend this esteemed individual, a mere word could see Zhou Yun banished from Qingfu City. Su Feng gestured to the sofa beside him, saying, "No need to be nervous, young man. Come and sit here." He appeared far less intimidating than Zhou Yun had imagined, exhibiting a warm and amiable demeanor. Although Zhou Yun felt somewhat apprehensive upon his first visit to the Su household, he was relieved to find Su Caiyue's parents quite welcoming, contrary to his expectations of sternness. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to navigate the situation. As Zhou Yun timidly settled beside Su Feng, he heard the latter inquire, "So, Zhou Yun, how long have you and Xiaoye known each other?" As a parent, Su Feng naturally wished to learn more about his daughter. Zhou Yun's sudden appearance undoubtedly provided Su Feng with a pleasant surprise. Zhou Yun hesitated momentarily before responding sheepishly, "Well, quite a while." This answer was hardly informative. "Oh, quite a while. How long is that?" Su Feng asked, intrigued, as he reflected on how he had never before noticed such a figure in his daughter's life. "Probably since kindergarten." Zhou Yun replied somewhat uncertainly. Chapter 14. A harmonious union or a dubious alliance? Kindergarten? How come I've never heard of this? Su Feng exclaimed in astonishment. When he first learned of Su Caiyue's social difficulties, it was the kindergarten teacher who reached out to him, expressing concerns about his daughter's prickly personality and her struggles to make friends. She had hoped he might spend more time with Su Caiyue to guide her. Yet now, Zhou Yun claimed to have known Su Caiyue since kindergarten, which raised suspicions in Su Feng's mind. Su Caiyue settled beside Zhou Yun, calmly explaining, "Zhou Yun and I have known each other since kindergarten. We were in the same class throughout elementary, middle, and high school. If you don't believe me, you can look up our old graduation photos. They truly evoke nostalgia." "Oh, is that so? Quite wonderful indeed," Su Feng mused, perplexed that the two had been close since kindergarten, a notion that seemed difficult to believe. To my surprise, Su Caiyue kept her secrets so well that not a whisper escaped her lips, causing Su Feng to worry unnecessarily and mistakenly believe his daughter lacked social skills. Little did he know, Su Caiyue had already chosen her companion and was merely toying with him. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Zhang Xiaohong emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, all right, dinner is served. Everyone, please hold your conversations for a moment. I imagine you're all quite famished." Initially, she intended to prepare a few more signature dishes to entertain Zhou Yun, but alas, the limited ingredients in the kitchen forced her to make do. Since Su Caiyue's return home, Zhu Jiwen felt like an outsider, unable to interject a single word as the focus remained squarely on Zhou Yun, much to his discontent. According to Su Feng, Su Caiyue had no friends around her, and he hoped the two would get along well. When Zhu Jiwen first heard this, he was overjoyed, even sneaking a smile in his sleep. Yet today, something had gone awry, as an unexpected rival emerged, claiming to be Su Caiyue's childhood friend, which set off alarm bells in his mind. However, when Zhu Jiwen scrutinized Zhou Yun, he couldn't suppress a smirk. Clad in a blue t-shirt and patched jeans, with a pair of shabby canvas shoes, Zhou Yun appeared to be nothing more than an unremarkable street thug. How could someone dressed like that dare to compete for a woman? It was absurd. Zhu Jiwen naively believed that Su Caiyue's interest in Zhou Yun stemmed from her lack of exposure to other boys. After all, how could a heavenly beauty like her possibly be attracted to someone so ordinary? Straightening his collar, Zhu Jiwen regained his composure, thinking that such a minor character could hardly stir any trouble. As long as he wished, he could easily eliminate Zhou Yun. Just as Zhu Jiwen picked up his chopsticks, he directed a question at Zhou Yun. "My dear friend, may I inquire as to your father's esteemed profession?" He intended to put Zhou Yun on the spot, having already discerned from his earlier assessment that Zhou Yun was unlikely to be the son of a wealthy family, and thus his father could not possibly be a prominent figure. Otherwise, how could he present himself in such a manner to meet Su Caiyue's parents? My father is a worker at a state-owned enterprise. What of it? Zhou Yun answered without any pretense, stating the facts as they were. To him, having a father who was a worker was not a source of shame. Yet Zhu Jiwen responded with exaggerated solemnity, claiming, I apologize, that was quite rude of me. This behavior clearly conveyed a sense of condescension. He also glanced at Su Feng, curious to see his reaction upon learning of Zhou Yun's father's humble occupation. To Zhu Jiwen's disappointment, Su Feng exhibited no signs of discontent. For Su Feng, Zhou Yun's father's status was inconsequential. What mattered was Zhou Yun's feelings for Su Kaiyue and his character. A true hero does not concern himself with origins. Su Feng valued individuals of capability and talent. Wealth was irrelevant. What counted was one's ability to generate it. This was Su Feng's criterion for selecting a successor. Zhou Yun was no fool. He quickly grasped that Zhu Jiwen harbored ill intentions and had attempted to ensnare him. Was he someone prone to being taken advantage of? Clearly not. Noticing Zhu Jiwen's smirk, Zhou Yun decided to retaliate, asking, If I may ask, where does your father hold his esteemed position? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiwen puffed up with pride, declaring, Ha! My father is the chairman of a prominent heavy machinery enterprise. His father was not someone ordinary workers could compare to. Observing Zhou Yun's shabby attire, he estimated that his father's monthly income likely exceeded that of the hired help at his house. Oh, no, you are mistaken, Zhou Yun immediately retorted. His expression was serious, devoid of jest. Even Su Feng and his wife were baffled, unable to comprehend why Zhou Yun would make such a statement. Mistaken? How so? Zhu Jiwen was taken aback. Did he not know where his father worked? Before Zhou Yun could respond, Su Kaiyue smirked slyly and remarked, Of course, Little Pig's father works at a pig farm. It's such a simple question. And yet Little Pig seems to have misguessed. Truly, a name that fits the person. Kaiyue is so clever. I must commend her. Zhou Yun immediately gave Su Kaiyue a thumbs up. His question had been inspired by Su Caiyue's playful jab at Zhu Jiwen. Insulting others was Su Caiyue's forte. And the little girl unabashedly added, Little Yun need not be courteous. It's merely that some individuals are rather dim-witted. Zhu Jiwen had indeed been outsmarted. Zhou Yun had inquired about where Little Pig's father worked, not where his own father held office. Yet this fool had mistaken his father for Little Pig's. You! Zhu Jiwen's face turned beet red as he glared at Zhou Yun, unsure whether to feel embarrassed or angry, though the latter seemed more likely. Had they been elsewhere, Zhu Jiwen would have certainly thrown a tantrum, giving Zhou Yun a thorough scolding. However, in front of Su Feng, he dared not act rashly. In the end, he could only swallow his anger. Plotting revenge for another day. All right, you two. Stop the bickering. Let's eat, Zhang Xiaohong interjected, pleased to see the camaraderie between Su Kaiyue and Zhou Yun. She held no bias towards either. In her eyes, as long as Su Kaiyue was happy, that was enough. As for Su Feng, the cunning old fox, he remained neutral, quietly enjoying his meal. Observing the two young men vying for Su Caiyue's attention, he relished the peace it brought him. He mused that perhaps his wife was right. With Su Caiyue's striking beauty, it was no wonder she attracted admirers. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Young matters should be left to the young. After dinner, the unexpected occurred. Zhu Jiwen invited Zhou Yun and Su Kaiyue to go out for a fun time. Zhou Yun promptly declined, feeling exhausted from the day's events and eager to return home for some rest. Yet, puzzlingly, Su Kaiyue suddenly sided with Zhu Jiwen, enthusiastically agreeing to his proposal to go out and play. She eloquently reasoned to Zhou Yun, with the rigorous studies of senior year, it's rare for tomorrow to be a Sunday. We should take the time to relax. Zhou Yun was utterly bewildered. Had not Su Kaiyue expressed disdain for that guy? Why was she now openly supporting him? In truth, Su Kaiyue was not endorsing Zhu Jiwen. She aimed to use this opportunity to firmly discourage him, preventing him from persistently trailing her like a shadow. This was the ultimate purpose behind Su Caiyue's appeal to Zhou Yun. With Su Caiyue's consent, Zhu Jiwen was elated, casting a triumphant glare at Zhou Yun as if to proclaim his victory. Zhu Jiwen's intentions sharply contrasted with Su Caiyue's. He sought to impress her, demonstrating that Zhou Yun was merely a country bumpkin, while he was the true Prince Charming. Only with him could one experience the greatest joys of life. Consequently, Zhu Jiwen excitedly suggested they visit a nearby bar for some entertainment. Su Kaiyue had no objections, and Zhou Yun reluctantly acquiesced, willing to accompany her. After leaving Su Caiyue's home, Zhou Yun remained lost in thought. Today had been an inexplicable whirlwind, and now he was headed to a bar, which felt less like leisure and more like a chore. Once a troublemaker, Zhou Yun had visited bars a few times. But never for enjoyment. He had always sought to stir up trouble. To him, spending money on drinks was out of the question, as bar prices were exorbitant compared to the supermarket. Some claimed that bars offered a vibrant atmosphere filled with excitement and beautiful women. But Zhou Yun believed that if he sought ambience, he'd be better off at an internet cafe listening to music.as for admiring women. He was confident that he wouldn't find anyone as stunning as Su Qian or Su Kaiwei at a bar. Even if he did, such a rarity would be as rare as a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Chapter 15. Whose blossoms will fall where with a muffled curse about her misfortune, the plump woman hurriedly concocted an excuse to make her exit. Fearing the blame that might be cast upon her, she could not afford to jeopardize the endeavors of these young lords, for the repercussions would be too great to bear. Indeed, young Master Zhu's social circle is remarkably extensive, Su Kaiwei remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Jiwen. Don't get the wrong idea, I don't know her, Zhu Jiwen quickly clarified. Not know her? Zhou Yun found this laughable. If the plump woman did not recognize him, how could she possibly know his surname? Zhu Jiwen's explanation was patently feeble, leaving much to be doubted. Zhou Yun refrained from exposing the obvious, deeming it unnecessary. If he could discern the discrepancies, how could the astute class monitor fail to notice? Well then, let us hasten inside for some amusement. Standing idly at the entrance is rather dull. Zhu Jiwen, unwilling to linger on the matter, approached Su Kaiwei, and, with the grace of a gentleman, courteously invited her. Might I ask this lovely lady if she would do me the honor of being my dance partner? Zhu Jiwen understood that girls appreciated romance, and such an elegant invitation would surely delight most young ladies, particularly those who yearned for fairy tale romances. However, Su Kaiwei was indifferent to the typical aspirations of most girls. When Zhu Jiwen attempted to take her hand, she promptly stepped back, saying, "Thank you, but I do not associate with carriers of contagion. Please provide a health report, young Master Zhu. Should this be inconvenient, I trust you will understand." Su Tsayue's beauty was undeniable, captivating the attention of all who entered the bar, whether intentionally or not. Zhu Jiwen extended his invitation. Passing gentlemen stood frozen in place, oblivious to their girlfriends' tugs, eager to witness the reaction of the enchanting lady. They silently lamented, "What a stunning woman, yet she is taken. What a pity." Unexpectedly, Zhu Jiwen not only failed to win the lady's favor, but was also subtly ridiculed by her. Su Tsayue's voice, although soft, was perfectly audible to those around them. At first, the onlookers were somewhat bewildered, but upon reflection, laughter erupted as they realized the lady was cleverly disparaging someone. Zhu Jiwen's expression darkened, turning a shade akin to liver as he surveyed the amused faces around him, wishing he could simply burrow into the ground like a mouse. Gazing at Su Tsayue's radiant smile, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. Such treatment was unprecedented for him in his past pursuits. No woman had dared to treat him so. Were it not for Su Tsayue's formidable demeanor, he would have already taken bold action, unwilling to waste his youth in hesitation. Suddenly, Zhu Jiwen's mindset shifted. He mused that when dealing with women, one could not afford to be lenient. Once a line was crossed, even if she felt 1,000 grievances, she would ultimately yield. Wasn't that how he had managed to tame previous rejections? First, she must understand the pleasures of womanhood, and then he would charm her. It was all quite simple. Zhu Jiwen's thoughts were naively optimistic, believing Su Kaiwei to be like other women who would submit quietly. He failed to remember that the Su family was far more powerful than his own. The women he had encountered before had been unable to resist, forced to compromise. If Zhu Jiwen were to overstep with Su Kaiwei, it would not be long before he and his father vanished from existence. Zhou Yun observed Zhu Jiwen with a discerning eye, letting out a cold huff. He keenly sensed the flicker of resentment in Zhu Jiwen's gaze, a look he had seen many times before in those he had reprimanded. Such individuals either lay in wait for an opportune moment or sought revenge. Thus, Zhou Yun was certain that this troublemaker would soon plot against Su Kaiwei. Anticipating Zhu Jiwen's ill intentions, Zhou Yun resolved to act as her protector, as he too would not wish for any misfortune to befall her. Though his feelings for Su Kaiwei could not be classified as love, he was unwilling to see her fall into another's grasp. This sentiment was common among many men. Even if they did not desire something for themselves, they were reluctant to let others have it, particularly when it was a beauty. Furthermore, Zhou Yun had no intention of relinquishing Su Kaiyue. His prior refusal to pretend to be her boyfriend was merely a fade. What was the outcome? He had ended up complying. Sighing, he recognized the need to follow through. Having agreed to support Su Kaiyue, he could not merely stand by and observe. The situation was awkward, and although he was somewhat out of place, he felt obliged to fulfill the duties of a boyfriend. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yun approached Su Kaiyue in full view of the crowd. He planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Then, before she could react, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist and strode into the bar. Surrounded by envious, jealous, and regretful gazes, Zhu Jiwen could only watch in astonishment as the two entered, having been left in the dark about Su Kaiyue's relationship with Zhou Yun. This flicker of hope lingered in his mind. Suspecting they might merely be ordinary friends, however, Zhou Yun's bold action unmistakably declared to the onlookers that the beauty had already found her match, that Su Kaiyue was indeed his dot. If any of them harbored ill intentions, they would do well to abandon them. Chapter 16. Do you like me? Zhou Yun felt a surge of satisfaction, believing that while fulfilling the duties of a lover, he should also enjoy the rights that came with it. That was what he deemed a fair exchange. As he gazed at Su Kaiyue's delicate, rosy complexion, he couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that even the class monitor could display shyness. He wondered what brand of facial cleanser she used, as her skin was fragrant and inviting, leaving him wanting more than just a single kiss. Was this what they referred to as the fragrance of youth? Su Kaiyue, however, had not anticipated Zhou Yun's boldness to tease her so openly in public. Yet, after his kiss, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her mind felt blanked. It was peculiar. Earlier that day, when she had playfully teased Zhou Yun in the car, she had felt calm and composed. Now, after his slight transgression, she found herself feeling bashful. Confused, she experienced a warm sensation in her chest and a hint of delight. What was happening? Perhaps even she herself did not fully comprehend this exhilarating feeling, an unmistakable sensation of first love. While Zhu Jiwen seethed with rage, wishing to harm Zhou Yun, he was acutely aware that in Su Kaiyue's presence, he could not act recklessly, ultimately trailing behind the pair into the bar. The notion that a beautiful woman could bring about one's downfall was indeed true. Zhou Yun remained oblivious to Zhu Jiwen's growing fury as he began plotting revenge against him. Upon entering the bar's dance hall, Zhou Yun and Su Kaiyue found a relatively quiet corner to settle. He understood her preference for tranquility. Whenever the school organized collective activities or outings, she would often seek solace in quiet spots. However, despite her inclination to avoid crowds, her organizational and leadership skills were exceptional. Few dared to defy her, which was why she had been elected class monitor. As they settled, Su Kaiyue turned to Zhou Yun and inquired, "Little Zhou, you certainly possess quite the audacity. Did you think of a reason before kissing me? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, the consequences may be severe." While she did not mind Zhou Yun's kiss and perhaps even anticipated it, she was cautious. Should he overstep, it would be difficult to handle. Is there a problem? I am your boyfriend. Kissing you is akin to a husband kissing his wife. What could possibly be wrong with that? Zhou Yun struggled to suppress his laughter. Earlier that day, Su Kaiyue had provoked him in the car, and he had quietly taken note. Now, with the opportunity for playful retaliation at hand, he would not let it pass. After all, who would refuse the chance to openly flirt with a beauty? So, do you like me? Su Kaiyue suddenly posed the question. This inquiry was rather precarious. Perhaps even she was unsure why she asked. In her heart, she held a flicker of hope that Zhou Yun would respond honestly. Zhou Yun, faced with Su Kaiyue's question, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could not fathom what she intended. Such a profound question demanded a thoughtful response. To claim he did not like her would be a lie. Which man could truthfully say he did not appreciate a beautiful woman? Conversely, to assert that he liked her would not capture the full essence of his feelings. It was more an admiration for her appearance. Yet, given their pretense as lovers, uttering a casual, "I like you," seemed inconsequential. The only concern was that Su Kaiyue might be setting a trap, akin to an audio recording, which would lead to his downfall. Zhou Yun found himself regretting his earlier actions, realizing that he had unwittingly placed himself in a vulnerable position. What if Su Kaiyue intended to record their conversation and later broadcast it at school, leading to a scandal? If that were to happen, his future would be fraught with difficulties. Wait. Even if she played the recording at school, it would not pose a significant threat. At worst, it might lead Su Qian to misunderstand his feelings for Su Kaiwei. If Su Kaiwei truly wished to create that misunderstanding, she could simply use photos from her digital camera. Why resort to such elaborate schemes? Just then, Zhou Yun caught sight of Zhu Jiwen approaching. An epiphany struck him, and he understood Su Tsayue's intentions. She was inquiring to create an illusion for Zhu Jiwen, to dissuade him from pursuing her further. Unfazed by the prospect of being overly sentimental, Zhou Yun declared, "I do like you, Kaiwei. I will always be by your side." As he spoke, he pulled Su Kaiwei into his embrace, relishing the moment with the beautiful girl. Yet, Zhou Yun remained unaware that Su Tsayue's earlier question was not merely a ploy to deter Zhu Jiwen. As she was currently turned away from the dance hall, it was utterly impossible for her to know that Zhu Jiwen had approached. Zhou Yun was clearly overthinking the matter, engaging in a bit of self-deception. The line between truth and fiction was so blurred that Su Kaiwei was misled by Zhou Yun's words, believing that he harbored feelings for her as well. Especially with his final declaration of "I'll always be with you." Su Kaiwei felt a warmth blossom in her heart. The moment Zhou Yun embraced her, Su Kaiwei closed her eyes, reminiscing about the innocent reliance of her childhood. Yet, she was acutely aware that Zhou Yun still had two other girls in his heart, one being Xiang Ling, and the other Su Qian. However, this was of little consequence. Su Kaiwei had confidence in her own merits, believing them to be on par with those of the other two. As long as she could meet all of Zhou Yun's expectations, there was no reason to fear he would leave her. Moreover, even if Xiang Ling and Su Qian were to join the fray, what of it? She had an inkling that Zhou Yun was not one to be easily confined, that fate would ultimately elevate him to great heights. Particularly today, this feeling was more intense than ever. If she did not seize the opportunity, she risked losing Zhou Yun. This was also the impetus behind Su Tsayue's attempts to entice Zhou Yun. In a moment of distraction, Zhu Jiwen found the couple nestled in a corner, oblivious to his presence, and his frustration flared. He hastily interjected, "Would you like something to drink?" intending to interrupt their private conversation. Unfortunately, Su Kaiwei treated him as though he were invisible, her gaze firmly fixed on Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun, however, was somewhat more courteous, waving him off dismissively as if shooing away a fly, saying, "No need, just go enjoy yourself elsewhere." This remark nearly caused Zhu Jiwen to explode with rage. After all, he was a person of some stature in Qingfu City, and owing to his father Zhu Dakai, most would afford him a modicum of respect. Yet, the behavior of Zhou Yun and Su Kaiwei blatantly disregarded him. This sensation of being overlooked was a novel experience for him. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Jiwen suppressed his fury and shifted his gaze to the bar's stage. In this moment, a clever idea struck him. Since Su Kaiwei was unwilling to engage with him, he would sing. Using the power of a beautiful melody to win over the fair maiden was both romantic and sincere. Resolute in his plan, Zhu Jiwen rushed to the stage, snatched the microphone, and handed the singer several hundred yuan bills, instructing him to choose a song. "Hello everyone, I am Zhu Jiwen, and I would like to take this opportunity to dedicate a song to my beloved. If this causes any inconvenience, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Express my apologies. I will cover the cost of all drinks tonight. I hope everyone will indulge me and join in the festivities." Saying this, Zhu Jiwen produced his credit card and handed it to a server to settle the bill. The moment his words left his lips, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the bar. It was truly remarkable for someone to be so generous as to treat the entire bar to drinks. It was hard to believe. Men pondered what kind of enchanting woman could inspire such extravagance, while women gazed at Zhu Jiwen with flirtatious eyes, collectively thinking, "What a catch!" Although Zhu Jiwen's actions were somewhat against the bar's rules, typically, patrons were not permitted to sing. Everyone welcomed the gesture upon hearing that he would pay for the drinks. Rules may be rigid, but people are adaptable. In business, the ability to adapt is paramount. The customer is king, and as long as the king is pleased without harming their own interests, the establishment's owner would acquiesce to their whims. After all, allowing a guest to sing was a small price to pay for profit. Truthfully, Zhu Jiwen felt a pang of regret for having rented out the whole bar. He imagined the cost would be considerable. Yet, for the sake of impressing Su Kaiwei, spending a little money seemed trivial. Once he secured the fair maiden's affections, he mused, it would be nothing to rent out the entire city's hotels if need be. Amidst a sea of applause, the accompaniment to "Love is Simple" began to play, and Zhu Jiwen sang the love song with fervor, his gaze continually directed at Su Kaiwei. This made her skin crawl, as she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. He seems rather infatuated, Zhou Yun scoffed. Sukaiwa rolled her eyes at this remark, thinking, and what do you call your daily ritual of waiting for Su Qian at the school gate, rain or shine? But I don't like her, Sukaiwa replied succinctly. Her response was both powerful and pragmatic, such as love. If one is fond of another, a simple wildflower plucked by the roadside would bring delight. Conversely, if there is no spark, even the stars from the heavens would fail to impress. What now? This fellow is relentless. He might show up at your home for dinner tomorrow, Zhou Yun remarked candidly, recognizing that Zhu Jiwen was proving to be more troublesome than anticipated. Fully aware that Sukaiwa had a boyfriend, he still sought to win her affection, now openly serenading her with love songs, casting furtive glances her way as if to ensure she understood the songs were meant for her. For reasons unknown. Sukaiwa suddenly exclaimed, Zhou Yun, look at me. What's wrong, Zhou Yun instinctively turned to face her, only to find Sukaiwa leaning in, her hands gently resting on his shoulders. Her scarlet lips descended upon his, leaving him utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Zhou Yun's mind raced, his eyes widening as he beheld the enchanting woman before him. What if this happened every day, just as he was about to inquire? A soft, velvety tongue, imbued with a hint of mint, invaded his mouth without permission, teasing him enticingly. Sukaiwa's breath became erratic, the fragrant essence of her being wafting into Zhou Yun's mouth. This intoxicating aroma enveloped him, igniting a fire within. Unable to resist any longer, Zhou Yun succumbed to desire, flipping Sukaiwa beneath him, grasping her delicate neck to prevent her escape, and indulging in a heated kiss that was all-consuming. Meanwhile, as Zhu Jiwen sang with heartfelt emotion, casting longing glances at Sukaiwa, he was met with the sight of his dream girl being pinned down by Zhou Yun, the intimacy of the moment utterly shameless. The lyrics he had been about to sing faltered, and in a moment of shock, he inadvertently altered the final line from, I will never give up, to, I will never fart. At that moment, laughter erupted from the patrons below, nearly all of whom burst into fits of laughter. The unfortunate souls seated before him were soaked in drinks, yet rather than being angered, the crowd found the situation hysterical. Little did they realize that Zhu Jiwen, who had confidently claimed to serenade his beloved, had turned a romantic performance into a comedic spectacle. The stark contrast, coupled with his earnest demeanor, caused the laughter to cascade uncontrollably. Enraged, Zhu Jiwen thrust the microphone back to the bar's singer and stormed out, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. The way others looked at him felt akin to that of a clown. Most infuriating was that Sukaiwa, the very woman he had once thought pure and innocent, was now openly affectionate with another man, revealing her to be no different from other shameless women. Remembering the grievances he had suffered that day, Zhu Jiwen could no longer contain himself and dialed a number. Hello? Who is this? Came an impatient voice on the other end. Is this Brother Hua? This is Jiwen, and I could use your assistance with something, Zhu Jiwen stated directly. Oh, it's Jiwen. Whatever you need, just say the word. I won't hesitate to help, Hua Xian replied, instantly alert upon recognizing the caller. Zhu Jiwen had reached out for a reason, and Hua Xian was eager to lend a hand. Brother Hua, I need you to teach someone a lesson at Didi Bar. No problem. Just describe what he looks like, and I'll send someone over immediately. It was a common occurrence for Hua Xian to intervene on behalf of others, and Zhu Jiwen had often sought his help in the past. It seemed he had set his sights on yet another beauty and was enlisting Hua Xian's assistance to deal with the girl's boyfriend. All right, you send someone, and I'll point him out. Oh, by the way, the kid has a beautiful girl with him, so be careful not to hurt her. Just capture her, and I'll handle the rest as usual. I'll provide 3,000 yuan for the brothers once the job is done. Sure. Just wait, and I'll dispatch someone to the bar entrance right away. Hua Xian guessed correctly. Zhu Jiwen was once again playing the role of the hero. However, the promised reward this time was more substantial than usual. A full 30,000 yuan. The larger the sum, the harsher the intended punishment, indicating Zhu Jiwen's desire to thoroughly ruin Zhou Yun. After hanging up, Hua Xian felt a mix of excitement and curiosity. What kind of enchanting woman could prompt Zhu Jiwen to part with such a significant amount? He mused that it would be delightful if he could also have a taste of her charms. At Didi Bar, Sukaiwa could no longer withstand Zhou Yun's advances and reluctantly moved her lips away, breathlessly saying, All right, that's enough, please." By this time, Zhou Jiwen had already exited the bar, rendering their intimate moment unnecessary. Yet, Zhou Yun seemed addicted to the kiss, relentlessly pursuing Su Kaiyue, nearly causing her to faint from lack of oxygen. Su Kaiyue sadly realized that when Zhou Yun treated her with such audacity, she felt no urge to resist. She simply allowed him to do as he pleased. This passive behavior was uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. Even after Zhou Jiwen left the bar, she did not immediately push Zhou Yun away. Rather, she secretly hoped to maintain their closeness for eternity. Regrettably, Zhou Yun's hands became increasingly unruly, wandering indiscriminately as they kissed, leaving Su Kaiyue feeling quite discomfited. Fearing that the two might lose control and engage in something inappropriate, Su Kaiyue reluctantly pushed Zhou Yun away. She could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if their parents were to discover this. She was not yet prepared for the responsibilities of motherhood. Ironically, just as Su Kaiyue worried about the possibility of her relationship with Zhou Yun being misconstrued by her parents, Zhang Xiaohong inadvertently stumbled upon an intimate photo of the two taken in the car. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohong noticed Su Kaiyue had carelessly left her bag in the hall and kindly decided to tidy up. However, the bag zipper was not securely fastened, and with a clatter, a digital camera fell onto the sofa. Sighing at her daughter's carelessness, Zhang Xiaohong took it upon herself to organize the contents. Little did she know, this simple act would leave her utterly flabbergasted. Su Kaiyue had placed the digital camera into her handbag without turning it off, and the screen displayed a rather compromising image of her and Zhou Yun in the car, seemingly engaged in an intimate act. Although Su Kaiyue's back was turned to the camera, Zhang Xiaohong could easily deduce that the girl on the screen was indeed her precious daughter, Su Kaiyue. The boy beneath her, appearing to revel in the moment, was none other than Zhou Yun, the somewhat roguish lad who had come to their home for dinner that very day. Chapter 18. A mishap below the waist. This phone. Come here quickly, hurry. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohong's anxious call, Su Feng rushed over, unaware of the situation but sensing the gravity in her tone. He ran over, questioning, "What's wrong? What happened?" Without uttering a word, Zhang Xiaohong turned the camera towards him. The situation was too delicate to explain, but the image spoke volumes. Through the digital camera, Su Feng saw Su Kaiyue provocatively straddling Zhou Yun, and at that moment, he understood why his wife was so distressed. It appeared that their daughter's lifelong happiness was at stake. Su Feng had not anticipated the rapid progression of Zhou Yun and Su Kaiyue's relationship, which had escalated to such a level. It was a shocking revelation indeed. Without delay, Su Feng swiftly dialed the school's number. Utilizing his connections, he managed to acquire Zhou Yun's family contact information. Consequently, the unfolding drama reached the ears of Zhou Qingyang and his wife. After clarifying the situation, Su Feng and Zhou Qingyang began to unearth details regarding each other's children, hoping to gain a deeper understanding of their future son-in-law or daughter-in-law. Thankfully, both sets of parents exhibited a relatively open-minded attitude, refraining from any extreme reactions. With the impending college entrance examinations on the horizon, they unanimously decided to keep the matter under wraps and allow the children to navigate their own course. However, they still felt it necessary to remain vigilant and offer guidance as needed. Although they yearned to be grandparents, they could not jeopardize their children's futures. Academics had to take precedence. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Yun was entirely unaware of how drastically the situation had shifted. Just as he was about to give in to his burgeoning desires and take the next step with Su Kaiyue, she, feeling conflicted, halted him. Deep down, she understood that if she did not intervene, things would spiral out of control. Zhou Yun suddenly found his hand grasped by Su Kaiyue, his mind clearing in an instant. He quickly straightened up, staring blankly at the alluring beauty still reclining on the chair. Breathless. That was just a reflex. You can't blame me, Zhou Yun stammered, raising his hands in a futile attempt to deflect responsibility. Gazing at Su Kaiyue's glossy, moist lips and the faint marks of affection on her neck, Zhou Yun could hardly believe all of this was his doing. Had he truly lost his senses just moments ago? Su Kaiyue, straightening her disheveled attire, calmly sat up, with a graceful toss of her flowing hair. She obscured the playful marks Zhou Yun had left on her neck and remarked, "Shouldn't you be responsible for this?" Zhou Yun's mouth fell open in disbelief as he stared at Su Kaiyue. Responsible? What did she mean by that? Did she expect him to marry her? Su Kaiyue delicately traced her finger along her bruised lips, which bore the evidence of Zhou Yun's fervor. It's such a pity. My first kiss was savagely consumed, and by one in the throes of infatuation, no less. Was this not a case of the villain crying foul? She had initiated the kiss. How could she claim to have been violated? If anyone was to be accused, it should be Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun felt a surge of indignation, yet he refrained from voicing it, as he was the one who had gained from the encounter. Initially, his mind had been blank, consumed only with the desire to ravish the beauty beneath him. Thankfully, Su Kaiyue had intervened just in time. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a precarious predicament. There was no denying Zhou Yun's earlier disrespect, and now he had no choice but to placate her, ensuring she remained in good spirits to mitigate any potential fallout. Otherwise, if Su Kaiyue reported back to her family, Zhou Yun would be doomed to a life of misery. It seemed Zhou Yun remained blissfully unaware that their affair had already been misconstrued by both sets of parents. Otherwise, he would not be so anxious, thinking he could escape unscathed. No need to worry, Zhou Yun, and I have no intention of publicizing your attempted misconduct, provided you comply with my requests, Su Kaiyue threatened. Was she truly resorting to such tactics to extort him? It was no wonder the ancients spoke of the trials a hero faces at the hands of a beauty. It is indeed challenging to resist their charms. Zhou Yun thought he could simply indulge and slip away? Not a chance. That's unfair. You were the one who kissed me first, Zhou Yun protested, rising in defiance, aware that remaining silent would only lead to Su Kaiyue having her way with him. Who would believe that? Su Kaiyue retorted with a dismissive tone, leaving Zhou Yun momentarily speechless. Indeed, given the circumstances, it would be hard for anyone to accept his innocence, having been seen in such a compromising position. All right, fine, Zhou Yun conceded, reluctantly agreeing to Su Kaiyue's demands while stipulating, but just so we're clear, I reserve the right to refuse any outrageous requests, especially those of a dubious nature. In truth, Zhou Yun had always been compliant with Su Kaiyue's wishes. Whenever she needed assistance, he had never once turned her down. Thus, agreeing to her terms was merely formalizing an understanding that already existed between them. Little did he know, Su Kaiyue earnestly desired his commitment, as it would provide her with a sense of security. A smile of relief crossed her face as she agreed to Zhou Yun's conditions. The situation progressed smoothly. It was likely Zhu Jiwen had witnessed their affectionate interaction and would refrain from pursuing her any further for the time being. Moreover, the dynamics of Su Kaiyue and Zhou Yun's relationship had subtly shifted, which was precisely the outcome she had hoped for. As Zhou Yun gazed at Su Kaiyue's enchanting smile, he found himself momentarily lost in her allure. He had never envisioned her as so captivating until today, when he had tasted the sweetness of her presence and become deeply enchanted by her essence. However, before Zhou Yun could admire her beauty any longer, a tall figure appeared, interrupting their moment of intimacy. Hey kid, your girlfriend is quite the looker. How about you lend her to me for a bit of fun? A somewhat familiar voice called out. It seemed Zhou Yun had once again encountered a rogue. Such incidents were not uncommon in a bar, especially with Su Kaiyue now exuding an intoxicating charm that could easily attract unwanted attention. As they both raised their heads in unison, they sought to identify the foolhardy individual who had dared to bring trouble their way. To Zhou Yun's amusement, upon recognizing the brazen figure, he realized it was none other than the thug from earlier that day who had attempted to extort him. The bandage on his nose, a reminder of their earlier encounter, nearly sent Zhou Yun into fits of laughter. Do you know him? Su Kaiyue inquired, noticing Zhou Yun's peculiar expression. Sort of, he replied with a smirk. Was it fate that had brought them together again? Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost, or you'll regret it. Once I'm done with your girl, I'll return her to you. Otherwise, heh heh heh. With that, the thug cracked his knuckles, attempting to intimidate Zhou Yun. What kind of threat was that? Zhou Yun found it utterly laughable, the fool who couldn't even prepare a proper line for his intimidation. Suddenly, Zhou Yun sprang to his feet, grabbing the thug by the collar and glaring fiercely at him. I say, you should have learned your lesson by now. That injury of yours is still fresh. How could you forget the pain? What are you doing? The thug exclaimed in shock upon recognizing Zhou Yun, who had become a thorn in his side. The memories of their previous altercation flooded back, leaving him visibly rattled. Why wouldn't it be me? Didn't I tell you to keep your distance earlier? You've really asked for it. Zhou Yun roared, sending the thug into a panic. Please, Don't hit me. I'm leaving right now, the thug stammered, hastily making his exit from the bar. A wise man knows when to retreat. The situation was clearly not in his favor, and it would be better to wait for reinforcements before confronting Zhou Yun again. Not long ago, after Hua Xin concluded his phone call with Zhu Jiwen, he began to notify the nearby associates to gather at the Didi bar. Since Changgu and his companions were in close proximity to the bar, they arrived at the scene shortly. When they heard Zhu Jiwen mention that the lesson was merely for a young boy, Changgu immediately volunteered, insisting that there was no need to mobilize everyone, as he alone would suffice. Little did he know that the individual Zhu Jiwen intended to teach a lesson was the very person who had admonished them at noon. Fearing another beating, Changgu decisively apologized to Zhou Yun and then hurriedly exited the bar. However, upon stepping outside, Changgu was not dejected. Instead, he felt a secret delight. Soon, Hua Xin would bring reinforcements. And even if Zhou Yun was formidable, he could not possibly withstand the onslaught of dozens. At that point, old grievances would be settled alongside new ones. Chapter 19. Tempting conditions, a promise of devotion. Seeing Changgu suddenly dash out of the bar, Zhu Jiwen, who was joking with Tudou and Huanghua, curiously inquired, "Why did you come out so soon? Had he already dealt with the matter? It was hardly 2 minutes since he had entered. Could it be that he forgot to bring his tools?" Zhu Jiwen, recalling that thugs typically carried weapons, speculated that Changgu might have left them behind. "Zhu Gu, I just thought about it. Perhaps we should wait for the boss to arrive. Acting on our own is rather impolite. And wouldn't it be more advantageous to have more people deal with that kid?" This fellow had previously boasted that if he took action, he would ensure the opponent's mother wouldn't recognize them. Yet, facing an unexpected turn of events, Changgu could not confess to Zhu Jiwen that he had retreated out of fear of Zhou Yun. That makes sense. Zhu Jiwen concluded that a group assault on Zhou Yun would undoubtedly be more effective than a solo attempt. Once Su Kaiwe found herself surrounded by the thugs, isolated and helpless, he could heroically charge in to rescue her, which would be all the more romantic, wouldn't it? Though Tudou and Huanghua were unclear about Changji's intentions, they did not press him for details, assuming he had his own plan. Observing Changji's departure from the bar, Zhou Yun decisively urged Su Kaiwe to make their escape. "Let us go. If we linger, it will become troublesome." Zhou Yun would not believe for a second that Changgu was not seeking help. Given the uncertain situation, it was best to flee post-haste. Should the opposing party arrive with a large group, it would be too late to run then. "I will follow your lead, Zhou Yun." Su Kaiwe cheerfully stood up, gently linking her arms with Zhou Yun's, her innocent expression causing Zhou Yun to question whether the class monitor before him was indeed Su Kaiwe. As Zhou Yun and Su Kaiwe emerged from the bar, they were spotted by Huanghua, who was stationed at the entrance. "Oh no, they're leaving. What should we do? Huagu and the others haven't arrived yet," Zhu Jiwen said anxiously. It had taken considerable effort to coax Su Kaiwe out today, and if they allowed her to leave now, such an opportunity might not arise again. "Don't rush me. I'm calling Huagu right now." "Hello, Huagu. It's Xiao Chong. Where are you?" The target is about to leave the bar. As soon as the call connected, Changgu spoke rapidly. This fellow seemed to harbor even more resentment towards Zhou Yun than Zhu Jiwen, his expression reflecting intense urgency. The response came swiftly. "I just reached the bar's entrance." "Where are you? Where's the target?" Upon hearing Hua Xian's words, Changgu immediately craned his neck to look out onto the street, only to see Hua Xian and a group of people approaching. "Oh, I see you. The person is heading your way, wearing a blue t-shirt and a white dress. All right, you all come over. I'll bring my crew to intercept him." With that, Huagu hung up and headed towards Zhou Yun. Upon spotting a gang of rough characters advancing towards him, Zhou Yun quickly shielded Su Kaiwe and retreated. "This isn't good, they're coming." Unfortunately, just as they turned to flee, they encountered Changgu and his companions. Even without needing to think hard, Zhou Yun realized they were being encircled. He had not anticipated the enemy as swift actions. As if it were a premeditated trap, Zhu Jiwen, lurking in the shadows, could not suppress a sinister smile. He was confident that Zhou Yun, with Su Kaiwe in tow, would be unable to break free from such a multitude. Regardless of whether Zhou Yun chose to flee alone or defend Su Kaiwe and face a beating, the ultimate victor would be him. Damn it, caught between a rock and a hard place. How am I supposed to get through this? Zhou Yun lamented. The current predicament was indeed a headache. If he were alone, he could have surged forward and broken through. Unfortunately, he was dragging along a significant burden. Should the enemy seize Su Kaiwei, Zhou Yun would find himself in a dilemma, unable to act decisively. Noticing Zhou Yun's distressed expression, Su Kaiwei couldn't help but chuckle. If Zhou Yun wants to play dead, I have no objections. At this moment, the little girl still had the mood to jest. Who wants to play dead? I'm going to negotiate with them. If we can't come to an agreement, I will carve out a path for us to escape. You need to run quickly, understood? Zhou Yun whispered in Su Kaiwei's ear. In the current situation, the only choice was to sacrifice himself for the greater good, saving the damsel before considering his next steps. You need to plead with me, Su Kaiwei teased with a sly smile. If you plead, I'll listen to you. This declaration nearly caused Zhou Yun to choke with exasperation. Was the girl not aware of the gravity of their situation? At such a critical juncture, she still dared to throw a tantrum? If things went awry, it could cost them their lives. Zhou Yun could endure the consequences. As a man, being captured would mean losing only his own life. But Su Kaiwei was different. A beautiful girl falling into the hands of thugs would undoubtedly lead to a fate worse than death. Seeing Zhou Yun's expression of despair, Su Kaiwei playfully bit his ear and licked it, saying, If you ensure my safe escape, I will devote myself to you. I'll even help you pursue Su Qian. All right. This woman was beyond words, daring to make such a bold temptation. Zhou Yun had never encountered such an offer in his life. Leave it to me. I'll handle everything. Zhou Yun made an okay gesture, rolling up his sleeves and striding towards the thugs before him. He pointed at Hua Xian, taking the initiative to shout, Hey you! Where do you think you're going? Don't you know this street is under my jurisdiction? Upon witnessing Zhou Yun's bravado, Su Kaiwei nearly burst into laughter. To be honest, this street indeed used to be under Zhou Yun's control, but that was 3 years ago. Oh, I wondered who it was, so it's Brother Whirlwind? No wonder he is so arrogant. That guy knows me? Hearing the words, Zhou Yun scrutinized the newcomer, puzzled as to who he was, having no recollection of him. What's wrong? Can't remember who I am. That's understandable. The legendary Whirlwind, feared by all, would hardly remember a small fry like me. Hua Xian. At last, Zhou Yun recognized him. Hua Xian had previously been a student at the 3rd High School of Qingfu City, while Zhou Yun was from the 1st High School. The two had no prior connection until they met at an arcade. Their conflict had been purely coincidental. Zhou Yun had been idly playing King of Fighters in a corner when Hua Xian approached to challenge him. After several rounds, it became evident that Hua Xian was no match for Zhou Yun, who effortlessly defeated him 3 games to none. In his frustration, Hua Xian resorted to a real-life showdown, only to be soundly beaten by Zhou Yun once again, thus sealing their rivalry. What puzzled Hua Xian was that when he urged their leader to seek revenge on Zhou Yun, the leader unexpectedly warned him against provoking Zhou Yun, leaving Hua Xian bewildered. As for later events, Zhou Yun, under his parents' guidance, gradually mended his ways and ceased his reckless behavior, while Hua Xian had not crossed paths with Zhou Yun since. Not bad. You still remember me. They say Brother Whirlwind is a lunatic, which is why they call him the Divine Whirlwind. Seems that's somewhat inaccurate. At least your memory is intact, Hua Xian mocked. Since Zhou Yun had entered high school, Hua Xian had begun to navigate the world, and over the past 3 years, he had thrived, taking over the position of the former leader and becoming the head of the thugs in the western district of Qingfu City. Chapter 20. Even beauties can stab, boss. The one who messed with us at noon is him. Changgu and his companions hurriedly approached, just as Zhou Yun felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to handle the situation. Su Kaiwei inexplicably remarked, Zhou Yun is truly a delectable morsel, always attracting the attention of troublemakers wherever he goes. At that moment, Hua Xian also noticed Su Kaiwei standing behind Zhou Yun, her captivating eyes, her alluring figure, and that stunning beauty struck Hua Xian with awe. He now understood why Zhu Jiwen would invest so much to win her favor. To spend a night with such a celestial beauty would be worth sacrificing 10 years of life without a second thought. Hua Xian's eyes gleamed with desire, and he began to covet Su Kaiwei. Compared to Zhu Jiwen's wealth, Hua Xian found Su Kaiwei far more appealing. Beautiful lady, I offer you 2 choices. Point 1. Obediently accompany me for some fun. As long as I'm happy, you'll be happy too. The second option, since we're many, we can all enjoy together. I'll have my fun, and then we can all have fun. So, which will you choose? Su Kaiwei remained calm despite being lewdly teased. With a serene glance at Hua Xian, she confidently approached him, gently wrapping her arms around his waist and softly whispering, "Is that so? How do you prefer to indulge yourself? Then indulge as you wish. I have a penchant for robust men. Are you sufficiently strong?" Hua Xian struggled to swallow, taken aback by Su Caiyue's enchanting demeanor. How dare she openly tempt him? Zhou Yun was bewildered, staring incredulously at Su Caiyue. Utterly clueless about her intentions, however, his confusion was swiftly resolved in an instant. Su Caiyue drew a butterfly knife from her waist and thrust it viciously into the inner thigh of Hua Xian. It was uncertain whether she had endangered his life. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, sending chills down Zhou Yun's spine. He hadn't anticipated Su Caiyue's fierceness. She truly went in with a white blade. And out came the red. Wiping the cold sweat off his brow, Zhou Yun recalled their passionate entanglement at the bar. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a calamity, he silently vowed that before any intimate encounters in the future, he must first confiscate her knife. Otherwise, a stab during their escapades would surely lead to disastrous consequences. As the situation took a sudden turn, Zhou Yun's thoughts raced. He kicked aside the thug, blocking his path, and pulled Su Caiyue along, making a hasty retreat. This girl was undeniably decisive. While others merely jested, she resorted to stabbing. Wasn't a provocative remark sufficient? Brother, are you all right? The unexpected incident left Hua Xian's underlings in shock, unable to react. Seizing the moment of chaos, Zhou Yun kicked away two men and dashed out with Su Caiyue, escaping the encirclement. Catch her! Get her! Damn it! Just wait until I deal with that wretched girl, Hua Xian shouted. Clutching his groin, amidst his rage, he felt a twinge of relief. Fortunately, the injury was not life-threatening, or else he would be facing dire consequences. Zhou Yun ran. He questioned Su Caiyue, "Why did you stab him?" They had stirred up quite a ruckus. Su Caiyue had injured the leader of the opposing group, and it was clear they would not let this slide easily. Yet, as fate would have it, thanks to Su Caiyue's fortuitous intervention, they managed to break free. Zhou Yun believed that once they evaded capture, Su Feng's social standing would surely help resolve the incident. Xiao Yun, that's not right. You're my boyfriend. When I'm being harassed, and you don't stand up for me, I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Am I wrong? Su Caiyue said with an air of certainty. She had always been this way, unapologetically bold, even when in the wrong. Of course. Have you ever seen a girl who resorts to stabbing people at the drop of a hat? Zhou Yun retorted. Exasperated. This one, Su Caiyue promptly pointed at herself, nearly sending Zhou Yun into a faint. Yet, she quickly added in a whisper, "If you don't like it, I can change." Huh? What did you say? Perhaps her voice was too soft. And Zhou Yun failed to catch her words, or perhaps he had heard correctly but misinterpreted them. After all, in Zhou Yun's mind, Su Caiyue would never utter such a thing. Come on, they're over there. A voice called from behind, alerting Zhou Yun that their pursuers were closing in. Look, aren't those the men from the west side? A group of burly men had just exited the bar and spotted Hua Xian leading a throng into the alley. We need to notify the boss. The west side is encroaching on our territory. Yuan, the head of the east side of Qingfu City, had always been at odds with the west side due to territorial disputes. Although there had yet to be any severe confrontations, minor skirmishes were perpetual. Now that Hua Xian had brought such a large group into their territory, Yuan could not afford to ignore it. After receiving a call from his underling, he immediately ordered someone to keep an eye on Hua Xian and headed over to assess the situation. To avoid being captured, Zhou Yun had no choice but to pull Su Caiyue into a narrow alley. Caiyue, this way. The myriad of alleyways made it easier to escape. He had always fled into alleys when being pursued. Even if the path ahead was blocked, he could swiftly pivot to another route. However, Zhou Yun miscalculated this time. Previously, he had fled alone, and if he were intercepted, he could react decisively and dart into another passage. In a moment of crisis, he could even leap walls in desperation, putting on a not-so-professional display. Yet now, he could not abandon Su Caiyue and flee on his own. Shortly after entering the alley, Zhou Yun found their path obstructed. He attempted to pull Su Caiyue down another route, but found his movements lagging behind those of the approaching thugs. 3 or 4 ruffians had already arrived. Sealing off all exits, at this point, The thugs did not rush in but gathered their comrades, awaiting Hua Xian's arrival. Seeing the dead end just 3 meters away, Zhou Yun reluctantly pushed Su Kaiwei inside. Listen carefully. I don't want you to come to any harm. I will do my utmost to hold them off and create an escape route for you. You must seize the opportunity to flee. Understood? Zhou Yun prided himself on his combat skills, but knew he could not contend with the dozens of men Hua Xian had brought. The saying, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, rang true. Even a valiant hero could not withstand overwhelming numbers. Zhou Yun's limit was dealing with 5 opponents, and against such a multitude, escape was his only option. Regrettably, retreat was not an option now. He refused to abandon Su Kaiwei. Such cowardice would be beneath even the lowest of creatures. I want to leave. I want to stay with you, Su Kaiwei declared. She remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of fear, nor did she have any intention of fleeing. This frustrated Zhou Yun, who thought to himself how Su Kaiwei still failed to grasp the gravity of their situation and was only adding to his troubles. In truth, Su Kaiwei was not trying to complicate matters for Zhou Yun. She understood better than anyone what fate awaited her if captured by Hua Xian. The reason she refused to leave was that she could not bear to part with Zhou Yun. She was afraid that if she left, she would lose him forever. I cannot allow you to fall into their hands. Do you not comprehend the consequences of being captured? Zhou Yun stated solemnly. Su Kaiwei, touched by Zhou Yun's concern for her, felt a surge of joy. I know, but I want to be captured. Because I have this. Zhou Yun rolled his eyes as Su Kaiwei brandished another knife. How many knives did this girl conceal on her person? Against dozens of opponents, what could a single butterfly knife accomplish? A gun would be more effective. Perhaps sensing Zhou Yun's skepticism, Su Kaiwei shook her head gently. Xiao Yun? Don't misunderstand. This knife isn't for hurting anyone. If they capture me, I will take my own life. No one can touch me except you. Zhou Yun was thoroughly alarmed. No. Don't do anything rash. I want to let them come near you. Please don't do something foolish. What did she mean by, no one can touch you except me? Zhou Yun was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Su Kaiwei's intentions. However, since Su Kaiwei refused to leave, he was at a loss. As their adversaries drew closer to the dead end, he had no choice but to steel himself and confront them. Zhou Yun, I love you, Su Kaiwei blurted out. Even in this moment, she chose to reveal her feelings, for if she didn't say it now, there might never be another chance. Zhou Yun, preparing to confront the enemy, paused in stunned silence, turning to meet Su Kaiwei's gaze filled with affection. Oh heavens, this is no jest. Today is not April Fool's Day. Why must you play tricks on me? Fearing that Zhou Yun would not believe her, Su Kaiwei reiterated, I mean it. I already have someone I like. Zhou Yun felt a pang of bitterness. Rejecting such a beautiful girl felt like a loss. However, his affection for Su Qian had solidified, and Su Kaiwei was surely aware of this. Stepping closer, Su Kaiwei embraced Zhou Yun and boldly kissed him on the cheek. I don't mind, as I said earlier. As long as you ensure my safety, not only will I pledge myself to you, but I will also help you pursue Su Qian. For Su Kaiwei, nothing was more important than Zhou Yun. As long as he was happy, she was willing to give everything for him and do anything he desired. A siren. This girl was undoubtedly a siren, a bewitching temptress. Could she not see the dire atmosphere surrounding them? Zhou Yun was at a loss for words, but inexplicably, he felt a stirring in his heart, rendering him unable to reject. Su Kaiwei's silence enveloped them. A voice shattered the stillness of the night. Zhou Yun, you have nowhere left to run. Come out and face us. You might still have a chance if you kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you both are as good as dead. Stay here. Kaiwei, I'll be back shortly. Zhou Yun broke free from Su Kaiwei's grasp and strode toward the alley entrance. He knew that if he didn't step out soon, Hua Xian would lead his men inside, putting Su Kaiwei in grave danger. At that moment, guarding the entrance was the only way to ensure Su Kaiwei's safety. With a charming smile, Su Kaiwei gripped her knife tightly and gazed deeply into Zhou Yun's eyes. Yun, I am with you. May fortune favor you. Zhou Yun felt a slight tremor. Su Kaiwei's words filled him with excitement and emotion, invigorating him. Could this be the power of love? He pondered curiously. While he could not determine if he truly loved Su Kaiwei, he certainly liked her. What man wouldn't he be drawn to beauty? In that moment, Zhou Yun felt a surge of confidence. Kaiwei, trust your instincts. If I can't handle a few thugs, then I'm not worthy of being your man. He turned his head slightly, revealing a gentle smile. It felt as if one had returned to the days of middle school, transforming into the fearless whirlwind of youth. They too were mad for love, yet the distinction lay in the realms of loving and being loved, in the loss of love versus the acquisition of it. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhou Yun's eyes as he picked up a stick from the ground. Slowly emerging from the dead end, the youth surveyed the surrounding ruffians, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the cornered Hua Xian. Hua Xian, do not claim I have not afforded you a chance, while I have yet to unleash my wrath. Distance yourself as far as possible. Otherwise, do you believe I will not incapacitate your third leg? Brother Whirlwind is indeed Brother Whirlwind, still daring to speak defiantly. Everyone, attack! Take down the men and leave the women. We shall share the spoils later. Hua Xian said no more, gesturing for his men to subdue Zhou Yun. However, Zhou Yun's reflexes seemed to outpace him. The moment Hua Xian raised his hand in a display of bravado, Zhou Yun simultaneously hurled the wooden stick hidden behind him. The stick flew in a uniform, accelerated motion, landing a brutal blow on Hua Xian's most sensitive area. This caused his hand to drop, instinctively clutching his groin, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Howling in agony, with such force, it was likely that Zhou Yun had shattered Hua Xian's very essence. Finally, he could believe that Zhou Yun could indeed render him incapable. Regrettably, his realization came too late. Far too late. Avenging our boss. Avenging our boss. Slay him, charge. Upon witnessing Hua Xian's fall, Qingfu, who held a grudge against Zhou Yun, was the first to raise the rallying cry. The shout rang out like a battle horn, inciting the surrounding ruffians to surge toward Zhou Yun. Mala ji bai. Zhou Yun cursed inwardly, lamenting that he had not skinned Qingfu alive in the bar. His initial intention had been to make an example of Hua Xian, to instill fear into these thugs, dissuading them from acting recklessly. However, Chang Ji's shout did not intimidate the ruffians. Instead, it stirred them like a hornet's nest, causing them to swarm. Truly, a case of failure overwhelming success. In a one versus many scenario, being on the defensive spelled certain doom. To achieve victory, one must strike first. Observing the thugs closing in from three directions, Zhou Yun advanced rather than retreated, swiftly seizing the nearest thug and delivering a knee strike. Following that, he executed a powerful kick to the left and a punch to the right, his movements flowing seamlessly as he rendered three attackers powerless in the blink of an eye. Alas, the numbers were against him. Those who regained their wits among the ruffians lunged at him with ferocity. A kick landed in his abdomen, and Zhou Yun staggered back a few steps. Struggling to maintain his balance, Tio's fall now would signify his demise, especially with Su Kaiwe behind him. To protect this beloved maiden, he could not allow the thugs to breach their defenses. In that moment, the youth appeared as a tempest, forsaking all defense, striking with abandon. This was the reason he was dubbed the Whirlwind God. Zhou Yun would rather endure another blow than refrain from retaliating. A display that undoubtedly sent shivers through the ruffians surrounding him. Qingfu, gazing at Zhou Yun as one would a wild beast, felt a chill of terror. Who was this individual, fighting with such ferocity? As if life itself held no value. He realized that should this ruthless figure seek revenge later, he would be powerless to withstand it. Yun. Su Kaiwe watched as Zhou Yun risked his life to shield her, biting her lip as crystalline tears silently slipped down her cheeks. At that moment, even she could not discern whether her emotions were born of sorrow or joy. Why? Why was this happening? What was wrong with her? Her heart felt as though it were being squeezed painfully. Yet, why did she also experience a warm, blissful sensation? Clearly, the question swirling in Su Tsayue's heart went unanswered. The only response came from Zhou Yun's fierce roar. As time wore on, Zhou Yun, lost in the battle, began to feel the weight of exhaustion. This very moment, he longed to charge forward and fight fiercely once more, but sensed that his strength was nearly depleted. Each punch feeling heavier than the last. Observing his predicament, the seasoned thugs immediately shouted, "Quick! He's out of stamina!" And soon, 3 to 5 men closed in around Zhou Yun once more. "Everyone, clear out!" Just then, Hua Xian, gritting his teeth against the pain in his groin, seized an iron rod and swung it at Zhou Yun. Damn it! The iron rod hurtled toward Zhou Yun's head, growing nearer with each passing moment. Yet he found himself too weak to evade. Was this how it would end? After finally meeting Su Qian, was this where their fateful encounter would conclude? And what of Xiang Ling? Was she faring well? Did she even remember him? He longed to see her once more. He wished for the happiness of all those he loved and who loved him. Yun, I stand with you. Su Kaiyue smiled, a bittersweet expression gracing her face, her lips curling into a smile that was tinged with either regret or solace. Kaiyue. Just as Zhou Yun contemplated surrender, a voice resonated in the depths of his heart. Chapter 22. At last, in a moment of reflection, a myriad of enchanting visions unfolded before Zhou Yun's mind. A blissful woman, smiling through her tears, awaited him. Could it be that dying alongside her was a form of happiness? No, that was not right. He could not simply fall. He bore more than just his own fate. True happiness was not to be found in death. In that critical moment, a surge of energy erupted from Zhou Yun, propelling the oncoming iron rod away in an instant. Simultaneously, the thugs circling him were sent flying as if struck by a freight train. A tempest rose, debris scattered, and a bolt of blue lightning arced across the darkened sky. Zhou Yun stood at the entrance of the alley, shining like a deity, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. At that moment, the night sky roiled with clouds, shrouding Qingfu City in total darkness. Yet, Zhou Yun could distinctly feel a powerful force awakening within him. Not only could he perceive the material existence surrounding him, but he could also manipulate and even transform these substances through his mental prowess. Regrettably, this extraordinary phenomenon was fleeting, as the bizarre spectacle quickly faded into tranquility. In mere seconds, the city's residents experienced a flicker of light, and all returned to normalcy, preventing any panic from arising. The mental energy has surged. The first layer of the seal has been lifted. That drug's effects dissipated quite rapidly, allowing the old man to depart in peace. Somewhere in Qingfu City, a limping old man chuckled to himself. If Zhou Yun were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this peculiar figure as the old man who had sold him candy. The surge of mental energy was a sign that the brain's latent abilities had been activated. Zhou Yun's mental capacity expanded, breaking through its limits, causing a temporary loss of control. However, this phenomenon quickly subsided. For the human brain imposes subconscious constraints on mental energy, only allowing it to be released during moments of focus. Of course, Zhou Yun's development was not limited to mental energy alone. Let us not forget that he had consumed 3 pieces of candy. Alongside his mind, his body and spirit had also undergone expansion. Yet, compared to the mind's mental prowess, the latter two remained subdued. Even upon awakening, they would not draw attention. After the surge, Zhou Yun stood in a daze at the alley's entrance. Moments ago, he had narrowly escaped a fatal blow from the iron rod, yet here he was, miraculously alive. Su Kaiyue, seeing her beloved unscathed, could no longer contain herself and rushed forward to embrace Zhou Yun tightly. The preceding scene had nearly caused her heart to leap from her chest. Had Zhou Yun not stood there unharmed, she might have plunged a knife into her heart, choosing to accompany the youth in death. I'm fine, don't worry, he reassured her, though even he found the statement hard to believe. In truth, Zhou Yun was uncertain if he was truly unscathed. Even if he appeared fine now, he could not guarantee he would remain so in moments to come. The thugs still loomed, and he was already battered and bruised, unsure how much longer he could endure. Yet Su Kaiyue clung to him tightly, and Zhou Yun, even if he had to contemplate with his toes, could sense her concern for him. To ease her worries, he gently patted her shoulder in consolation. Zhou Yun's state was curious. The wounds upon him still throbbed painfully, relentlessly stimulating his nerves. The only puzzling aspect was that the stamina he had lost in battle seemed to have fully returned, perhaps even exceeded his prior limits. Hua Xian, noticing the stunned silence among his men, bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Get in there." Zhou Yun's displayed ferocity unnerved even him. Today, if Zhou Yun were to escape, he would undoubtedly become a future threat. But boss, just now, what was that? The thugs, not foolish, were acutely aware that the earlier extraordinary events were beyond their capacity to confront. Had they not seen the 3 men who had been flung aside, now frothing at the mouth and unconscious? What do you mean? That was just a power outage. Don't let him intimidate you. All of you. Charge. I refuse to believe he can keep getting lucky. Hua Xian insisted, forcing himself to sound convincing. A power outage? What nonsense. Have you ever seen a power outage send someone flying? Even if it could, how was Zhou Yun unscathed? Was he some sort of insulator? Such an explanation was clearly flimsy. Yet the boss had spoken, and the thugs had no choice but to close in once more, surrounding Zhou Yun. They were also apprehensive of letting the tiger return to the mountain, fearing Zhou Yun's potential revenge in the future. Kaiyue, lend me your strength, Zhou Yun uttered, leaving Su Kaiyue perplexed. How could she possibly grant him strength? He lowered his head, seeking out her petite red lips, and pressed down fiercely. In that moment, Su Kaiyue finally comprehended that lending strength had a very different meaning. A long kiss indeed felt as though it drained every ounce of energy from her being. Poor girl, once again at the mercy of this little rogue. The fragrant aroma filled the air as Zhou Yun held his breath, swiftly turning to charge at Hua Xian. Capture the leader first. While they still harbor some trepidation towards me, I shall seize Hua Xian in one fell swoop, and then matters will be much easier to handle. Fear not. Everyone, this brat is but a dying ember. Let us all attack together. With that, Changgu, accompanied by Tudou and Huanghua, lunged toward Zhou Yun. In his eyes, Zhou Yun was already on the brink of death. Posing no real threat, if they could successfully subdue him, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement, earning them Hua Xian's favor. With one brave soul stepping forward, the remaining ruffians exchanged glances and followed suit. Damn it! It's you again. Zhou Yun's ire flared upon spotting Changgu. This scoundrel had repeatedly thwarted his plans, truly deserving a beating. With 2 swift steps, Zhou Yun propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Tudou. In a miraculous turn of events, Tudou soared through the air as if suspended by wires, tracing a parabolic arc over 10 meters before crashing violently against the concrete wall. The gang members, who had just charged in, abruptly halted in their tracks. They turned in a daze to behold Tudou, who was now spitting yellow liquid, his life hanging in the balance. A collective shiver ran down their spines. As they all silently pondered, he can't possibly be dead, can he? Wait, what just happened? How did I kick him so far? Previously, he would only fly a couple of meters at most, but that last kick was akin to a soccer shot. Soaring into the sky, truly astonishing. In disbelief, Zhou Yun stamped his foot, and to his astonishment, the concrete floor cracked beneath him. The ruffians quickly turned back to stare at the fissured ground, a cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. This guy, is he even human? Heh heh, huff huff. Zhou Yun suddenly burst into a sinister grin, chilling the hearts of the ruffians. He began to grasp that the extraordinary power bestowed by the candy seemed to far exceed his expectations. Die! Changgu roared, drawing a small knife from his pocket and lunging at Zhou Yun with ferocity. He and Tudou shared a close bond, having grown up together. Seeing Tudou's precarious state, he was determined to fight Zhou Yun to the death. Zhou Yun's pupils constricted as Chang Ji's movements slowed to a crawl, resembling a scene from a slow-motion film. Where is he? As Changgu stabbed downward, he felt no resistance, as if piercing through thin air. Staring blankly at the empty space before him, he was momentarily stunned. Zhou Yun had clearly been right in front of him. How could he have vanished in the blink of an eye? Too slow. Zhou Yun's cold voice echoed, as he had already appeared behind Changgu, gripping his cervical vertebra with one hand and lifting him effortlessly. This must be another effect of the candy, extreme speed. As if discarding refuse, Zhou Yun flung Changgu aside, who sailed through the air in a graceful arc, colliding with Tudou. Chapter 23. Brothers are the ultimate life-saving talisman. Glancing back at the seemingly relentless Huanghua, Zhou Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Do you wish to join in as well? Join what? Huanghua instinctively replied. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Zhou Yun sent him flying, reuniting him with his 2 brothers. The ensuing scene turned rather desolate, with Zhou Yun standing alone at the entrance of the alley, while the surrounding ruffians dared not approach. Come on. Why aren't you coming? I'm just getting warmed up. All of you are nothing but scum. If it weren't for my extraordinary luck, I might have been defeated by you today. Remembering the earlier scene of being besieged, Zhou Yun's fury surged. You refuse to come? Huh. Fine. I'll graciously lower myself to serve you. With that, Zhou Yun charged at the ruffians who had previously attacked him. The situation became quite comical, as dozens of thugs were chased and beaten by Zhou Yun alone. They had encountered fierce fighters before, but never someone as ferocious as him. Hua Xian, filled with regret, had not anticipated that 3 years would pass, and Zhou Yun would emerge not only unscathed but even more formidable. Had he known it would turn out so disastrous, he would have never sought out trouble. He's truly a madman, Xu Kaiwe thought, feeling reassured now that the situation was under control. However, Zhou Yun's performance left her puzzled. What had just transpired was far from ordinary, compelling her to contemplate deeply. The ruffians from the East District, who had been observing from the shadows, could hardly contain their astonishment as they watched Zhou Yun relentlessly pursue the thugs from the West District. This guy is incredibly fierce. Could he be the legendary martial arts master? One of the East District ruffians queried. Who knows? Didn't Wengu say that Windstorm Brother had long since retired? I've been with Wengu for over 2 years, and I've never seen Windstorm Brother, Hu Lai replied. They were all subordinates of Yuan, the East District's leader. After spotting Hua Xian and his gang at the Didi Bar, they had followed them here. Fortunate enough to witness such a comical scene unfold. A dozen thugs from the West District were being relentlessly pursued by a single individual. One would hardly believe it if told. Little lie. I won't lie to you. Windstorm Brother is the most respected person in my life. If it weren't for him, I would have likely been killed long ago. He single-handedly faced off against 7 big men to save me. You wouldn't even believe it, Hu Lai declared. Here comes Wengu. As he turned to look, Hu Lai was taken aback to see his leader, Yuan, approaching. Back when Zhou Yun was still a ruffian, Yuan had been one of his most formidable subordinates. They were as close as brothers, having fought side by side through thick and thin. However, after Zhou Yun graduated to high school, he handed over the title of East District Leader to Yuan and turned away from the underworld. Though they maintained contact, they seldom met. Yuan knew that Zhou Yun had reformed and wished to stay clear of the underworld affairs, so he had not sought him out. Damn. Isn't this obvious? The West District thugs are making trouble on my turf. How could I not come? What's the situation now? Yuan asked bluntly. Wengu, it seems Hua Xian is here for revenge. But now, he's the one being chased, Hu Lai replied with a chuckle. What? That brat Hua Xian is being hunted. Damn, why didn't you tell me this sooner? Yuan exclaimed, shoving aside a subordinate in his way and craning his neck to look ahead. Indeed, the first sight to catch his eye was Hua Xian, limping as he fled, pursued by a gaggle of thugs who shouted and clamored for blood. Yet, this person seemed oddly familiar, evoking a sense of deja vu. Seeing a youth chasing after someone, Hu Lai couldn't help but jest, Hey, Wengu, do you think that guy is more formidable than Windstorm Brother? At the mention of this, Yuan suddenly realized, of course, that was Zhou Yun. No wonder he looked so familiar. Damn, what a ridiculous comparison. Gather everyone and follow me. Let us help Brother Yun take down those drowning rats. Brother Yun? Who's Brother Yun? The subordinates queried in confusion. Yuan pointed excitedly at the youth in the alley, exclaiming, He is the Windstorm Brother I've told you about. It had been a long time since Yuan had seen Zhou Yun, and he never expected to encounter him in such a situation. Wengu. He is the legendary leader of the 4 heavenly kings of Qingfu, the formidable Windstorm. Hu Lai also grew excited, realizing that the fierce individual before them, single-handedly battling a crowd, was the very Windstorm Brother his boss revered. Previously, they had thought that Windstorm Brother's legendary 1 against 7 feet was just a myth, an exaggerated tale spun by Yuan. However, it now appeared that Yuan had neither exaggerated nor embellished. In fact, he had been modest. Zhou Yun was indeed chasing and fiercely attacking a dozen thugs, embodying the valor of Zhou Yun in the world. Before Hu Lai could fully process the situation, Yuan had already led a group to encircle Hua Xian. After pursuing the gang for over 10 meters, Zhou Yun was compelled to halt. Although he wished to teach those scoundrels a lesson, he could not abandon Su Kaiwe alone. Who knows if there were any stragglers lurking in the shadows? If there were others intent on harming Su Kaiwe and he was not by her side, the consequences could be dire. Just as Zhou Yun was feeling frustrated, chaos erupted ahead. The recently fleeing thugs returned in a panic. Zhou Yun was left puzzled, pondering whether these fools had been scared senseless by him. Brother Yun, I'm here to help. Before he even appeared, Yun's voice rang out. Upon hearing that shout, Zhou Yun finally understood. It turned out that another group had surged forth from the alley's end, forcing the ruffians back. Leading the charge was none other than his longtime comrade and brother-in-arms, the current East District leader, Yun. What followed was remarkably straightforward. Zhou Yun hardly needed to lift a finger. Yun and his subordinates swiftly surrounded Hua Xian and his gang, compelling them to raise their hands and squat against the wall. Akin to criminals awaiting interrogation, anyone who dared to disobey would be met with a flurry of kicks and bricks. Yun's arrival did not surprise Zhou Yun greatly, with Hua Xian bringing such a large group onto their turf. It was only natural that Yun would not stand idly by. "Brother Yun, are you all right?" Yun asked, having dealt with the situation. The two had not seen each other in over a year. Had it not been for Hua Xian seeking trouble with Zhou Yun, they likely would not have crossed paths. Observing the throng of subordinates behind Yun, Zhou Yun smiled. "Little one, you're doing quite well for yourself. Looks like you've grown quite a bit. I imagine you've faced your share of hardships." "Heh, thanks to Brother Yun. Everything is going smoothly," Yun replied bashfully, lowering his gaze. He resembled a child being praised by a teacher, appearing both humble and obedient. This left Hu Lai, who stood beside him, utterly flabbergasted. Yun was a leader in his own right. Yet here he was acting as if he were a subordinate before Zhou Yun. Chapter 24. In this vast world, the sister-in-law reigns supreme. Su Kaiyue emerged from the alley, gazing intently at Yun. "So, you are one of Xiao Yun's dubious companions?" The current situation has stabilized. The ruffians who sought trouble have been subdued by the subordinates brought by Yun. There is no longer any need for Su Kaiyue to linger in the alley, merely spectating. Who is Yun? Su Kaiyue has heard of him from Zhou Yun before. He is Zhou Yun's comrade-in-arms. A loyal brother through thick and thin. As for why Su Kaiyue referred to Yun as a nefarious companion, it is likely the result of the girl's passive traits manifesting. Yun, caught off guard by Su Kaiyue's retort, found himself in an awkward situation. After all, he is a leader of ruffians. Su Kaiyue's accusation of him being a nefarious companion is not entirely unwarranted. Now that Zhou Yun has turned over a new leaf, Yun mistakenly assumes that Su Kaiyue is worried about him leading Zhou Yun astray, hence her sharp words. Observing Su Kaiyue naturally linking arms with Zhou Yun, Yun speculates that their relationship must be quite special. "Sister-in-law, I assure you, I shall never bring trouble to Brother Yun." Su Kaiyue elegantly nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Is that so? I am truly grateful, however. Individuals of your lowly status could hardly pose a nuisance to Zhou Yun." Alas, in truth, Su Kaiyue wished to convey to Yun that he need not worry excessively. As long as he wishes, he can seek out Zhou Yun anytime, without concern for causing trouble. Yet, for reasons unknown, her well-meaning words morphed into this rather unsavory exchange. "Goodness, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." Zhou Yun shot Su Kaiyue a disgruntled glance before awkwardly explaining to Yun, "Please don't mind her. She speaks to everyone like this." "No matter. How about we pay a visit to Hua Xian? That rascal dares to cause trouble on my turf. He truly knows no bounds," Yun suggested. Moments later, Hua Xian was brought before Zhou Yun like a sacrificial lamb. Today had not been kind to him. Not only had Su Kaiyue inflicted a wound upon him, but Zhou Yun had also dealt him a painful blow, and now Yun had him in custody, awaiting his punishment. When Hua Xian encountered Zhou Yun again, he immediately broke down, tears and snot flowing as he pleaded, "Brother Yun, I have an elderly mother to care for and a toddler learning to walk. Please show mercy and spare me." Hearing this desperate lament, Zhou Yun turned to the others with amusement, asking, "Do you believe him?" Everyone, including Su Kaiyue, shook their heads in unison. Who would take such nonsense seriously? Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, "Don't hit me! Don't hit me! I'm innocent, Xiaoya. It's Zhu Jiwen. Save me." Zhu Jiwen? Zhou Yun followed the voice and indeed found Zhu Jiwen, who had supposedly left the bar earlier. What brought him here? Sensing something amiss, Zhou Yun ordered his men to bring Zhu Jiwen forth. Before he could speak, Zhou Yun inquired, "Where did you find him?" A subordinate promptly replied, "Brother Yun. I saw him lurking at the alley entrance, suspiciously peeking, and suspected he was in cahoots with those from the West City, so I brought him here." "Very good, well done. What is your name?" Zhou Yun praised the subordinate, patting him on the shoulder. This young man was quite astute, managing to catch a mastermind. He had performed a great service. Zhou Yun, now alerted by this subordinate, began to suspect Zhu Yun. Initially, he believed Hua Xian and his crew were summoned by Qingfu due to a personal vendetta. However, upon further reflection, he found this reasoning flawed. Qingfu had just exited the bar, and he and Su Kaiyue followed closely behind. Even if they were seeking assistance, Hua Xian could not have arrived so swiftly. Moreover, it would take at least 10 minutes for those from the West City to reach the east by subway. Thus, Zhou Yun concluded that Hua Xian and his crew must have received news and departed from the West City long before. Only in this way could their two groups meet at the bar entrance. Recalling the resentful gaze Zhu Yun had cast during their bar encounter, along with the reports from Yuan's subordinates, Zhou Yun was nearly certain that Zhu Yun had orchestrated the trouble that Hua Xian had brought upon them. My name is Su Yin, the subordinate replied, feeling quite honored. To be asked his name by the boss of the boss was an enviable feat for many. Xiao Wan. This fellow is quite clever. Take care of him moving forward, Zhou Yun said with a sense of pride, eliciting a knowing smile from Su Kaiyue. Indeed, Zhou Yun merely wished to impress the beauty before him, without any ulterior motives. Yet Yuan took his words seriously, boldly declaring, "Since Brother Yun has spoken, I shall certainly take care of him. Xiao Yin, you will follow Xiao Lai from now on, directly under my command." Zhou Yun had always been perceptive in his judgments. Yuan's ability to recognize and utilize talent was a testament to his careful mentoring in the past. Yes, thank you, Brother Yun, thank you, Brother One, Su Yin exclaimed excitedly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He had never anticipated that a mere comment from Zhou Yun would elevate him to become a trusted aide of Yuan. We all have faith in you. We hope you can seize this opportunity and not disappoint me in Brother Yun, Yuan added with a smile. Zhu Yun, left in the cold for quite some time, finally could not contain himself any longer. Zhou Yun, what do you mean by this? Do you suspect I am in cahoots with them? Though he was restrained, rendered immobile, his mind raced with anxiety, fearful that Zhou Yun would uncover his ulterior motives. Oh, there is nothing to be suspicious about. Whether you are part of the same group can be easily determined. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Yun turned and kicked Hua Xian, signaling him to speak. Why yes, Brother Yun is absolutely correct. Hua Xian stammered, having lost all bravado, now appearing as subservient as a wretch before Zhou Yun, willing to do anything to appease him, much to the disdain of the onlookers. How could such a person be a leader? Truly, he had stumbled upon a stroke of good luck. I'm asking you a question. Stop pretending to be a fool. Is this person in cahoots with you? Zhou Yun reiterated his inquiry. Well, Hua Xian glanced at Zhu Yun, hesitating in confusion. Betraying his employer was a grave breach of professional ethics. If word got out, he would likely find himself shunned from future employment. Who would want to do business with a traitor? Observing Hua Xian's hesitation, Yuan immediately exchanged glances with his nearby subordinates, Su Yin and Hu Lai stepped forward, delivering a few well-placed punches, prompting Hua Xian to cry out for mercy. Stop, I'll speak. He paid me to cause trouble for Brother Yun. This is my fault. Please don't hit me. This fellow truly was spineless, spilling the beans after just a couple of blows. Hua Xian, don't slander me, Xiaoya. I don't know him at all. You must believe me. I am innocent. Alas, at last. The truth was unveiled. Zhu Yun, in a moment of impulsiveness, had inadvertently confessed. Zhou Yun regarded him with the disdain reserved for fools. There must be some semblance of credibility in deceit. The lad had even mentioned Hua Xian's name while claiming ignorance of others. Did he truly believe everyone else was a fool? Zhou Yun cast a glance at the unperturbed Su Kaiyue before addressing Yuan. Xiao Wan, I leave the matter here in your capable hands. Handle it as you see fit. The hour was growing late. Nearing 10:30. Even in school, evening study sessions would have concluded by now. Zhou Yun had no intention of lingering any longer. Yuan was far more adept at dealing with such matters. Yuan chuckled, then mischievously nudged Zhou Yun. Brother Yun, you needn't worry about me. I'll handle this. You should accompany your sister-in-law to attend to important matters. It will be too late if you dawdle. Goodness. Where was his mind wandering? Observing Yuan's mischievous grin, Zhou Yun could not be bothered to explain, taking Su Kaiyue's hand and leading her towards the alleyway's exit. Xiaoya, don't leave. I'm innocent. Save me. Xiaoya, oh. Just as they stepped out of the alley, Zhou Yun heard a wretched cry behind them. However, that no longer concerned him. Since Su Kaiwei did not plead on his behalf, Zhou Yun felt no inclination to intervene further. This fellow had brought trouble upon himself. Anyone seeking to provoke him must be prepared to face the consequences. Zhou Yun was not one to be trifled with. If one sought to bully him, they would find themselves sorely mistaken. Zhou Yun guided Su Kaiwei away from the alley and directly towards the bus station. When they had ventured out earlier, Zhu Jiwen had driven them, and now the lad was likely being warmly entertained. Unable to extricate himself at the moment, Zhou Yun yearned to return home promptly but was reluctant to let Su Kaiwei travel alone. Ultimately, he assumed the role of her protector, ensuring she returned safely. Chapter 25. A gentle smile. After a little over 10 minutes, the two finally managed to board a bus. Though the crowd was somewhat dense, squeezing in was manageable, with Zhou Yun shielding Su Kaiwei in front of her. There was no need to worry about any lecherous individuals taking advantage of the situation. Perhaps it could be said that Zhou Yun had already monopolized the beauty's attention. The bus swayed rhythmically, allowing for frequent contact between him and Su Kaiwei. Throughout the journey home, Su Kaiwei remained silent, leaving Zhou Yun perplexed, speculating that she must have been quite frightened. If a typical girl were to encounter the events of the evening, one could only imagine the tears she would shed. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yun could not help but offer reassurance. There's no need to worry. Everything is fine now. It was just a trivial matter that I didn't take to heart. It's simply that you told me not to speak, so I obediently kept my mouth shut. After all, remaining silent doesn't make me a mute, and I'm not angry at all, Su Kaiwei replied, turning her head to gaze out at the scenery, ignoring Zhou Yun thereafter. Did Su Kaiwei truly appear unbothered? Clearly not. Based on their years of acquaintance, Zhou Yun knew she was indeed very angry. However, he felt fortunate that while she was upset, she had yet to smile. If the girl were merely angry, then all would be well. She would not resort to mischief, and it would simply be a matter of waiting for her temper to cool. What he dreaded was the prospect of Su Kaiwei being angry yet wearing a smile. Should that ever occur, then congratulations, my friend. You would have found yourself in a precarious situation. With time still on his side, it would be wise to promptly return home and offer prayers to the Buddha for protection. Confronted by the subtly irate Su Kaiwei, Zhou Yun dared not utter a word, fearful of igniting a spark that could lead to a conflict. Should the young lady unexpectedly flash him a smile, it would be too late for regrets. Maintaining a silence that weighed heavily upon him, Zhou Yun escorted Su Kaiwei back to her residential complex. As he watched the enchanting beauty prepare to depart, an insatiable yearning stirred within him. This was fueled by the enticing words Su Kaiwei had spoken while they were besieged by ruffians. Wait a moment. Zhou Yun, unable to suppress his curiosity as Su Kaiwei stepped into the elevator, finally inquired, about what you said today. Was it true? What I said? Which moment are you referring to, Zhou Yun? Su Kaiwei gazed at Zhou Yun with skepticism, her eyes scrutinizing the awkwardness etched across his face. Well, it was back in the alley when we were cornered by those thugs. Zhou Yun stammered, perplexed as to why, when it came to matters of the heart, it was not the female who typically felt shy. Why was the situation now inverted? Su Kaiwei stood there, seemingly amused at his discomfort, while Zhou Yun fidgeted, scratching his head, utterly at a loss for words. Was this not a disgrace to his fellow men? Yet, there seemed to be a saying circulating online. Before wooing a beauty, one must adopt a humble demeanor, whereas once the chase is successful, one could adopt a more assertive stance. Determined to endure this situation for a brighter future, Zhou Yun resolved to embrace his submissive role, allowing Su Kaiwei to revel in her perceived superiority. However, as he emerged from his daydreams, he was taken aback to find Su Kaiwei smiling at him, her lips curling in a delightful crescent reminiscent of a peach blossom. A chill ran down his spine. Did this portend misfortune for him? Zhou Yun. To be candid, everything I said in the alley today was a fabrication. Su Kaiwei's words struck Zhou Yun like a bolt from the blue, leaving him reeling with disbelief. False? All of it. Before he could process her statement, Su Kaiwei executed a graceful turn and entered the elevator, leaving him standing at the threshold in utter shock. That wretched enchantress, always causing chaos. Zhou Yun muttered darkly to himself, his spirits dampened. Meanwhile, as Su Kaiwei stepped into the elevator, she exhaled deeply. The truth of her promises made to Zhou Yun in the alley was known only to her. His inquiry had clearly indicated that he was affected by her words. Reflecting on their parting moment, she noted his bewildered expression, reinforcing her belief that she held a significant allure for him. After a tumultuous evening, Su Kaiyue found herself returning home, only to be summoned by Su Feng, who wished to discuss a pressing matter. Coincidentally, she too had something to convey, so she followed him into the room. The incident of the attack must be disclosed to her father, as she sought to ensure that Zhou Yun would not face further danger. Additionally, she intended to advocate for Yuan in front of her father, proposing him as the overseer of the local ruffians to prevent any future trouble for Zhou Yun. Conversely, after Su Caiyue's departure, Zhou Yun lingered at the elevator for over 10 minutes, grappling with reality. Deep down, he had anticipated that such a fortunate occurrence could hardly befall him. Su Kaiyue had made her position clear. All that transpired in the alley was mere pretense. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained in Zhou Yun's heart, for Su Kaiyue had spoken to him with a smile. Even while she was clearly upset in his recollection, she had never uttered a single truthful word in such a state. In other words, it was entirely possible that she had been lying, motivated by a desire to retaliate against his earlier reproach to Yi when regarding her loose-tongued. As Confucius wisely stated, women and petty individuals are not easy to manage. As the night deepened, nearing 11 o'clock, Zhou Yun reluctantly boarded the subway home. His residence was situated in a rather remote area, and after 10 o'clock, no night trains were available. Thus, he had to take the subway to a nearby station and then walk the remainder of the way. It seemed he would not reach home until after midnight, even if he ran. Fortunately, the journey was not devoid of interest, as Zhou Yun used the opportunity to contemplate and, when unobserved, to subtly experiment with his newfound abilities. Through his encounters with the ruffians, Zhou Yun was convinced of the extraordinary properties of the old man's candy. Beyond merely enabling him to manipulate the surrounding materials with his mental energy, it also endowed him with remarkable strength and speed. Such powers were indeed astonishing. As he pondered, Zhou Yun began to test these remarkable abilities, eager to discover their full extent. First, he concentrated on controlling the materials around him, recalling how he had sensed their presence during the earlier altercation and had been able to direct them with ease. Unfortunately, the universe seemed intent on playing tricks on him. No matter how hard he focused, he found that only the lightest of objects, like leaves, obeyed his commands, while heavier items remained impervious to his efforts. He had hoped to summon the winds, yet even a small stone refused to budge, leaving him feeling foolish for his excitement. Next, Zhou Yun endeavored to harness his newfound strength. Remembering the ability he once wielded to crush stones with a stomp, he felt a rush of exhilaration. It was akin to the prowess of ancient martial experts, each step echoing with power. Just the thought sent his blood racing. He glanced at the floor beneath him and, with all his might, he stomped down. To his bewilderment, no matter how forcefully he struck the ground, it remained unscathed. After exhausting his legs with futile attempts, he finally ceased his ridiculous actions. What on earth was happening? Hadn't he just felt invincible? Why now did his abilities seem to have vanished? Zhou Yun rubbed his sore feet, grumbling to himself. Could it be that the candy was a one-time use? His previously buoyant spirits now dampened by disappointment. Clinging to a final shred of hope, Zhou Yun held his breath and attempted his last ability. In that instant, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The atmosphere around him slowed, and the passing buses appeared to crawl like tortoises in slow motion. As he exhaled, the world returned to its normal pace. After several trials, Zhou Yun swiftly concluded that by concentrating and holding his breath, he could slow down the objects around him, or, conversely, he could accelerate his own speed. Suppressing his exhilaration, he summarized his experiments thus. First, his mind had become surprisingly sharp, allowing him to manipulate the surrounding materials, albeit weakly, as he could only influence light objects like leaves in the breeze. Yet, the potential was limitless. Superpowers. Second, his body felt inexplicably powerful, as if it contained an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Regrettably, he had yet to learn how to harness it. There must be a secret to it. Just as with enhancing speed, which required concentration and breath control, the specifics remained elusive. Third, the enhancement of speed could only be maintained briefly. Once he exhaled, the effect dissipated. Fortunately, it seemed that there was no limit to its usage, as long as he could inhale and hold his breath anew. Clearly, That limping old man had sold him a treasure in the form of candy. Without its assistance tonight, he might very well have met his end. Chapter 26. Harmonious powers. Was this what it meant to possess supernatural abilities? Zhou Yun let out a profound sigh. He should have been overjoyed at acquiring such extraordinary powers, yet unease gnawed at him, as he worried that these abilities might attract untold troubles. Whether it was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. For now, he would take things one step at a time. To become more familiar with his new capabilities, Zhou Yun decided to sprint home while holding his breath, eager to see just how swift he could be. He dashed through the streets like a gust of night wind. Nearly invisible to any passers-by, those with keen eyesight might catch a fleeting glimpse of his shadow, only to dismiss it as a trick of the streetlights. On his way home, Zhou Yun changed his breath numerous times. What would typically require an hour of travel, he accomplished in just over 10 minutes, an astonishing speed that left even him incredulous. Nonetheless, the reality was undeniable, and he had no choice but to accept it. While exhilaration surged within him, a sense of caution also crept in. After all, such abilities were extraordinary. If word got out, would he not risk being captured by some scientific madman for dissection? Zhou Yun took a deep breath, vowing to keep this secret closely guarded, lest he be subjected to unwanted scrutiny. Conversely, with such a unique ability, one could only imagine that life would soon resemble a game with cheat codes, much more enjoyable. Just as he stood at his doorstep, lost in thought, Zhou Qingyang emerged. "Is that you, Zhou Yun? Why are you standing outside alone?" Having heard the sounds at the door, he had guessed it was Zhou Yun returning. However, Zhou Qingyang was puzzled as to why his son lingered at the entrance, lost in contemplation. Zhou Yun snapped out of his reverie and replied hastily, "Dad, you're still awake? How could I sleep when you hadn't come home yet? Come inside. We need to talk." Zhou Qingyang placed a hand on Zhou Yun's head and ushered him into the house. "It seems that we haven't had a heart-to-heart in quite some time. With tomorrow being a rest day, let us have a proper chat, shall we?" "Ah, a heart-to-heart." Zhou Yun's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Zhou Qingyang, bewildered by his father's sudden interest. Surely he wasn't suspecting that his son had been out gallivanting again? "Don't worry. I know where you were tonight," Zhou Qingyang said as he entered the living room. Handing Zhou Yun a glass of water to quench his thirst, he then slowly inquired, "Zhou Yun, tell me honestly, is there a girl you like?" With a sudden spray of water, Zhou Yun looked at Zhou Qingyang with wide eyes of astonishment and exclaimed, "Dad, why are you asking about this?" His father had never interfered in his personal life before, so what prompted this unexpected inquiry today? "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual question. It's just the two of us here, so there's no need to feel embarrassed. Tell your old man, what is the girl like?" She's really nice." "Yes, very nice," Zhou Yun stammered. His father seemed almost prescient, as if he already knew that his son had someone he fancied, leaving him with no room for denial. Could it be that his affection for Su Qian had been detected by his father? Indeed, Zhou Qingyang nodded discreetly. The reason for Zhou Yun's newfound determination must surely be connected to this girl. Recalling a recent phone call from Su Feng regarding some photos, Zhou Qingyang spoke gently to Zhou Yun. "Zhou Yun, as a man, you must take responsibility for your actions. Do you understand?" "Responsibility? Why should I?" "I understand. I will take responsibility." Zhou Yun, who initially had no intention of accepting responsibility, quickly changed his tune under the fierce gaze of Zhou Qingyang. However, despite his words, he felt utterly perplexed. Responsibility? For what exactly? It seemed he had not committed any heinous acts. Why was his father glaring at him so fiercely? Did he somehow know about the incident with Su Kaiwei at the bar? No, even if Su Kaiwei were to complain, it was improbable that his father would receive news so swiftly. "Zhou Yun, your father does not oppose you finding a girlfriend, but there are some things you must understand. As a man, you must bear some responsibilities and not seek fleeting pleasures at the expense of a girl's happiness. Furthermore, prioritizing your studies is paramount. Do not delay her education. Do you comprehend?" Zhou Qingyang admonished seriously. I understand. Dad, if there is nothing else, I'm going to wash up and get some sleep." Today, his father was acting rather strangely, speaking in an inexplicable manner. Was he trying to emphasize the importance of studies and not let personal affairs interfere? But he had barely even begun anything with Su Qian. Was it too early to be discussing such matters? "Yes. Go ahead, but it's best to rest early," but remember to ponder over what I said before you sleep. All right. Zhou Yun nodded and hurried towards the bathroom. His father was acting unusually today, so perhaps it was better to keep a distance. Suddenly, Zhou Qingyang recalled something he'd forgotten and called out to Zhou Yun, "Wait, look at me. I almost overlooked something important." He then pulled something from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Yun, saying, "Remember to stay safe, all right?" Zhou Yun blinked in surprise at the object that appeared to be a condom, momentarily taken aback. His father was actually giving him a condom and advising him to be cautious. Incredible! Zhou Yun racked his brain, unable to fathom his father's intentions. But then he decided it was best not to overthink it, lest he waste precious brain cells. After showering and returning to his room, perhaps due to exhaustion, Zhou Yun fell into a deep sleep without reflecting on the events of the day. "What? You were ambushed?" Su Feng asked in shock. Su Kaiwei had just recounted the events of the evening, and Su Feng could hardly believe that Zhu Jiwen had the audacity to confront Su Kaiwei. What a reckless fool he was. "Father, you must take responsibility for this. If it weren't for Xiao Yun risking his life to save her, your precious daughter might have faced a tragic fate," Su Kaiwei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Su Feng, seemingly blaming him for the situation, while also praising Zhou Yun, subtly elevating his status in Su Feng's eyes. Tragic? That seemed a bit excessive. That Su Feng was well aware of his daughter's capabilities. If she truly wanted to escape, a few thugs would hardly be able to stop her. Su Kaiwei could see through her father's thoughts and added softly, "I would never abandon Xiao Yun. If anything were to happen to him, I would be right there with him." Su Feng considered this and realized that while Su Kaiwei could be somewhat unsympathetic when speaking to others, she was fundamentally good-hearted. It was unlikely she would leave someone she cared for to fend for themselves. After a moment of silent contemplation, Su Feng sighed helplessly. Clearly, his daughter had developed feelings for that boy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spoken of life and death together. As for Zhou Yun, he had stepped up to protect Su Kaiwei in a moment of crisis. From a certain perspective, he indeed qualified to be her boyfriend. However, the school's records painted a concerning picture of Zhou Yun: a history of offenses, poor academic performance, and a tendency to skip classes. Setting aside whether he could care for Su Kaiwei, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't stray in the future. He was a rather untrustworthy young man. Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to subtly test him. That way, he could learn a skill to better support Su Kaiwei. Just then, Su Kaiwei interjected, "Father, I heard that." Su Feng, jolted out of his thoughts, looked at her awkwardly and replied, "Xiao Yu, didn't I tell you before? It's very unethical to eavesdrop on others' private conversations. Is that so?" Su Kaiwei crossed her arms, eyeing him skeptically. "Isn't it equally unethical for you to secretly scheme against others? Like father, like daughter. They were both cunning in their own ways, engaged in a silent tug-of-war. I'm just thinking of you both." "And about that?" Su Feng groaned before asking, "Did you just say Xiao Yun held his own against a dozen thugs? Is that true? Do I have any reason to lie?" Su Kaiwei shot him an annoyed glance. Fighting prowess was hardly something to boast about. This little girl was increasingly resembling her mother in no time. She would undoubtedly blossom into an exquisite beauty. How foolish of him to worry about his daughter not finding a suitable partner. He truly was getting old and forgetful. After a brief internal debate, Su Feng contemplated, "If Xiao Yun is indeed capable, perhaps he could join your cousin's Starry Sky. Even if he only starts as a low-ranking member, it's certainly a more promising path than getting involved with the wrong crowd. If he passes the entrance examination, he might even receive a scholarship to college. You wouldn't want to be separated from Xiao Yun once you get to university, would you?" Starry Sky. Su Kaiwei pondered Su Feng's suggestion. Starry Sky was a specialized national organization that trained individuals with exceptional abilities. Becoming a member of Starry Sky meant one was at least a top-tier Special Forces soldier. As her father had mentioned, even as a mere recruit, it would be more advantageous than associating with street thugs. Moreover, if Zhou Yun successfully passed the official entrance examination, he would be assured a spot in college. Then she could continue studying alongside him. Sensing that Su Kaiwei was intrigued, Su Feng pressed on, "Your cousin is the commander of the Starry Sky Youth Division, and she is very eager for you to join. If you make the request, as long as Xiao Yun's abilities aren't lacking, I believe she would agree. You could even ask Xiao Jian to guide him, making it easier for him to pass the examination." "Humph. Father, you truly are cunning in your old age. This way, You can not only help me join Starry Sky but also evaluate Zhou Yun in secret. What kind of benefit did Uncle give you to persuade you to speak on his behalf? Su Kaiwe scrutinized Su Feng with a piercing gaze. Faced with her accusatory look, Su Feng proudly raised his head and stared at the ceiling. Not at all. I'm just doing this for you both. Should I thank you then? Su Kaiwe sighed, no longer willing to engage with her father's antics. After standing quietly for a moment, she finally spoke up, however. This is indeed a good proposal. For me, as long as he is there, it doesn't matter where we go, that I'm tired today and need to rest. Having said all that needed to be said, Su Kaiwe turned to leave Su Feng's room. After all, there would be plenty of time to discuss things that remained unsaid tomorrow. All right, rest well, I'll speak to your uncle. You can just directly reach out to Xiao Qian when you have the chance. Good night. Chapter 27. The beauty sawing the tree as morning arrived. Zhou Yun had slept exceptionally soundly the previous night, free from any dreams or disturbances. The only downside was waking up startled. He had a habit of sleeping in the nude, specifically in a pair of briefs. Moreover, it was well known that young men possessed an unyielding attribute known as morning glory. Thus, on a summer morning, Zhou Yun's sleeping posture was rather unseemly, lying on his back with an obvious display. Just as the young man was waking from his slumber, he sensed something was amiss. It appeared that an unwelcome gaze was fixated upon him. Zhou Yun propped himself up and was met with the sight of Su Kaiwe, resembling an inquisitive child, holding a small knife as if preparing to saw down a tree. Wow! What do you think you're doing? Wait, how did you end up in my room? Zhou Yun panicked, curling up tightly under the blanket, his hands clutching it like a frightened girl who had just been assaulted, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Su Kaiwe. How on earth did this girl find her way into his room? And what was she planning to do with that knife? Was she seeking revenge for something that happened last night? Su Kaiwe completely disregarded Zhou Yun's alarmed expression and pointed the knife at the unidentified object standing tall next to him, saying, "That thing is moving. Just because it's moving, you think you have to cut it?" Zhou Yun retorted angrily. Did she genuinely not understand, or was she feigning ignorance? If she truly cut it, their happiness would be over. Su Kaiwe nodded matter-of-factly. That thing is really disgusting. You. What kind of person was she? Zhou Yun could hardly contain himself upon hearing that remark. Fortunately, I woke up in time. Otherwise, my life would have been in grave jeopardy. In truth, Su Kaiwe did not genuinely intend to harm Zhou Yun. After all, she was no longer a child and had some understanding of matters between men and women. It was merely her curiosity that led her to poke at the gun raised high when she entered Zhou Yun's room that morning. Unfortunately, she had brought nothing but a small knife, which resulted in Zhou Yun's misunderstanding. I must say, class leader, please refrain from making light of such matters. It is rather unamusing. Moreover, how did you come to be in my home? More accurately, in my room. How did you get in? Zhou Yun, after recovering from his shock, clearly recognized the absurdity of the situation. How could Su Kaiwe be in his room? Where had his parents gone? Your father is truly hospitable. He brought me in without my saying a word. Early that morning, when Su Kaiwe sought out Zhou Yun, she was greeted by Zhou Qingyang, who was immediately taken aback by her graceful demeanor. As long as Su Kaiwe remained silent, anyone in the world would mistake her for a refined lady. Zhou Qingyang was momentarily stunned at the door, astonished that his son had managed to attract such a high-caliber girlfriend. Su Kaiwe, too, remained silent, and they stood there quietly facing each other. It was Yang Xiu who reacted swiftly and hurriedly ushered them both inside. Zhou Qingyang then inquired with unusual politeness whether she had spent the night with Zhou Yun. Su Kaiwe nodded in tacit agreement. Zhou Yun's parents exchanged glances, understanding everything without uttering a word. In their eyes, the young girl appeared exceptionally well-behaved. To their surprise, Su Tsayua's silence was interpreted as shyness. By a stroke of luck, they had stumbled upon a gem of a daughter-in-law. Where could one find someone of such quality? Eager to facilitate a favorable outcome, Zhou Qingyang led Su Kaiwe directly to Zhou Yun's room. After all, he had learned from Su Feng that this was not their first encounter. Moreover, Zhou Qingyang had taken precautions the previous night, so there was no need to worry about the two youngsters causing any trouble. Truly, what open-minded parents they were. Ultimately, Zhou Yun grasped the situation. He simply could not fathom what his father was up to. Last night, he had given him a condom, and today he brought Su Kaiwe into his room. Did he want him to No, that was impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. After pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, Zhou Yun turned to Su Kaiyue and asked, "Hey, what brings you to my home so early?" Xiao Yun's physique is quite solid. I fancy strong Ian. Is this your abdominal muscle? Su Kaiyue's response was completely off-topic as she reached out and pinched Zhou Yun's chest, causing him to yelp in surprise. Are you trying to murder me? Initially, Zhou Yun felt a swell of pride at Su Kaiyue's compliment, thinking to himself that he had worked hard for his physique. Yet, in an instant, he was subjected to her harsh treatment, leaving him with tears in his eyes, cursing the girl before him. Being bare in front of a girl is not proper for Xiao Yun, Su Kaiyue said calmly. While this statement seemed to hold some validity, upon closer reflection, it was fraught with flaws. The incident transpired in Zhou Yun's room, where a girl had inexplicably appeared in a boy's space. Who was truly at fault here? Alas, it seemed that being unreasonable was a privilege of girls, and Xiao Yun had no choice but to acquiesce. Being roused so early was quite a trial for Zhou Yun. Fortunately, as a boy, he did not need to fuss over his appearance. After a quick tidying up, he was ready to accompany Su Kaiyue downstairs for breakfast. Class leader Su adhered strictly to Xiao Yun's instructions and remained silent during the meal. The atmosphere was relatively pleasant, and Zhou Yun's parents appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. Of course, for Su Kaiyue to obey, a price had to be paid. Once they left the house, Zhou Yun was to follow her every command. Otherwise, the young girl would surely disclose his earlier misdeed to his parents, inviting divine retribution upon him. The evidence lay in the kiss mark on Su Kaiyue's neck. With his secret exposed, Zhou Yun had no choice but to comply. He had hoped for a day of rest, but what awaited him was an entirely new life of servitude. Bidding farewell to his parents, Zhou Yun followed Su Kaiyue to a park near their neighborhood. The situation mirrored that of the previous afternoon, and Zhou Yun remained completely unaware of class leader Su's intentions. Not wishing to suffer unnecessarily, he donned a bright smile and inquired, "Class leader, may I ask what brings you here?" If the students of Qingfu know one high school were to see this, they would never believe that this humble figure was the tyrant of their school. Su Kaiyue walked ahead, suddenly turning to say, "A date." "A date? With you?" Zhou Yun stared at Su Kaiyue, incredulous. This was highly suspicious, exceedingly so. Hadn't she claimed yesterday that her feelings for him were insincere? Why was she seeking him out for a date today? Did she? Just as Zhou Yun was pondering whether the beautiful girl might have feelings for him, Su Kaiyue stepped closer, wrapping her arms gently around his neck as if she were a tender lover. What was she intending? Could it be that she wanted to kiss him? How bold! Yet, he liked it. With his imagination running wild, Zhou Yun promptly shut his eyes, pursing his lips in anticipation of a kiss from the beauty. However, after a considerable wait, nothing happened. When he finally opened his eyes, Su Kaiyue had returned to her original position. Suddenly noticing a necklace around his neck, Zhou Yun curiously asked, "What is this?" Su Kaiyue smiled sweetly, tugging at the rope that connected to the necklace. "This is a prop for our date, purchased the day before yesterday at the pet store." A dog collar. Realizing he had been treated like a dog, Zhou Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you lost your mind?" He quickly attempted to remove it, only to discover, to his dismay, that the collar was locked. No matter how he struggled, it would not come off. Su Kaiyue watched Zhou Yun's desperate attempts to escape, and instead of helping him, she taunted, "It suits you perfectly." At this point, Zhou Yun could no longer endure the humiliation. He seized Su Kaiyue and pressed her against the wall. "Quick, help me get this off. Otherwise. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Zhou Yun had not considered how to handle Su Kaiyue. However, the curves of the young girl pressed against him were surprisingly pleasant. "Otherwise what? Are you going to assault me?" Su Kaiyue remained calm, even while cornered. "Yes, exactly that. Just help me get this off." Zhou Yun leaned closer, shifting his weight towards Su Kaiyue, prompting a soft gasp from her as her cheeks flushed. Yet, Su Kaiyue showed no fear. She met his advances with unwavering composure. "Well, then go ahead." What sort of dialogue was this? "If you dare to collar me like a dog, then let me show you the ferocity of a mad dog." With that, Zhou Yun lunged forward, hands greedily reaching for Su Kaiyue's bosom. He had truly turned into a big yellow dog. "I had originally planned to take you to meet Su Qian, but since Xiao Yun desires me, let it be so," Su Kaiyue casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun's lewd hands froze in mid-air. What? What did you say? Meet Suqian. Chapter 28. The Slave Lover. Zhou Yun, upon hearing this, found his lewd hands suspended in the air. What? What did you say? Meet Suqian. Su Kaiyue smiled slightly, brushing off the dust from her shoulder before turning to walk away. Noticing Zhou Yun standing there in a daze, she playfully tugged at the rope in her hand. As the collar tightened around his neck, Zhou Yun found himself obediently led away like a well-trained pup, offering not even a hint of resistance. The prospect of meeting Su Qian was a tremendous temptation for Zhou Yun. If he could indeed see Su Qian shortly, what harm was there in being pulled along by Su Kaiyue for the moment? Patience was a virtue, and for the sake of achieving his ultimate goal, he resolved to endure this humiliation. Zhou Yun silently vowed that if Su Kaiyue dared to deceive him, he would risk everything to claim her for himself. After meandering through the park for a while, Su Kaiyue savored the enjoyment of walking a dog before leading Zhou Yun out toward the outskirts of the city. Passers-by frequently cast strange glances their way, delighting Su Kaiyue even more. Her inner thoughts were that she had not felt this joyful in a long time. The beautiful girl was elated, while Zhou Yun felt utterly embarrassed at that moment. He would have preferred to wear a plastic bag over his head rather than be led around by Su Kaiyue. Mom, look! There's a little white thing walking on 2 legs over there. Silly child, that's not Little White. But that's Little White. Didn't Mom say only Little White can wear a collar? The woman fell silent. Matters of love and attraction were beyond a child's comprehension. Even if explained, it would be futile. Look, the young girl was smiling so blissfully. Indeed, the onlookers cast admiring glances at Su Kaiyue. Spring had arrived, and everything was awakening. Gazing at Su Kaiyue's sweet smile, Zhou Yun finally understood what it meant to endure personal suffering for the happiness of a beloved. How could no one notice the depths of his own misery? After much ado, the two finally managed to escape the city. Zhou Yun breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier spectacle had been mortifying. Were it not for his unwavering belief that all this was to prove his love for Su Qian, he might have lost his sanity and retaliated against the source of his torment. Su Kaiyue, leaving Qingfu City behind, Su Kaiyue continued to lead Zhou Yun onward. Time passed, half an hour, 1 hour, 1.5 hours, 2 hours, as they departed the urban district and traversed the suburbs. Zhou Yun could sense that Zhou Yun was on the verge of an outburst. The two finally stumbled upon a magnificent and resplendent yet mysterious holy site. Gazing at the prominently displayed sign on the left, Zhou Yun suddenly realized that this enigmatic location was, in fact, the military district stationed in Qingfu City. What could Su Kaiyue have brought him here for? Leisure, sightseeing, military service, reporting a crime, filing a complaint? Surely, she couldn't be contemplating reporting her own failed assault from last night. Just as Zhou Yun was engulfed in panic, a soldier stationed at the military district's entrance saluted Su Kaiyue with utmost seriousness, saying, "Greetings, 4th young lady. Please present your credentials." 4th young lady? Greetings? Zhou Yun looked at Su Kaiyue in bewilderment. What act was she performing now? The young girl displayed a peculiar badge and made a mark in the registration book, prompting the guard to step aside willingly. However, when she attempted to pull Zhou Yun inside with her, they were halted once again. 4th young lady, strangers are not permitted to enter military premises. Obviously, stranger referred to Zhou Yun. It was his first time here. Who else could they be referring to? That is not a stranger. He is a pet. He even has a collar around his neck. Su Kaiyue tugged at the chain in her hand, leaving the guards feeling a wave of embarrassment. Rumors had it that the 4th young lady of the Su family had an eccentric temperament. But this was beyond expectations. The young man being led around must surely be her boyfriend. How pitiable. I apologize, 4th young lady, but this is against regulations. Treating someone as a pet certainly did not conform to protocol. While the guards felt a profound sympathy for Zhou Yun, their gazes filled with pity continuously drifted in his direction. Yet, rules must be observed. Unless ordered otherwise by a superior, not just anyone could enter the military district. Faced with this impasse, Su Kaiyue was left with no choice but to call her uncle. Once permission was granted, the guards ceased their obstruction. Just as Zhou Yun was being pulled through the gate, the head guard unexpectedly remarked, "Comrade, well done." The casual comment nearly brought Zhou Yun to tears. Finally, someone understood him. This was more than mere hardship. It was life-threatening, whether it was a reflex or a shared sentiment. Zhou Yun boldly replied to the head guard, serving the people, "Salute." Under the head guard's direction, the soldiers uniformly saluted the two. In reality, they had to salute anyone entering or exiting the gate, but in Zhou Yun's eyes, it took on a different flavor. What splendid soldiers, what good comrades. They were all encouraging him. The revolution was not yet complete. Comrades must strive harder. Everything for the goddess Su Qian. Zhou Yun clenched his fist tightly. Under the influence of his AQ spirit, he felt rejuvenated. As the two departed, the standing soldiers began to chatter. "What do you think their relationship is?" "I think they seem like lovers. Didn't you see the way they were exchanging glances?" "Impossible." That boy had his head down, looking like a slave. "Haven't you heard of slave lovers?" "He must be a pet lover. Based on my years of experience, they must have a very ambiguous relationship," the head guard whispered. "Squad leader, I heard you've been quite ambiguous with the female deputy from the neighboring company lately." Cough cough. Upon having his embarrassing situation revealed, the head guard immediately declared with righteous indignation, "You all better stand straight. Keep talking and don't blame me for reporting you." "You shameless," the others retorted. Continuing to follow Su Kaiwe, Zhou Yun numbly walked into what resembled a palace. The phrase, "I have crossed over," could not more accurately capture Zhou Yun's innermost thoughts. The hall was resplendent with gold and jade, and the corridors were grandiose. There were countless priceless treasures, enough to bankrupt him for a lifetime if even one were to be broken. When did the outskirts of Qingfu City erect such a beautiful palace? He had never heard of it before. With a gulp, Zhou Yun nervously walked on the red carpet. He must not scratch the floor. He could never afford to pay for that, afford not to. Just as Zhou Yun was lost in his thoughts, a figure approached Su Kaiwe, saying, "Fourth young lady, you have arrived. Please, make yourself comfortable. I shall notify the young lady at once." "All right." Su Kaiwe nodded slightly, disregarding whether Zhou Yun agreed, and pulled him toward a nearby chair. Regardless, with the chain in her hand, Zhou Yun had no choice but to comply. "Hey, isn't that Uncle Tian, Su Qian's steward?" Zhou Yun exclaimed in surprise. The man had previously been the one who picked up and dropped off Su Qian at school every day. This meant that this seemingly palatial building was actually Su Qian's residence. Everything was as it appeared, yet he was more ignorant than ever. In an instant, Zhou Yun felt utterly despondent. The distance between them was not merely a matter of space, but rather a reincarnation apart. "Next time I reincarnate as an emperor, I shall come back to marry you. Remember to wait for me, okay? Haha, haha." Just as Zhou Yun, half-crazed, was about to sit down, Su Kaiwe quickly yanked the chain, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. His mood, already foul, was further aggravated by this trickery. Zhou Yun immediately scrambled to his feet in anger, demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" "Calm down, Zhou Yun," Su Kaiwe explained nonchalantly, facing Zhou Yun's outburst. "If you break something here, you can't afford it, so please squat down." You, Zhou Yun pointed for a while, constantly reminding himself, "A good man does not quarrel with a woman. A good man does not quarrel with a woman." This is Su Qian's home. He couldn't let anyone see him make a fool of himself. "Fine. I'll squat. I can squat if that's what you want." That said, he had already embarrassed himself enough today. Chapter 29. Sister Flowers, Kaiwe cousin. A joyous exclamation echoed as Su Qian appeared before Zhou Yun. She was dressed in a light blue spaghetti strap dress, with a cream short jacket draped over her shoulders, complemented by a flowing white skirt. Overall, she appeared both gentle and graceful, truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. However, this ensemble seemed more fitting for autumn, wearing such attire in the sweltering heat without breaking a sweat. The girl must have trained for it. As Zhou Yun watched Su Qian jog toward him, he longed to open his arms in welcome. Unfortunately, the beauty was not seeking him. Instead, Su Qian quickly grasped Su Tsayue's hand and headed toward the sofa, saying, "Greetings, fourth young lady. I will go prepare tea for you." To Zhou Yun's surprise, Su Tsayue's demeanor was so sharp that wherever she went, she was addressed as young lady. In front of her classmates, she was the class monitor. Before the guards, she was the fourth young lady, and now, she was the cousin young lady. How authoritative! The tea brewed by my elder sister is notoriously unpalatable. I simply quench my thirst. Su Kaiwei accepted Su Qian's flattery with ease, reminding her to hurry along. Everything felt so natural. I shall attend to it. Perhaps due to the arrival of a guest, Su Qian appeared exceptionally excited and nearly tripped over the carpet, her adorably clumsy demeanor leaving Zhou Yun enamored. As for Su Caiyue's remark about the tea being unpalatable, Su Qian seemed unfazed, likely having long been accustomed to Su Caiyue's verbal sparring. Zhou Yun watched as Su Qian busily prepared tea, feeling a surge of curiosity. Who exactly was the elder sister here? Normally, wouldn't the younger sister be the one to curry favor with the elder? Wait, Su Qian is Su Kaiwei's cousin. What was going on here? Realizing this, Zhou Yun quickly nudged Su Kaiwei, whispering, Su Qian is your cousin? Is that not permissible? Su Kaiwei replied with a sly smile. Observing Zhou Yun's astonished and frustrated expression, she felt a sense of satisfaction deep within. This was quite the predicament. A simple statement rendered Zhou Yun speechless. Su Qian was Su Caiyue's cousin, and it hardly seemed appropriate to question the validity of that relationship. If the heavens had determined for them to be sisters, what could he possibly do about it? With a heart full of grievances, Zhou Yun glared at Su Kaiwei, feeling like a scorned woman, mentally cursing and drawing circles of despair. That damned enchantress. Knowing full well his feelings for Su Qian, she still kept him in the dark. Did she intend to see him humiliated? Had he known of their connection, he would never have stood outside the school gate every day. However, putting that aside, Su Qian was so virtuous, while Su Kaiwei was, well, they did share a resemblance. Both were rare beauties. Yet apart from their looks, they shared no other commonalities. In terms of temperament and personality, there was absolutely no resemblance to be found. It was hard to believe they were sister flowers. As Zhou Yun continued to gaze at Su Qian, she too caught sight of his furtive glances. Oh, isn't he that Xiao Yun? While preparing tea, Su Qian inadvertently caught sight of Zhou Yun squatting in the corner. What was he doing here? And he seemed to be encircled by her cousin, looking rather pitiable. Shifting her gaze from the collar around Zhou Yun's neck to the chain in Su Caiyue's hand, Su Qian's mind instantly formulated two hypotheses. Hypothesis 1. Man pet chain male pet. This seemed incorrect, as Su Kaiwei was a girl, and they could not possibly be a pair of dashing gentlemen. Besides, Zhou Yun exuded a strong masculine aura, his eyes darting around her, making it impossible for him to share any same-sex affection. Therefore, the correct answer must be hypothesis 2. Pet chain man pet lover. Zhou Yun must be the object of her cousin's affections, and because he was smitten with girls, he ended up being leashed. This truly aligned with her cousin-esque character. Unexpectedly, the one who could capture Su Caiyue's heart was none other than Xiao Yun. What a delightful surprise. Ultimately, while Su Qian's thoughts may be somewhat erratic, her analytical results remain quite satisfactory. The ensuing situation is rather awkward, as Su Kaiwei resembles a master tea connoisseur, gracefully seated on the sofa while savoring her tea. Su Qian has taken on the role of an apprentice, obediently sitting and awaiting her mentor's evaluation. As for Zhou Yun, he continuously emits whimpering sounds, seemingly begging for a sip of tea, which, mind you, was brewed by Su Qian herself. Kaiwei, is this gentleman your boyfriend? Su Qian's offhand remark instantaneously transforms the heavy atmosphere. No. Zhou Yun and Su Kaiwei exclaim in unison. Then how do you? Su Qian inquires. Her gaze fixated on Zhou Yun, or more specifically, the collar around his neck. The astute Su Kaiwei, of course, comprehends the implications and promptly explains, "This is my newly adopted pet. Due to its mating season, I had no choice but to restrain it with a leash." Kaiwei, who are you implying is in heat? It is indeed a case of an uncle being able to endure what an aunt cannot. This little girl repeatedly tests his patience. If she remains silent any longer, she might just ascend to the heavens. Just as Zhou Yun is about to explode, Su Kaiwei casually tosses her hair, revealing her fair, delicate neck. On that porcelain-like skin, a conspicuous dark red mark is imprinted. This is the kiss mark from last night when the dog nibbled me. Before Su Kaiwei can finish her sentence, Zhou Yun, terrified, leaps up and covers her mouth. She meant that was a mosquito bite from last night? Zhou Yun explains in a panic, utterly flustered. If Su Qian were to misconstrue this, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Su Qian scrutinizes Zhou Yun with a skeptical gaze, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Zhou Yun is quite suspicious. She clearly does not buy Zhou Yun's flimsy excuse. She forced me. Zhou Yun replies, his expression one of utmost distress. Were it not for Sayue's forceful kiss, he would never have acted so impulsively. After all, men are often dubbed creatures of lower instincts. How could he be blamed? If a beautiful woman were to seduce him and he remained unmoved, that would not be a man, but rather a monk. Sayue removes her hand from her mouth, gazing coldly at Su Qian while calmly countering, "Do you believe him?" Su Qian decisively shakes her head, indicating her disbelief in Zhou Yun. Yet, her mind races with analysis. Did her cousin force Zhou Yun? It is possible. Given Zhou Yu's personality, she would undoubtedly pull such a stunt. However, Su Qian does not wish to offend Sayue, as that would be an exceedingly painful affair. Thus, she must begrudgingly apologize to Zhou Yun in silence. Sayue, with a serene demeanor, shifts her gaze and coldly asks Zhou Yun, "Now, do you have any last words?" Watching Zhou Yun squirm in embarrassment is her lifelong source of amusement. Faced with the relentless questioning from the two young women, Zhou Yun struggles to think of a response. Finally, a flash of inspiration strikes him, and he retreats as a means of advancing. I really need to use the restroom. You all carry on. Before he finishes, he dashes away. What a joke! To admit to Su Qian that he had an episode of spring fever last night would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. The restroom is to the left. Then turn right and left again. Su Qian, understanding his predicament, kindly provides him with directions. She is all too aware of her cousin's temperament. As an elder sister, she has seen her mischief before. Now, witnessing Zhou Yun manage to interact comfortably with Sayue, Su Qian feels a genuine sense of happiness. Yet, it seems Zhou Yun has taken the wrong turn. The restroom is indeed to the left, while the right leads to her father's office. Surely, there won't be any issues, will there? Chapter 30. Starry sky until Zhou Yun's figure vanishes down the corridor. Sayue gently sets down her teacup and states, "Shouldn't we discuss the matter at hand?" I was unaware that my younger sister had come with something to discuss today. Su Qian responds with a slight smile. If Zhou Yun were still present, he would undoubtedly notice that both sisters share a fondness for smiling. However, while Su Qian's smile is warm and inviting, Sayue's often heralds misfortune for someone. I have come to express my desire to join the Stargaze. Without any preamble, Sayue dives straight into the topic, and the condition is for Zhou Yun to join me. Long ago, Su Qian had received orders from her superiors to invite Sayue to join the Stargaze, recognizing her rare supernatural abilities. Unfortunately, Sayue had previously declined, citing boredom as her reason. If my cousin wishes to join the Stargaze, I wholeheartedly welcome her. However, for Zhou Yun to join, that would be quite unsuitable. Firstly, he is not a supernatural being, and secondly, Su Qian hesitates momentarily and adds, given his current abilities, joining the Stargaze could pose a danger. He can manage. No explanations. The simplicity of Sayue's 6 words sends Su Qian into a state of frustration. This is not a matter that can simply be brushed aside. The Stargaze is a highly specialized national department with tasks often more perilous than those faced by agents and operatives. Should anything happen to Zhou Yun during this time, who would be held accountable? Perhaps my cousin could reconsider. Joining the Stargaze is no trivial matter. Once involved, one cannot enjoy the same freedom as now. Wasn't that the very reason you declined the invitation before? While Su Qian genuinely hopes for Sayue's inclusion, allowing Zhou Yun to accompany her complicates matters significantly. This does not imply that she doubts Sayue's capabilities. Rather, it is Zhou Yun's current level of strength that renders him ill-suited for the Stargaze. I cannot speak to the freedom of other supernatural departments, but the Stargaze is certainly not an issue. As one of the top 10 supernatural guilds in our nation, with over 100 top-tier supernatural experts, and with the Su family backing us, even the Council of Review would think twice before challenging the Stargaze. As she speaks, Sayue takes a deep breath. We are all intelligent individuals. My sister should be well aware of my abilities. Thus, let us speak plainly. Oh dear. Peering into others' thoughts is quite impolite. You know. Su Qian pouts. Engaging in negotiations with her cousin is her least favorite activity, as the initiative is entirely in the latter's hands, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. If you doubt his capabilities, why not test him personally? You might find unexpected results, Su Kaiwei remarks nonchalantly. Since my cousin insists, then let us give it a try. Su Qian sighs helplessly. Have Xiao Jin spar with him. If Zhou Yun can withstand 3 moves, I will agree to his joining the stargaze. If he cannot endure even 3 moves, Su Kaiwei interrupts, her piercing gaze locking onto Su Qian as she inquires, 3 moves? Such a hostile gaze makes Su Qian uneasy. She cannot fathom why her cousin suddenly appears angry. Is that too many? Su Qian asks timidly. I will not accept your suggestion. Su Kaiwei replies coldly, Duh. But this is already the limit. Su Qian feels as though she may weep. The wise person once foretold that in her lifetime, she would encounter a nemesis and 2 rivals. Among the rivals, one is her sworn enemy, and the other is her current cousin. Even if you are my elder sister, I will not permit you to underestimate him. Su Kaiwei stands up, arms crossed. Within 10 moves, Xiao Jin will undoubtedly be injured. No explanations. Once again, the formidable no explanations surfaces. It truly is a case of a scholar meeting a soldier, where reason fails to prevail. Very well, let Xiao Jin's injury be the standard. Initially, Su Qian had worried that her demand might be too lenient, allowing Zhou Yun to slip through by sheer luck. Entering the stargaze without solid strength would only hinder her own progress. Zhou Yun, utterly disoriented, wanders like a headless fly in the endless corridor. Gazing at the crossroads resembling the 8 trigrams of the universe, he deeply regrets not leaving a mark on the wall. He has completely forgotten the route back to the hall, which is truly tragic. However, his misfortune escalates when Zhou Yun attempts to leave a mark on the wall, only to be met by a sudden shadow. Before he can comprehend the situation, he is forcefully pinned to the ground. A military knife pressed against his throat. Who sent you? What is your purpose? Speak. A cold voice demands. Who the hell are you? Bastard. Easy now. You're choking me. You're choking me. Zhou Yun, having been seized without cause, flails his arms in an attempt to strike back. However, the assailant is exceptionally strong, effortlessly twisting his arm behind his back at an acute angle. Do not move, otherwise, it won't just be your arm that breaks. I will ask you once more. Who sent you? What in the world is happening? Is this some sort of elite guard from Su Qian's family? Zhou Yun is pressed face down against the ground, unable to see the assailant's expression, yet from the tone, it is clear that this individual is not joking. If he continues to struggle, he may very well lose both his arm and his life. The knife against his neck is a renowned brand from the last century, Madoga. It is a collector's item that has long been out of circulation. Zhou Yun could never have imagined that the coveted collectible from his childhood would appear in such a dire circumstance. Truly, what a nightmare. What the hell? Can I even speak like this? Just let go of me first. Zhou Yun protests, feeling utterly wronged. Is it really necessary to resort to such brutal tactics just because he wanted to leave a mark on the wall? Xiao Jin, what are you doing? Why is there such a commotion? Su Zhan, who happens to be Su Qian's father, has just finished a phone call in his study when he hears the ruckus outside and inquires. Commander, we have an intruder. The youth restraining Zhou Yun promptly reports. An intruder? Earlier, Su Zhan had received a call from Su Feng, informing him that Su Kaiwei would be bringing her boyfriend for a visit today, with the intent to join the stargaze and asking for his assistance. Estimating that the intruder mentioned by Xiao Jin is indeed the boyfriend of Su Feng's niece, Su Zhan pondered for a moment before saying, You may bring him in. Not long ago, he had heard Su Feng boast about how his daughter had found a suitor for him, leaving Su Zhan nearly tumbling off his chair in shock. He mused that it was already a miracle for Xiao Yu to make friends, and now she had somehow conjured up a childhood sweetheart. It was truly hard to believe. Yes, the young man replied, and pulled Zhou Yun into the study. Su Zhan silently scrutinized Zhou Yun, whose face bore an expression of indignation as if he had nowhere to vent his frustration. Su Zhan thought to himself that this lad seemed even more ordinary than he had imagined, easily subdued by Xiao Jin. Allow him to join the starry sky. At most he would become a peripheral member. Perhaps even less than a mere pawn. This was troublesome. Are you Zhou Yun? Su Zhan inquired. Oh, uncle, you know me? Zhou Yun asked, surprised. Apart from Su Qian, whom he had only met yesterday, he had no acquaintances here. Who was this uncle who could call him by name? I am Su Qian's father, Su Zhan stated calmly, then picked up the intercom to contact. Uncle Tian, could you please have Xiao Qian and the others come to the study? Oh, so you are the father-in-law. Before he could finish the word father-in-law, Zhou Yun quickly shut his mouth. He naively thought it was not the right time to address him as such, at least not without the word future attached. While I can confirm you are Zhou Yun, for the sake of caution, it would be best to have Xiao Qian come down. The military district is a sensitive area. If my hospitality is lacking, I hope you will forgive me. Young friend, Zhou Yun said. Not at all. Thank you for your hard work, uncle. This place is quite nice. Now aware that he was in the presence of Su Qian's father, Zhou Yun was as obedient as a kitten. Even when firmly restrained, he bore no resentment. However, this fawning behavior did not leave a favorable impression on Su Yun. Rather, it made him perceive Zhou Yun as a sycophant who went with the wind. Chapter 31. Su Qian's boyfriend. Before long, Su Qian and Su Kaiyue arrived at the study. Upon seeing Zhou Yun, who looked like a prisoner being dragged along, Su Qian smiled and waved at him playfully. Hi. Hi. Zhou Yun responded reflexively, awkwardly smiling back. Encountering Su Qian in such a disgraceful situation left him feeling utterly disheartened. Xiao Jian, let go of Xiao Yun. He's not a bad person. Su Qian gently approached Zhou Yun and asked, Xiao Yun, weren't you going to the restroom? How did you end up in my father's study? Zhou Yun was just as curious about this question. Having attempted to slip away under the pretense of using the restroom, he found himself inexplicably in his father-in-law's study. He truly could not comprehend his string of bad luck and could only sigh, quoting a famous saying, Today, I have lost my way on the path of life. In truth, when Zhou Yun had taken the wrong turn, Su Qian had already anticipated the situation. Her inquiry was merely an indirect explanation to Su Zhan, indicating that Zhou Yun had simply taken a wrong turn and inadvertently stumbled into the study. Not intending to disturb him, knowing that Zhou Yun was Su Qian's classmate, Xiao Jian also retracted his grip and stood beside Su Zhan. Now free, Zhou Yun immediately turned around to glare at the one who had ambushed him. Looking at the youth before him, who appeared to be of similar age, he was so enraged that he nearly lunged at him. Thanks to this brat, he had embarrassed himself in front of Su Qian. Aside from being slightly taller, having darker skin, and seemingly more muscular, he was not particularly impressive. How had he been subdued in an instant? Hee, Xiao Yun is really amusing, Su Qian observed Zhou Yun's furious expression and gently ruffled his hair to prevent him from acting impulsively and doing something foolish. Currently, Zhou Yun was no match for Xiao Jian. If a fight broke out, it would undoubtedly be one-sided. Su Qian touched him. Zhou Yun, with his hands cradling his head, stood there like a fool, grinning widely, a sight that left Su Zhan utterly perplexed. Wasn't he Xiao Yu's boyfriend? Why was he so elated after being patted by Su Qian? Su Zhan could not fathom what Xiao Yu saw in him. Is it still a competition? Su Qian suddenly turned to Su Kaiyue and asked. Her meaning was clear. Zhou Yun was no match for Xiao Jian, and the earlier incident had already made that evident. It seems you are quite eager for him to lose. However, Su Kaiyue cast a glance at Zhou Yun and continued, he is not someone you can predict. Is that so? I simply do not wish for him to be harmed, Su Qian replied with a faint smile. You should know there is only one person I cannot foresee. Upon hearing this, Su Kaiyue politely returned a smile. Perhaps that person is him. Xiao Yu was exceptionally assertive and stubborn. Once she had set her mind to something, she would not change it regardless of what others said. After saying this, she ignored Su Qian and yanked the chain around Zhou Yun's neck, leading him away. Still blissfully dazed by the surprise, Zhou Yun felt a sudden tightness around his neck and was inexplicably dragged off. Hey, where are you taking me? Just as Zhou Yun and the girl were about to disappear around the corner, Su Caiyue's voice echoed from the corridor. I'll be at the training ground. Faced with Su Caiyue's unruly nature, Su Zhan felt a wave of headache wash over him. Xiao Yu is truly something else. Who has offended her? She doesn't even greet her uncle when she sees him. His niece's character was indeed rare. Never adhering to the rules, perhaps it was related to her abilities. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Zhan suddenly realized. Could it be that the girl already knew of his thoughts? How careless of him. Seeing Su Zhan vexedly slap his forehead, Su Qian approached with a smile to comfort him. Father, don't take it to heart. My cousin is like this. She could likely guess why her father was troubled. Su Kaiyue had an innate ability to peer into the hearts of others, and while Su Zhan's dissatisfaction with Zhou Yun was well masked on the surface, his inner thoughts could not escape the discerning eyes of Xiao Yu. Having recently fallen into her trap, Su Qian certainly understood her father's feelings at that moment. I understand. Now, tell me what you two are up to. Why is she going to the training ground? Su Yun inquired after regaining his composure. Before leaving, Su Kaiwe had mentioned going to the training ground, which was primarily for military drills and featured a giant martial arts arena. There must have been a reason for her to go there. The situation is as follows. Su Qian recounted the assessment content she had discussed with Su Kaiwe. That's fine. Let him give it a try. If he loses, he should give up, Su Yun agreed, adding a final reminder, Xiao Jian, be gentle when you strike. Understood, Xiao Jian, who had been waiting by Su Yun's side, replied resolutely. Having exited Su Yun's study, Su Kaiwe continued to lead Zhou Yun towards the training ground. Along the way, Zhou Yun incessantly questioned Su Kaiwe about their destination, but she remained silent. Where are you taking me? Stop pulling me. Zhou Yun, growing impatient, suddenly yanked on the chain around his neck, causing the rope in Su Kaiwe's hand to fall to the ground. Ever since leaving the house, he had been dragged along by this little girl. If word got out, where would he put his face? Su Kaiwe stared blankly at the bruise left on her palm by the chain, her expression unchanging as she replied, I plan to take you to the training ground. What for? Aren't Su Qian and the others still inside? And why are you bringing me here? Zhou Yun questioned, dissatisfied. Although he was delighted to see Su Qian, many strange events had already transpired yesterday. He had not yet had time to process it all, and now yet another issue arose. What on earth was happening lately? Su Kaiwe chuckled softly, picking up the fallen rope from the ground and said, Of course, we are going to spar at the training ground, Su Qian, and the others will arrive shortly. As for your last question, you will naturally find out soon. Spar? Why should I spar? Zhou Yun was accustomed to fighting, but this was his first time sparring. Why was there suddenly a need to compete with someone? He was thoroughly perplexed. Do you know who it was that captured you earlier? Su Kaiwe retorted. What does it matter who he is? Does that have anything to do with sparring? Zhou Yun recalled the youth from earlier and felt a surge of anger. However, if his opponent in the sparring match was that young man, he had no confidence of winning at all. Just as Zhou Yun was lost in thought, Su Kaiwe leaned in and whispered in his ear, that person is Su Qian's boyfriend, you know? Before he could even enjoy the ticklish sensation, Zhou Yun snapped back to reality. Auntie? You said auntie. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. Not auntie. It's what. Now Su Kaiwe had the time to correct him. No, that's impossible. This must all be a lie. I must be too tired and dreaming right now. Yes, this is a dream. Overwhelmed by the shock, Zhou Yun began to ramble. Right? How could I possibly end up at Su Qian's house? And in a royal palace at that? It's just too unreal. I initially thought I had time traveled. But who would have thought it was a dream? No wonder. Haha, you scared me to death. But this dream feels quite real, and if it is a dream, can I do whatever I want? Wahahaha. For some unknown reason, Zhou Yun suddenly turned to Su Kaiwe with a mischievous grin. This is my dream. Kaiwe, you are indeed very beautiful, just not gentle enough. Otherwise, I might have liked you. But it doesn't matter. Here I am the king. Come here and give your lord a back rub. Listening to Zhou Yun's ramblings, Su Kaiwe complied, stepping behind him and gently kneading his back. Truly a docile little wife. Zhou Yun couldn't help but emit occasional animalistic sounds of pleasure. In truth, Su Kaiwe's docility stemmed entirely from Zhou Yun's compliments about her beauty, compounded by the subsequent declaration of I like you. Alas, all this splendor was shattered by Zhou Yun's next ill-advised remark, which lacked any sense of appreciation. Chapter 32. A glint of murderous intent. Aya, how delightful. When Su Qian arrives, I shall have her massage me as well. It will surely be far more pleasurable than Tsayue's. Ow! Zhou Yun exclaimed midway, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in his waist. It is well known that our little Yu never considered herself gentle, and for him to utter such audacious words must indicate a considerable level of resolve. Would this feel more comfortable? Su Kaiwe smirked. Her eyes narrowed, a look only seen when she was truly vexed. No, it doesn't hurt. This is a dream. Ow. Zhou Yun insisted, attempting to endure. Though his surprise, Su Kaiwe pinched him again at his waist. Does it truly not hurt? Surely, the sensation must be excruciating. Kaiwe, I was wrong. It appeared that Xiao Yun's resolve was indeed insufficient. After just a couple of pinches, he began to plead for mercy. With tears welling in his eyes, Zhou Yun hastily cast a beseeching glance at Su Kaiwei. Oh, how he wished for her sympathy. It must be noted that he was fully aware this was no dream. His earlier erratic behavior was merely an emotional outburst. Imagine the anguish of loving someone who already has a partner. Such feelings would surely rend one's heart. Yet, with Su Kaiwei present, he managed to stifle his tears and keep his grievances at bay. Sadness is trivial. Embarrassment, however, is grave. One could only imagine if Su, the esteemed lady, were to announce at school, "Our school's formidable Zhou Yun," heartbroken and wailing over love, how utterly mortifying that would be. In the end, Su Kaiwei pinched him a couple more times, which, paradoxically, alleviated Zhou Yun's spirits considerably. "Kaiwei, I am weary. Could you take me home?" Zhou Yun wearily requested. His mood was exceedingly poor, and all he wished was to return home, to sleep soundly and forget the words he had just heard. "Are you avoiding the issue? Do you recall what I said last night?" Su Kaiwei did not respond directly, but instead queried Zhou Yun. "I mentioned I would assist you in pursuing Su Qian." That seemingly casual remark jolted Zhou Yun back from the brink of despair. Assist me in pursuing Su Qian? Nonsense. Yet, she had indeed said as much the previous day. Unfortunately, in the heat of the moment, Zhou Yun had thought he must have misheard. After scrutinizing Su Kaiwei for a prolonged moment, he confirmed she was not jesting and tentatively remarked, "You did seem to say that, but later, was it not a falsehood?" With her arms crossed and a condescending demeanor, Su Kaiwei replied, "It is certainly impossible for someone of my stature to be interested in a person of your caliber." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun appeared somewhat dejected. Reflecting on Su Kaiwei's enchanting figure in the alley the previous night, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. However, Zhou Yun quickly rallied his spirits for Su Kaiwei. After a brief pause, wickedly continued, "However, my offer to help you pursue Su Qian is genuine." With a faint smile, Su Kaiwei approached Zhou Yun's side. "Wouldn't it be amusing to see my angelic cousin fall for a street ruffian?" Her soft voice sent shivers down Zhou Yun's spine. This girl was indeed formidable. Zhou Yun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. While it could be seen as entertaining, love is not a matter to be trifled with. Yet, pursuing Su Qian was his greatest ambition in life. If Su Kaiwei were to lend her assistance, it would undoubtedly yield fruitful results. Conversely, should it not be amusing, considering he had just discovered Su Qian was already involved with someone, if Su Kaiwei's efforts fell short, he might as well give up on Su Qian entirely. In light of the preceding discussions, Zhou Yun had no justification to declare it unamusing. In summary, being a good person is no easy feat, and often, the fate of a good person ends in tragedy. Yet being a villain is no better, as their fates are typically even more dismal. Perhaps one could strive to be a debauched yet good person. Tragedy compounded by tragedy equals joy. Extremes must balance. After all, what was this young man pondering? Noticing Zhou Yun's silence, Su Kaiwei continued, "To enter the Su household, one must undergo trials. Soon you shall compete against Xiao Jian, Su Qian's boyfriend. Should you lose, you shall forfeit your right to pursue Su Qian. This is a rule of the Su family, and I cannot alter it." Deception. Such trickery. In truth, the Xiao Jian who had apprehended Zhou Yun at the door was not Su Qian's boyfriend, but rather her twin brother, which from Zhou Yun's perspective would make him her big brother-in-law. Su Kaiwei's lies were merely to awaken Zhou Yun's latent potential. Just as she had once used herself as bait in the alley, she now invoked Su Qian to spur Zhou Yun into action. Without this motivation, given his current skill level, he would likely succumb in mere 3 moves against his opponent. Should that occur, his aspirations of joining Starry Sky would vanish, adversely affecting her future blissful existence. Isn't it merely a fight? Who's afraid of whom? Zhou Yun had never shied away from a brawl, and recalling his previous ambush only stoked the flames of his rage. Now, discovering that the assailant was Su Qian's boyfriend, Zhou Yun's sense of balance was further disrupted. A cauldron of grievance and jealousy boiled within him, prompting him to nearly shout in righteous indignation, vowing to defend Princess Qian's honor. Onward. "But you must be cautious. He is quite formidable," Su Kaiwei suddenly expressed her concern, leaving Zhou Yun with a sense of unreality. When had this little girl become so considerate? Nevertheless, it was time to strategize on how to secure victory. For Su Qian's sake, he had no choice but to go all out. Indeed, Su Kaiwe worried about Zhou Yun's prospects. She was acutely aware of how formidable Su Jian was, a top-tier soldier in the military's special forces and the chief protector of Su Qian's squad in the Starry Sky Youth Group. His combat prowess ranked among the elite in the realm of abilities. Pitting Zhou Yun against him was akin to sending a lamb to slaughter. Yet, in her effort to cultivate Zhou Yun's potential, Su Kaiwe was determined to go to great lengths to assist him. Exposing him to the heights of the world was undoubtedly beneficial. After all, one must endure hardship to achieve greatness. Besides, losing merely meant a beating. It was not a matter of life and death. As long as she was present, he would always have an opportunity to join Starry Sky. The real concern for Su Kaiwe was how to navigate the revelation of her deception when he found out. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yun, under Su Tsayue's clever orchestration, he arrived at the arena for the competition. The training ground served as the military's routine practice space, primarily divided into an inner and outer chamber. The outer chamber was replete with targets, wooden stakes, high walls, barbed wire, ropes, muddy pits, and an array of bizarre obstacles. The inner chamber resembled a martial arts arena akin to a basketball court, with walls and flooring padded to prevent injuries from falls. Moreover, the second floor housed fitness equipment and medical supplies. Before long, Su Qian arrived, hand in hand with Su Jian, at the inner chamber of the training ground. A perfect match, a pair of golden youths. Such phrases inexplicably surfaced in Zhou Yun's mind. Watching their intimate gestures, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and separate them. Alas, he was still tethered, leaving him powerless. His only recourse was to attempt to annihilate every male presence with his piercing glare. As he entered the inner martial arts arena, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and both Su Qian and Su Jian felt an intense aura of murderous intent. Following the source of this imposing energy, they were taken aback to discover young Zhou Yun. He now resembled a small boy who had had his toy snatched away, a blend of resentment, grievance, and fury, evoking a sense of both pity and endearment. With just a hint of loathing, wait a moment, after all, he was the protagonist. I cannot portray him as so hapless. The preceding narrative is purely fictional. Any resemblance to real persons is coincidental. So let us proceed without further ado. What is happening here? Su Qian was bewildered. The once innocuous Zhou Yun now exuded an air of ferocity, his eyes gleaming as if he were something delectable. Had she inadvertently offended him, perhaps by stepping on his metaphorical tail? Should she approach him to apologize? Su Qian mused humorously, wondering if her younger cousin had meddled and whispered some mischief that had led Zhou Yun astray. Bingo! At that moment, not only was Su Qian unsettled, but even Su Jian was utterly perplexed. What was this boy's game? Their earlier encounter had been a misunderstanding. There was no need for Zhou Yun to regard him with such a vengeful glare. What could possibly attract Su Kaiwe to this little man? Chapter 33. The martial duel begins. Why are you so agitated? The essence of combat lies in maintaining one's composure. Losing one's poise in the face of a formidable adversary is tantamount to courting disaster. Reminded once more by Su Kaiwe, Zhou Yun finally resolved to mend his ways. Thank you. I owe it all to your reminder, he expressed gratefully, now enlightened. Setting aside the question of whether he could emerge victorious in the upcoming bout, he resolved that, even in defeat, he must do so with dignity, never allowing himself to lose face before a fair maiden, nor let that fellow belittle him. His earlier display had been utterly disgraceful. You're welcome. It's the least I could do, Su Kaiwe replied softly, her demeanor once again leaving Zhou Yun in a state of disbelief. This young girl treated him with such kindness. Could it be she harbored some guilty secret? Indeed. As the contest was about to commence, with no judges present, Su Qian and Su Kaiwe found themselves reluctantly playing the role of referees. As for the rules of engagement, victory would belong to Zhou Yun should he manage to injure Su Jian. Conversely, failure would signify defeat. While the criteria for success appeared rather vague, it mattered little, for their concern lay not in the outcome but the journey itself. Should Zhou Yun possess the strength to join Qingfu, even failing to injure Su Jian would not hinder his acceptance. However, if he proved inadequate, a victory in the match would avail him nothing. Cracking his knuckles and rolling his neck, Zhou Yun gradually approached the center of the room. He wished to waste no time. If they were to fight, let it be decisive. Combat was his forte, and if he were to falter in his strength, he could comfortably entrust Su Qian to his opponent. Zhou Yun thought of himself as quite noble. Are you ready? At that moment, Su Jian also stepped into the center of the room. For him, dealing with Zhou Yun was child's play, requiring no reservations whatsoever. Are you prepared to be taken down a notch? Zhou Yun boasted arrogantly. One may lose a battle, but never their bravado. Provoking an adversary is a tactic in itself. Very well, Su Jian acknowledged Zhou Yun's fearless demeanor with approval. It is a cardinal sin for a martial artist to falter before a fight, regardless of Zhou Yun's true abilities. At the very least, he exhibited courage in confronting a strong foe. Beat him. Smash him. Come on, young man. Take down Su team. We are behind you. For reasons unknown, the onlookers rallied wholeheartedly in support of Zhou Yun, leaving him utterly perplexed. Could it be that his audacity had captivated them? In truth, the soldiers observing had all been subjected to Su Jian's torture during their training and were acutely aware of his formidable strength. Seeing someone bold enough to challenge Su Jian, they felt compelled to offer their support, whether out of admiration for his bravery or gratitude for standing up for them. In previous matches, they had never cheered for Su Jian, not out of disdain, but rather because it was unnecessary. Once Zhou Yun and Su Jian were prepared, Su Qian raised her delicate hand and, with a hint of a smile, announced, "Since both sides are ready, let the contest begin. Xiaoye, prepare." Su Kaiyue nodded, gracefully stepping between the two, unhurriedly stating, "Take your positions, prepare." However, as the word prepare fell from her lips, silence ensued. Suddenly, the crowd witnessed Zhou Yun launch himself at Su Jian with a powerful kick. This unexpected move left many in confusion. Was it a foul? A trick? Only those positioned behind Zhou Yun could see that, after calling for readiness, Su Kaiyue had turned to Zhou Yun with a sweet smile, her lips forming silent words, "Begin." How cunning! The referee was rather unscrupulous. Those witnessing this scene couldn't help but ponder, when has Kaiyue ever been fair? Wow! Zhou Yun executed a flying kick with a lethal cross. Confronting Su Jian, a combatant of X, Zhou Yun commenced with the second of the rogue's three ultimate techniques, that rather audaciously named move. What was it called again? After such a long time, he couldn't recall. But never mind. The protagonist would soon enlighten everyone. Double fly 3P. In the face of injustice, he roared. When the time came to strike, he struck, disregarding the onlookers and the feelings of the fair maiden. Zhou Yun acted with reckless abandon, boldly proclaiming the name of his technique as he executed a double kick, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Pfft. Su Qian could no longer contain herself. How could this fellow be so nonsensical in his actions? Glancing at Su Kaiyue beside her, she stifled a laugh and inquired, "Is that the type you like, cousin?" What a clever question. Even Su Kaiyue found it difficult to respond immediately. However, upon seeing Su Qian's sweet smile, a light bulb went off in her head, and she replied, "Perhaps cousin might also fancy this type." "Ah, how could that be?" Su Qian waved her hand with a playful grin. "Although Zhou Yun is quite unique, he is not the type I prefer. If he were a bit more mature, perhaps he could be considered." One wonders what Zhou Yun would think upon hearing Su Qian praise his uniqueness. As an aside, does unique count as a compliment? Mature? Huh. Su Kaiyue's lips curled into a slight smile as she fell into contemplation, pondering what scheme she might devise next. While the atmosphere among the spectators remained amiable, the two combatants engaged in a fierce exchange. With Su Kaiyue's assistance, Zhou Yun sought to exploit an opening for a full-force strike, only to have it effortlessly evaded by Su Jian, resulting in a significant blow to his confidence. Damn it! How could that guy evade when he was mere moments away from landing a kick? What's the matter? Aren't you going to continue your assault? I'll let you use both hands. Come on. Su Jian arrogantly challenged, his hands clasped behind his head. How audacious! For the first time since becoming a rogue, Zhou Yun felt utterly belittled. Don't underestimate me. You'll regret that? Infuriated, Zhou Yun charged forward once more, his mind singularly focused. Even if he could not overpower this insufferable punk, he would at least shower him with a face full of spit. If Su Jian were to discover Zhou Yun's despicable thoughts, he would likely never offer to let Zhou Yun use both hands. After all, how does one defend against saliva with their feet? Thankfully, that was merely a fleeting thought. Zhou Yun could assure that. Before his inevitable defeat, he would never spit indiscriminately. Chapter 34. Martial Duel, Concealing the Sky and Crossing the Sea. Zhou Yun dashed in front of Su Jin, pivoting on his right foot to perform a spin, harnessing inertia to amplify the force of his punch as his left hand traced a 180-degree arc, aiming for his opponent's head. Zhou Yun is performing admirably, Su Qian remarked with a slight smile. I wish I had some popcorn and soda. It seemed this girl thought she was at the movies. The name of the move is too transparent, Su Kaiwe quipped mischievously. A change would make it far more interesting. Witnessing Zhou Yun's attack, Su Jin silently commended him. He hadn't anticipated that this lad possessed a modicum of combat talent. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Su Jin took a step back, avoiding a direct confrontation. Slightly turning his body, he effortlessly dodged Zhou Yun's left punch, fully aware that this strike was merely a feint. The true deadly move was the right punch that followed his 360-degree spin. Should he be struck, it would likely expel his very bile, and he had no intention of vomiting water. Su Jin thrust his right knee upward, causing Zhou Yun's incoming right wrist to collide with his knee. With the knee altering Zhou Yun's punch, Su Jin followed through with a downward kick. A loud thud resonated as Zhou Yun, caught completely off guard, was sent sprawling several meters away. Cough, cough. Zhou Yun, having taken a blow to the chest, coughed lightly while attempting to rise. However, after struggling for what felt like an eternity, he found himself unable to straighten up, as his right arm had lost all strength. The forces at play are reciprocal. When a fierce attack is interrupted, the greater the striking force, the stronger the recoil. Just moments ago, Zhou Yun had felt a sharp pain in his wrist, followed by complete numbness in his right arm. It seemed he had dislocated it. Struggling to prop himself up, Zhou Yun shook his head in disbelief. The very technique he had hesitated to use due to its overwhelming power had failed him. Was this the chasm of difference? The exchange had occurred in the blink of an eye, and he was already on the ground, poised to lose his fighting capability. Damn it! How could this happen? It was utterly humiliating. Strange. Observing the fallen Zhou Yun, Su Kaiwe felt a wave of confusion wash over her. This was not how it should be. Zhou Yun's gaze last night had been anything but this. Did I misjudge him? Knowing that Xiao Jian was Su Qian's boyfriend, he should have been furious in his bid to win Su Qian's affection. He should have fought with all his might. Yet now, he seemed to harbor thoughts of surrender. Could it be? Suddenly recalling something, Su Kaiwe shouted. Match paused. Intermission. Huh. Confusion rippled through the crowd. The spectators were taken aback. Hadn't the contest just begun? Why was it being paused, especially when one side appeared on the verge of defeat? No, they were mistaken, Su Kaiwe thought anxiously. What could possibly awaken his latent potential was neither jealousy nor resentment, and certainly not hatred. The determination reflected in his gaze last night was one of unwavering resolve to protect her. A revelation struck Su Kaiwe as she hurried to Zhou Yun's side, cradling him in her arms. It seems I misunderstood you. What are you talking about? Zhou Yun, bewildered by her cryptic words, managed a weak smile. I seem to have lost. Being embraced by a beautiful girl felt wonderful. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a twinge of unwillingness. He shouldn't have succumbed so easily. No, the match isn't over. You haven't lost, Su Kaiwe said tenderly, caressing his face. Do you know what this match signifies? It is not a condition for pursuing my cousin, nor a test imposed by the Su family. For reasons unknown, in the face of Su Tsayue's gentleness, Zhou Yun experienced a sense of déjà vu. Just like that day. Spotting Zhou Yun and Su Kaiwe whispering to one another, Su Qian tilted her adorable head in confusion. What on earth are they discussing? I want to know. Should I go over and eavesdrop? But that feels rather impolite. As she murmured to herself, Su Qian cautiously hopped over, soon resembling a curious little cat, crouching beside the two to listen, and Su Kaiwe abruptly interrupted the contest, expressing no dissent. In truth, Su Qian harbored her own concerns for Zhou Yun. From a certain perspective, this was an inequitable match, especially considering Su Jian was a formidable individual with extraordinary abilities. Su Kaiwe gazed at Zhou Yun, who wore a perplexed expression, and could only respond mildly. You truly care for Su Qian. Do you believe that anyone other than yourself would be better suited to protect her? Are you suggesting that Su Qian needs me? Zhou Yun inquired, confusion etched on his face. Perhaps due to the incident involving Xiangling, a lingering sense of inferiority plagued Zhou Yun. leading him to feel unworthy of the affection he sought. Whenever confronted with matters of the heart, he would instinctively retreat, much like how he never dared to approach Su Qian for a conversation, always lingering quietly in the shadows. Not just her, but me as well, Su Kaiwei remarked with a faint smile. And astonishingly, in front of all witnesses, she gently kissed Zhou Yun on the forehead. Though it was merely a peck, it was enough to incite a raucous cheer from the onlookers. Whoa! The kid struck gold. I want that too. I want that too. Do not underestimate yourself. Let Su Qian witness your determination, your resolve to be with her. Her words jolted Zhou Yun from his reverie, and he suddenly felt a surge of warmth fill his heart. His blood beginning to boil with fervor, as every cell in his body seemed to swell with newfound vigor. Su Kaiwei was right. Even if he were to be bested by his opponent, even if he truly fell short in comparison, the determination to be with Su Qian was something he would not concede to anyone. Kaiwei, Zhou Yun called out, rubbing his head. Just as Su Kaiwei felt a strange sensation, he shamelessly added, I didn't really feel that. Can I have another kiss? Whether it was sincere or not, Su Kaiwei narrowed her eyes and replied, if you win, I might consider it. Oh ho ho. P.S. back in the game. Zhou Yun sprang up, pointing at Su Jian and shouting, your time is up, flat top. Round 2 begins, wahoo. Revived in an instant, Zhou Yun charged at Su Jian, emitting a series of disconcerting yells along the way. Cousin, have you heard enough? Su Kaiwei slowly turned, looking down at Su Qian, who was crouched beside her. Eavesdropping is rather impolite, you know? Ah, I didn't hear anything at all. Su Qian feigned innocence, covering her ears. Is that so? You seem quite pleased, cousin, Su Kaiwei teased. Am I? Perhaps just a little, just a tiny bit, Su Qian said, using her pinky to emphasize that tiny bit. It made sense. In a world filled with deceit, finding someone who wholeheartedly dedicates themselves to you is a cause for joy for anyone. Oh, so that tiny bit is actually quite a lot. Since it's rare for someone to fight for you, why not add a couple more points? Su Kaiwei, perceptive as always, pointed out. Su Qian replied, countering with conviction, I oppose violence. Fighting is wrong. She tossed her head aside, choosing not to engage further with her troublesome cousin. Zhou Yun's attention returned to the arena, launching another kick. Rogue S3 Wonders, Double Flight 3P, altered. Through modification, the originally simple double flight kick evolved into a two-part strike. The first part harnessed momentum, executing a flying arrow-like kick, a reverse bow stance kick. When Su Jian sidestepped to evade, Zhou Yun suddenly twisted his waist to shift his center of gravity. Unveiling the second part, a sweeping kick from mid-air, making a grand entrance, a fierce gust of wind rushed past, as a shadow bore down. Evasion was no longer an option. Compelled by necessity, Su Jian could only raise his hands to block. Chapter 35. Memories. The fierce wind rushed past, and the shadow loomed closer. Evasion was futile. Su Jian was left with no choice but to raise his hands in defense. With a resounding crash, Su Jian was forced back 3 steps, while Zhou Yun landed gracefully as he gazed at the boy who knelt on one knee. Gasping for breath, the once boisterous room fell into an eerie silence. And it took some time for anyone to realize, just now, Su Team used his hands. Did that kid just execute a AA difficulty technique, the spinning double kick? Hey, stop dazing. Tell me what is happening right now. Could you be quieter? Do you want to watch the contest or not? The questioned individual finally expressed their impatience. It's important to note that intermittent aerial kicks are exceedingly challenging. Without professional training, they are nearly impossible to execute. Yet, Zhou Yun had managed to refine the original double flight kick into a high-difficulty technique in such a brief span of time. That astonishing moment must have been premeditated. Heh, what a surprise, Su Qian softly explained. I didn't expect Zhou Yun to be so formidable. Although that move wasn't a true spinning double kick, its difficulty rivals that of a AA technique. The power of love is truly unfathomable, Su Kaiwei said with intentional flamboyance, causing Su Qian to promptly shut her mouth to avoid drawing attention to herself. Engaging in a verbal spar with someone who possessed mind-reading abilities was decidedly unwise. Zhou Yun stood tall once more, exuding arrogance as he declared, Hey, flat top, didn't you say I could use both hands? What was that all about? Now, Let me show you my true conviction. Perhaps she has forgotten, but I shall never forget. On that rainy day of uncertainty, your smile was so beautiful. Interesting, Zhou Yun chuckled. Considering your tenacity, I've decided to give it my all. Ha! Given your impending tragedy, I've resolved to allow you only your right hand. Zhou Yun retorted, prompting a collective eye roll from the crowd. His right hand appeared dislocated. Whether he could use it or not was irrelevant. It was utterly pointless. Then you'd best be cautious. Zhou Yun took a swift step, appearing beside Zhou Yun in the blink of an eye. His fist, like a sandbag, struck with an untraceable speed aimed at Zhou Yun's head. Each blow was targeted, merciless. Just as it seemed his head would burst, Zhou Yun felt every nerve tighten. His breath halted in that moment. After a spell, huh? Why haven't I been struck yet? After another moment. What on earth is happening? Being perpetually poised for a hit is quite uncomfortable. Could it be that my undeniable charm has rendered my opponent unable to strike? Zhou Yun opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Zhou Yun's fist moving at a pace akin to that of a tortoise. Inching forward, oh, God! How could I have forgotten the superpower I grasped last night? With it, I need not fear flat top, however. Using it in front of so many might seem overly extravagant, but a little caution shouldn't matter. After all, no one can see. Zhou Yun deftly shifted to evade that slow-moving fist, reappearing behind Zhou Yun. Just as he prepared to strike, a gentle breeze brushed past his neck, and his vision blurred. After stumbling a few steps, he finally collapsed onto the ground, his last coherent thought being, "What on earth is happening?" Zhou Yun cast a sidelong glance at the fallen Zhou Yun, unconcerned with whether he could still hear, and coolly remarked, "I said I would give it my all." Zhou Yun's final, fleeting assault was rapid, so swift that even Zhou Yun could barely perceive it. Alas, Zhou Yun still faced defeat. Just as Zhou Yun had initially stated, he had chosen the wrong opponent. The unique ability Zhou Yun possessed was not something that could be simply countered by speed. He could foresee his opponent's attacks. Within a 3-second window, no matter how Zhou Yun attempted to alter his approach, Zhou Yun could predict it all. Though Zhou Yun was baffled by how Zhou Yun had managed to get behind him in an instant, he had already shaped his left hand into a blade as he propelled his right fist forward. When Zhou Yun transitioned to his rear, he collided directly with that knife-like hand. Su Kaiyue, her expression devoid of emotion, approached Zhou Yun's side. Despite her own limitations, she carefully assisted him upright, gently brushing aside the disheveled hair from his forehead. "We lost. Let us take him for treatment." Her tone was flat, betraying no emotions. "No," Zhou Yun shook his head, rolling up his sleeves. "This match is his victory. He has already injured me." It turned out that Zhou Yun's two-part kick had left 2 bruises on Zhou Yun's arms. Reflecting the tremendous force behind that strike, it was precisely due to the determination to establish a victor that Zhou Yun had gone all out, allowing Zhou Yun to comprehend the true strength of a powerful adversary. He sought to prevent Zhou Yun from becoming overly arrogant, perhaps with a hint of ulterior motive. Well, the rules of the contest indeed state that the injury to Zhou Yun is the standard. So, after a brief pause, Zhou Yun pouted, "I suppose we can reluctantly consider Zhou Yun the winner. However, we should hurry for treatment. We can discuss matters once Zhou Yun regains consciousness." In a daze, Zhou Yun found himself in a rather peculiar dream. It was a spring marked by incessant rain, and once again, he was surrounded by a group of ruffians. This time, however, their numbers were overwhelming, rendering escape impossible. "How dare you disrupt our territory? Attack him! Beat him! Beat him!" In that familiar alley, a young boy was being bullied by countless thugs. "Officer, there's a fight," came a sweet voice. "Oh no, someone's coming. Let us get out of here." "Kid, consider yourself lucky. Don't let me see you again, or I'll make sure to hit you every time. Don't move, you're bleeding." In his haze, gentle little hands caressed him softly. A sensation so comforting, in the fog of his mind, the little boy opened his eyes. Before him stood a girl with a ponytail, smiling at him, radiantly beautiful. Her smile was as enchanting as that of an angel. "I'll go find you some antiseptic. Wait for me." As the little girl walked away, the boy couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth. "Oh, you're hurt." The girl returned to him, pulling out a Band-Aid from her pocket. An okay band. Once it's on, it won't hurt anymore. Hee hee. You're very brave. You didn't cry, Daya. No, I must hurry and find my cousin. Who are you? Unable to restrain his curiosity as the girl prepared to leave, the boy asked. My name is Suqian. Goodbye. As she waved, the girl slowly vanished at the alley's entrance. Suqian? What a lovely name. Moments later, the girl reappeared before the boy, feeling better. I only found some balm. From the next door? Suqian, why have you returned? When the little girl saw the band-aid on the boy, she couldn't help but smile gently. Wait a moment. That's not right. The last girl wasn't Suqian. It was Su Kaiwe. They looked remarkably alike. And at that moment, he was not fully aware. Plus, Su Kaiwe usually wore her hair down in curls, so he didn't recognize her. She too had such a gentle side. As Zhou Yun gradually awoke, the first thing he saw was Suqian applying an ice pack to his hand. Her tender and considerate demeanor nearly melted him. Meanwhile, Su Kaiwe sat quietly at the bedside peeling a mango, unsure whether she was eating it herself or offering it to him. No one could truly understand what was going on in that girl's mind. As for Su Jian, standing at the foot of the bed, he was splendidly ignored by Zhou Yun. Has Xiao Yun awakened? Chapter 36. The Domain of Abilities. Has Xiao Yun awakened? Su Qian noticed Zhou Yun's index finger twitching slightly from his unconscious state, and gently inquired. Zhou Yun lay on the bed, innocently blinking his eyes, then burrowing his head back into the covers. With two celestial beauties attending to him, the scene felt surreal, almost absurd. He had lost consciousness after being struck on the back of the head by Su Jian. Such occurrences were common during training at the military academy. Usually, a brief rest in the medical room sufficed for recovery. Seeing Zhou Yun distractedly observing Su Qian, Su Kaiwe suddenly leaned down and popped a piece of mango into the boy's mouth. Little Zhou? The doctor said you overexerted yourself and need to stay hydrated. The large mango, skin and pit included, was stuffed into his mouth, causing Zhou Yun to feel both pain and pleasure. At that moment, if heaven granted him the opportunity to speak, he would never dare tell Su Kaiwe, your top is exposed. Su Jian could hardly bear to watch Su Tsayue's tormenting behavior and interjected, Kaiwe, slow down, you might choke him. What kind of situation was this? Zhou Yun was a male, after all, and besides, he had been knocked unconscious by Su Jian. If Su Kaiwe inadvertently caused harm, the blame would inevitably fall upon him, which would be troublesome. No worries. Su Kaiwe smiled brightly, her eyes twinkling. Means it's delicious. Would you like to share, cousin? Su Jian, gazing at that sweet smile, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. I only drink water. Su Kaiwe seemed particularly enthusiastic, perhaps planning to tease him, so it was best to keep his distance. As the ancient said, preserving oneself is wise. Silence is golden. Better a dead friend than a dead priest. At this critical moment, Su Jian dared not stir trouble. Harmony at home leads to prosperity. He couldn't let personal grievances disrupt the peace. Su Qian smacked her palm in realization, exclaiming, could it be that wolfing down food is this feeling? After a round of laughter, the previously silent hospital room began to buzz with energy. Through endless chatter, Zhou Yun finally learned why he had fainted during the competition. As he bit hard on the mango pit, he asked Su Jian, did you inflict the injury on my neck? That damn buzz cut really had some skill. Hitting him with such speed was nearly superhuman. It seemed Zhou Yun had already begun to visualize Su Jian as the pit in his mouth, gnashing his teeth in vengeance. Yes, it was me. Any objections? Su Jian replied nonchalantly, arms crossed. Objections? Indeed, he had plenty. Zhou Yun would rather lose to anyone than to that buzzcut. After all, he was his rival. Su Qian glanced between Su Jian and Zhou Yun, worried that they might start fighting again, and hurriedly intervened to maintain peace. Xiao Yun, don't take it to heart. Xiao Jian didn't mean it. It's normal to sustain some injuries in a spar. I don't mind. Zhou Yun mumbled, his head lowered. Who told him he's your boyfriend? Su Qian's ears perked up slightly. Eavesdropping was her forte, and though Zhou Yun's words were quiet, they reached her ears clearly. She blinked her beautiful eyes and suddenly smiled at Zhou Yun. Oh, when did I ever have a boyfriend? Zhou Yun shot a glance at Su Qian, then glared at Su Jian, before saying with a tinge of bitterness, you don't need to comfort me, Kaiwe told me that Buzzcut is your boyfriend. Su Jian, who had been standing coolly, felt his eyelids twitch upon hearing Zhou Yun's words, Buzzcut. That nickname was rapidly accumulating. Su Qian looked puzzled, shifting her gaze to Su Kaiwe. Cousin, my sister is also very curious about when Brother Jian became someone else's boyfriend. Brother Jian? Zhou Yun asked, utterly confused. Kid, do you want to die? Su Jian could no longer hold back, words spilling through gritted teeth. One moment it was Buzzcut, then it was the nickname brother, and now it was cheap brother. What was Zhou Yun trying to accomplish? No, it's cheap brother. It's Brother Jian, Su Kaiwe corrected. With the truth about to be exposed, she decided to come clean. Su Jian is my cousin, Su Qian's biological brother. Zhou Yun stared blankly at Su Kaiwe. You didn't say he was Su Qian's boyfriend? Just a male friend. What's wrong with that? Su Kaiwe replied matter-of-factly, infuriating Zhou Yun to the point where he lunged at her under the covers. He had actually believed someone who had never passed moral education since elementary school. Oh my! Had he lost his mind? If he didn't show her what a dragon claw hand was today, he might just marry her off. Facing the beast charging at her, Su Kaiwe remained unperturbed, calmly turning to Su Qian and asking, Sister, what would you do if someone acted lewdly in front of you? Su Qian pouted, pretending to ponder for a moment before answering. If Zhou Yun were to act lewdly, I would never speak to him again. In shock, Zhou Yun froze mid-lunge, unable to attack Su Kaiwe again. The exchange between the two beauties felt perfectly synchronized. As if rehearsed, Su Jian watched the dazed Zhou Yun and silently prayed for him. Drawing from years of experience, he could see a glimmer of delight in the eyes of the two beloved sisters, reminiscent of children discovering a new toy. Seeing Zhou Yun rendered motionless by her words, Su Qian gently pulled him back onto the bed. All right, no more teasing. Zhou Yun still has injuries. You mustn't move around. Now we need to discuss serious matters. I won't move. Zhou Yun lay back down, a puzzled expression on his face. What serious matters do you need to discuss? Even now, Zhou Yun was clueless as to why Su Kaiwe had guided him to Su Qian's home. Did Kaiwe not tell you? Su Qian asked, somewhat surprised. She didn't say. Zhou Yun shook his head without thinking. All she told me was that whoever wins gets to be your boyfriend. Simpleton, it's not a competition for marriage, Su Qian said as she slowly sat at the edge of the bed, rewarding Zhou Yun with a gentle pat on the head. But I'm very happy and honored that Zhou Yun is willing to fight for me. Hee. It's really nothing, Zhou Yun smiled shyly, his honest expression a stark contrast to the earlier display of aggression. Since my cousin didn't explain. Allow me to clarify, Su Qian said calmly. In our daily lives, we often encounter many incredible people or events that cannot be explained by current science. What I am about to share may seem absurd, but I hope Zhou Yun can gradually accept it. Zhou Yun nodded repeatedly, feeling deeply resonated by her words. At present, he found it quite remarkable to possess inexplicable powers. Chapter 37. The Abilities User for Ordinary People. Their current life represents the entirety of the world. However, this is merely a superficial phenomenon. For us, the lives of ordinary people are just the tip of the iceberg. Su Qian observed Zhou Yun listening intently, and began to explain patiently and methodically. In our lives, there exists another hidden realm, composed of a particular special group. IT has a unique history of development and management structure. A special group? A hidden realm? Another world? Zhou Yun pondered, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, Are you all aliens? Or perhaps time travelers? Future warriors? Terminators? No. Su Qian quickly waved her hands to dispel Zhou Yun's unrealistic notions. Your imagination is quite vivid. Zhou Yun. Su Kaiwe, unable to contain her frustration at her sister's lengthy explanation without getting to the point, interjected. Foolish people are truly incorrigible. My sister is referring to the realm of abilities users. In ancient times, it was known as cultivation, while in modern times, it is termed abilities. If Zhou Yun aspires to become a Terminator, I would not hesitate to assist in an extensive transformation, starting from the lower half. Hee, you wish? Upon observing Zakayu smilingly brandishing a small knife, seemingly intent on genuinely assisting him with his transformation, Zhou Yun promptly interjected to dissuade her from such thoughts. Su Qian, witnessing the playful banter between the two, decided to join in the merriment, saying, Zhou Yun, there are not many individuals aware of this realm. Most are elites within society. Those who can enter this domain are truly the Armée de la Armée. So, I am an elite after all. Zhou Yun grinned unabashedly. Had he heard such words a few days prior, he would have certainly found them hard to believe. However, the bizarre events of yesterday had rendered him unable to deny these truths. Although Su Qian did not wish to dampen Zhou Yun's spirits, she stated the facts candidly. Well, Zhou Yun can only be considered an outstanding rogue, with no connection to elites whatsoever. Unbeknownst to Su Qian, Zhou Yun had already developed latent abilities as a superhuman. Otherwise, she would not have hastily drawn such conclusions and repeatedly obstructed his entry into the organization. Yet, this could not be blamed on her, as Zhou Yun had only just begun to manifest his extraordinary powers the previous night. Su Qian's words were rather hurtful to his pride. What does being an outstanding rogue even mean? To put it bluntly, does it not simply equate to being a scoundrel? Zhou Yun, at a loss for words, inquired, then why did you tell me about the realm of superpowers? Indeed. Why had they divulged such information regarding superpowers to Zhou Yun? Upon hearing this, Su Qian and Su Jian exchanged puzzled glances directed at Su Kaiwei. They had come at their father's behest to assess Zhou Yun and were unaware of the underlying reasons. However, Su Kaiwei, with remarkable assertiveness, declared, because I want him to join Starlight. Do not question the reason. I shall not elaborate. The little girl certainly could not reveal to everyone that she had brought him into Starlight to accompany her to university. It should be noted that Su Kaiwei was an exceptionally shy girl. Since Su Kaiwei was unwilling to disclose further information, there was little the others could do. After all, they could not resort to coercive measures. Although Zhou Yun did entertain such thoughts, let us return to the main topic. After a brief pause, Su Qian continued to explain matters pertaining to the realm of superpowers. This realm possesses a well-structured order and management, with superhumans generally categorized into two forms of existence. The first is akin to herself and Su Jian, belonging to groups and having a designated organization. Upon finishing her explanation, Su Qian displayed a necklace hanging around her neck. The pendant was an exquisite round coin composed of 3 stars, adorned with numerous runes that seemed to radiate an unusual glow. She enthusiastically introduced it as her guild badge. Although the badge appeared to be an ordinary necklace, it was crafted from a unique psychic energy, making it impossible to forge or imitate. Furthermore, it could be identified through specialized detection devices, which would reveal the associated guild and holders' information. Oh my! Is Starlight very powerful? Zhou Yun asked excitedly. Just the thought of a superhuman guild sent his adrenaline soaring. It seemed there existed an unknown realm beyond his everyday life, and possessing extraordinary abilities was not solely his own experience. Henceforth, even if he were to be exposed, he need not worry about being captured for scientific experimentation. With this thought, Zhou Yun could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Qian, upon hearing Zhou Yun's inquiry, responded with equal enthusiasm. Of course, our guild is incredibly formidable. Starlight, officially known as Hanno Starlight, is a top-tier superhuman guild in the country, ranked among the top 20 globally, boasting hundreds of powerful superhumans. Anyone bearing the Starlight badge, regardless of their location, would become the envy of all superhumans. Wow! Impressive, Zhou Yun exclaimed, applauding while asking, what is the other form of existence? To be able to converse with his dream goddess left Zhou Yun elated beyond measure. Perhaps tiring from the discourse, Su Qian smiled and nodded towards Su Jian, gesturing for him to continue. Su Jian, crossing his arms, began to explain. The other form is typically referred to as a lone wolf, which denotes superhumans who prefer to act independently. Among lone wolves, one can generally distinguish beginners, wanderers, and recluses. Beginners, as the name suggests, are individuals like Zhou Yun, who have just begun to explore the realm of superpowers and lack the strength to join any organization. Most beginners are unfamiliar with superpowers, excelling instead in martial arts. Agile beginners are often recruited as peripheral members of organizations to assist teams in completing tasks. Wanderers, on the other hand, possess special abilities, are proficient in martial arts and superpowers, yet have not found a suitable team of superhumans. They are capable of acting independently while also being available for hire to collaborate on tasks. Representing a relatively free individual, as for recluses, they are typically masters who have withdrawn from the realm of superpowers. Although they conceal their identities, they possess almost godlike abilities. Each recluse has a harrowing past. In summary, Whether wanderers or recluses, they are sought after by various guilds. Although Su Jin's manner of speaking lacked Su Qian's melodious charm, Zhou Yun remained captivated by the novelty of it all, listening intently. Su Qian sensed that her brother had overlooked something and hurriedly interjected. And let's not forget sages. They are renowned figures in the realm of superpowers and are among its elite. To become a sage, one must not only possess a remarkable life history but also achieve groundbreaking accomplishments that resonate within the realm of superpowers. Ultimately, they are conferred the title of sage through a voting process by the council, and their names are recorded in the annals of superhuman history. Within the realm of superpowers, sages embody the apex of the hierarchy. After finally digesting the lengthy exposition, Zhou Yun pondered briefly before weakly inquiring of the three siblings before him, "So, does this mean you all possess superpowers? What are your abilities?" Immerse. Su Qian affirmatively nodded. "Zhou Yun, we possess superpowers. However, we cannot disclose them to anyone, especially concerning our own abilities." Before Su Qian could finish her sentence, Su Kaiwe interjected cheerfully, "Cousin can predict the future. Cousin can anticipate an opponent's actions within 3 seconds, and I can effortlessly eavesdrop on others' thoughts. Isn't that fascinating?" Su Qian fell into a moment of silence. This girl only knew how to ruin the surprise. "I did not hear anything truly." Zhou Yun tightly covered his ears. Goodness. Predicting the future, anticipating an opponent's movements. Even more terrifying was Su Kaiwe. The fact that this girl could effortlessly eavesdrop on others' thoughts meant that she could know his own thoughts as well. At that moment, Su Kaiwe flashed Zhou Yun a slight smile. "I haven't eavesdropped on your thoughts, you know." "You still claim you haven't?" Zhou Yun exclaimed incredulously. His privacy had undoubtedly been invaded, however. Zhou Yun had misjudged Su Kaiwe. The little girl was not lying. Ever since she became aware, she had never eavesdropped on his thoughts. "Zhou Yun, may I ask if you would like to join us?" Su Qian suddenly posed the question. "Join? Join? I must join." Given the opportunity to be with Su Qian, Zhou Yun would never refuse. Su Qian sighed, appearing somewhat troubled as she responded, "Zhou Yun, without complementary superpowers, the chances are exceedingly slim. You must rely on hard work to compensate for your shortcomings and rigorously train your body if you wish to become a peripheral member of Starlight. It is important to understand that no matter how skilled one is, they can only become a peripheral member of Starlight. Gaining entry into the core is nearly impossible based solely on physical prowess." "No problem," Zhou Yun declared confidently, thumping his chest. Chapter 38. Not a circle, but a band. Seeking collection, Zhou Yun paid no mind to Su Qian's words. Superpowers? Who said he was uninformed? He refrained from immediately revealing to Su Qian, intending to astonish her on a future day. Lost in thought, Zhou Yun could not help but break into a wicked smile. The young man's scheming went unnoticed by Su Qian, who merely found his grin rather lewd. "Zhou Yun, you seem to be drooling, Zhou Yun quickly wiped the corner of his mouth and clenched his fists, declaring with great generosity, "No matter how arduous it may be, I shall accompany you to the end." Su Kaiwe regarded Zhou Yun's wolfish demeanor with a disdainful snort and retorted, "Zhou Yun, this year's practical assessment in the realm of superpowers is about to commence. With your current skills, do not even dream of joining Starlight. Even stepping into the realm of superpowers is a fool's errand." During the college entrance examination period, the realm of superpowers hosts a large-scale practical assessment to recruit talent. In essence, it serves as a trial for newcomers to the realm of superpowers. Only those who achieve excellent results in the assessment earn the right to learn more about the superhuman domain. Should Zhou Yun participate in the practical assessment and secure a commendable score, not only would he gain the opportunity to join Starlight, but he might also receive special recruitment offers from prestigious universities. The so-called practical assessment is a preliminary examination within the realm of superpowers held nearly every year. The participants primarily consist of national college entrance examination candidates and young talents from the military. The format of the assessment is akin to military combat exercises. Outstanding candidates from the college entrance examination, if they excel during the assessment, will be pursued by numerous renowned universities for special recruitment. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that the practical assessment serves as a colossal platform for selecting exceptional talent. Anyone with abilities can gain recognition during the assessment. However, involving ordinary individuals in battles with superhumans is evidently quite challenging. it is akin to courting death for those lacking sufficient strength to participate. Therefore, Su Qian could only suggest that Zhou Yun train intensively with Su Jian in the days to come. The goal was not merely to ensure he could pass the assessment, but to at least keep him alive. As for how he could join Starlight, once Zhou Yun achieved commendable results in the assessment, all issues would be resolved effortlessly. If Zhou Yun proved to be a promising candidate, with the Su family backing him, he might even be allowed to interview for internal membership in Starlight. Su Kaiwe candidly informed Zhou Yun that they had long possessed the qualifications to join Starlight. Due to their underage status, they had not yet been recognized as official members of the guild. This year, having turned 18, it was indeed the right time for them to join Starlight. Whether Zhou Yun can participate in the interview with them depends on the whims of Xiao and it. Is likely that even Su Qian and the others did not anticipate that Zhou Yun, whom they inadvertently invited back, would, in the unknown future, forge one legendary tale after another alongside Starlight and their companions, becoming an immortal legend in the realm of supernatural abilities. As Zhou Yun departed with Su Kaiwe, the dim light cast a contemplative aura over the two, a touch of beauty, a hint of regret. Before they knew it, evening had arrived. Today was immensely fulfilling, far more interesting than sulking at home. Zhou Yun gazed up at the soft hues of the sunset, feeling that his once mundane life had not rippled with excitement for quite some time. The current sensation was not unpleasant. Xiao Yun Tong Shui. A sweet call sent shivers down Zhou Yun's spine. If it were anyone else, they might assume that such a honeyed voice heralded good news. Yet Zhou Yun understood all too well that whenever Su Kaiwe sought to create trouble, she would use this tone to summon him. What do you want? Although he knew it would not bode well, Zhou Yun still responded, grateful to Xiaoye for facilitating his meeting with Su Qian today. Su Kaiwe smiled sweetly, eagerly presenting a dog collar to Zhou Yun. Put it on. It turned out that during the competition, when Zhou Yun sustained an injury to his neck, the medical staff had requested the removal of the necklace he wore, and Su Kaiwe had reluctantly complied. Now, observing Zhou Yun full of life, it seemed the time had come for the collar to be reinstated. No way, that's too humiliating, Zhou Yun declared vehemently, refusing to wear such an item. Just as he attempted to walk away, he noticed a fresh scratch on Su Tsayue's delicate hand. Kaiwe, your hand. A memory flickered through his mind, recalling how he had abruptly tugged away from her grasp on their way to the practice field. Zhou Yun mused to himself, could the wound have resulted from that struggle? Ouch, it must have hurt. How could she endure it? Come with me. Zhou Yun insisted, taking Su Tsayue's hand and heading towards a nearby convenience store. Though Su Kaiwe was puzzled by his sudden pull, she made no effort to resist, allowing herself to be led. If time could stand still, she would wish to linger in this moment forever. The evening glow carried a faint melancholy as night gradually descended. All their aspirations could only become cherished memories, deeply etched in their hearts. As Zhou Yun released her hand and stepped into the store, Su Kaiwe could only gaze silently at the chain in her grasp. Knowing well that she could not hold onto his heart, why did she still force herself? In the end, she would be the one to suffer. What was wrong with her today? Extend your hand. Zhou Yun's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Here? What could he possibly want? Su Kaiwe felt a flicker of confusion. Was he planning to pull her along again? Not that one. The other. Zhou Yun firmly took hold of Su Tsayue's injured left hand. It must hurt. If not treated properly, it could become infected. Treating wounds was Zhou Yun's only expertise. As a street fighter, he often sustained injuries, and after every brawl, he was the one to bandage himself. With cotton, ointment, and bandages in hand, he was determined to be gentle, fearing he might hurt Su Kaiwe. Like a caregiver tending to a newborn, he meticulously wrapped her injury with great care. Glancing at the silent Su Kaiwe, he playfully remarked, "Let's see if you dare to collar me again." "I wouldn't dare," Su Kaiwe replied with a gentle smile. Her other hand pressed lightly against her chest, feeling a warm, painful sensation. Was this feeling happiness? A breeze swept by, tousling her beautiful hair, and under the dim light, her faint smile appeared utterly enchanting. Recalling the peculiar dream she had that day, Zhou Yun could not help but ask, "In the past, did you also help me bandage my wounds?" "I forgot." The girl's answer was always exasperating. "Seriously, how could you forget that?" Zhou Yun sighed, clapping his hands together. "All right. Remember not to let the wound get wet." Otherwise, don't blame me if it gets infected. Zhou Yun, do you remember our agreement? Su Kaiwe suddenly inquired. If you win the match, there's a reward. Reward? Zhou Yun pondered for a moment. Oh, you mean another kiss? He had thought losing would mean the end of it, but now it seemed there was still hope. Is there anything else? Su Kaiwe teased, playfully beckoning him to lean closer with a sweet smile. Of course. I want it, Zhou Yun exclaimed, leaning in eagerly. Truly, he was incorrigible. He had just behaved well, and now his wolfish instincts were resurfacing, just as he closed his eyes, preparing to relish the beauty before him. Click! Zhou Yun's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Why did that sound seem so familiar? It was as if he had been duped. Realizing what had happened, Zhou Yun quickly glanced down at his neck. As expected, that troublesome collar had returned to encircle him once more. Didn't you say you wouldn't collar me again? Zhou Yun demanded fiercely. Not a collar, a leash, Su Kaiwe corrected, infuriating Zhou Yun to the point where he nearly lunged at her again. How had he fallen for her trick once more? Su Kaiwe looked up at the sky, and before Zhou Yun could voice his opinion, she cheerfully tugged at the chain in her hand. All right. It's getting late. We should head back. Night was falling, and if they didn't return home soon, her father would surely send someone to look for her. Don't pull me. I can walk myself. Zhou Yun followed at her pace, hesitant to let go, fearful of hurting her hand again. For some reason, Su Kaiwe was increasingly captivating to him. Was it because she was beautiful? Or, Chapter 39. Aspiration at Su Qian's home. Su Jian and Su Qian were making their way to their father's study to report on the match. Xiao Qian, what do you think of Xiaoye's boyfriend? Su Jian inquired. Su Qian bounced along, responding, what do I think? He seems silly and clumsy, yet quite capable, and he really likes her. Is there anything particularly noteworthy about him? Su Jian pressed further. Zhou Yun struck him as odd. Outwardly, he appeared unreliable, yet his resolve was remarkably strong. One could only understand this after competing with him. To dislocate a wrist and still persist in fighting. What tremendous willpower that required. Though Zhou Yun seemed to handle it effortlessly, anyone else would likely have called for help long ago. Noteworthy? Perhaps just a bit, Su Qian mused, reflecting, he always manages to lift my spirits. Lift your spirits? I didn't notice that, however, when I competed with him. There was a moment when I utterly failed to perceive his movements. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow, Su Jian stated solemnly. He was a top-tier Special Forces operative, and if even he could not catch his movements, how swift must they be? Hee. Really? Perhaps. Su Qian suddenly halted, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation, before gently smiling. Rest assured. Xiao Jian, I can guarantee one thing. Zhou Yun is not a bad person. Su Jian crossed his arms, pondering for a moment, recalling the day's competition, before finally stating, allowing him to join Starlight might not be a bad idea. After traversing mountains and rivers, Zhou Yun finally returned home. The troublesome sorceress waved goodbye, and he felt a sense of liberation. Yet, whenever he looked down at the shimmering chain around his neck, an inexplicable sense of despondency washed over him. He could not fathom Su Tsayue's intentions. Why did she insist on making him wear a collar? However, without the leash, it resembled a beautiful necklace, complete with a moon-shaped pendant. The pet store seemed to lack such a design. Could it be that the little girl had custom-made it for him? Zhou Yun glanced at the time. It was around 7:30. His father had yet to return. It was likely Sunday, and his mother was busy helping out at her convenience store due to good business. Juzi, have you eaten yet? Juzi was the small dog Zhou Yun's family had adopted, originally named Jizi, but somehow it had evolved into Juzi. Like Zhou Yun, it belonged to the male species. Typically, whenever Zhou Yun attempted to tease it, his mother would scold him, as it was the most cherished member of the household, truly the epitome of happiness. It would not be too far-fetched to claim it was the happiest dog in the world. The only misfortune was that, like Zhou Yun, it remained a virgin, poor thing. Hee-haw, hee-haw. With a thud, Juzi leaped off the bed and scampered over to Zhou Yun, wagging its tail in excitement. This dog truly had a personality. It didn't greet its owner upon arrival but came rushing over at the mention of food. Zhou Yun opened the refrigerator, retrieved some leftover beef, and heated it in the microwave before divvying it up to eat. Zhou Yun took 3 parts while Juzi devoured 7. After they had eaten their fill, Juzi hopped back onto Zhou Yun's bed, first wiping its mouth along the edge before settling down comfortably for a nap. Observing the empty collar around the little dog's neck, Zhou Yun mischievously pondered whether he should have Kaiyue help him get a collar for it as well. In a hospital room at the People's Hospital, a bruised boy wept bitterly, "Dad, you have to help me. That bastard saw me pursuing Su Kaiyue and actually sent someone to beat me up. Damn it. Even my son, Zhu Dakai, dares to be beaten up? Who is that person?" Zhu Dakai exclaimed angrily. "His name is Zhou Yun. He's a ruffian. He saw me getting along with Su Kaiyue and called someone to beat me up. Dad, you have to help me." Zhu Jiwen sobbed, his face a mess of tears and snot. "Rest assured, Jiwen, I will handle this matter. Your father will take care of him slowly. Just focus on resting. And wait for good news from your father." "Okay, Dad. Make sure to deal with him thoroughly. Don't let him off the hook," Zhu Jiwen said fiercely, wishing he could flay Zhou Yun alive. All right. You rest first. I'll make a call right away." "Good, Dad. Also order some food while you're at it." "I am hungry." Zhu Jiwen was aware that his father intended to contact Ran to teach Zhou Yun a lesson, and naturally, he would not intervene. "All right." Zhu Dakai nodded and left the hospital room. If it were Su Kaiyue seeking someone to deal with Zhu Jiwen, he might have refrained from retaliation. However, upon learning from Zhu Jiwen that the one who bullied him was merely a thug, he felt emboldened. His father was merely a grassroots worker. What was there to fear? As Zhu Jiwen had proclaimed, he not only intended to target Zhou Yun but would take his time, going to great lengths to make him aware of the consequences of crossing him. The following morning, Zhou Yun arrived at school as usual. As soon as he entered the classroom, Su Kaiyue stealthily approached him. Lately, this girl had been incessantly clinging to him. "Good morning, Zhou Yun," she greeted in that sweet, almost sickeningly affectionate manner. "What do you want?" Upon encountering Su Kaiyue, Zhou Yun reacted like a mouse confronted by a cat, hastily shifting his chair away. If the saying goes that a beauty is a source of trouble, then Su Kaiyue's level of danger was certainly akin to that of an invincible force. Even the tenacious cockroach, famed for its resilience, could not escape annihilation. Su Kaiyue's delicate hand gently pushed two forms in front of Zhou Yun's desk. "This and this, please sign." Zhou Yun picked up the forms and glanced at them, muttering, "Application for examination. Cultural performance. What on earth is this?" The application form was comprehensible. It was essential for advancing to further studies. However, what was this cultural performance? Was it absolutely necessary to fill it out? Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou Yun inquired, "Do both need to be filled?" "That is imperative," Su Kaiyue replied gracefully. Something felt off, very off. Gazing into her crescent moon-shaped eyes, Zhou Yun was 100% certain that the girl was scheming. As for the nature of her scheme, that remained to be deciphered in any case, he resolved to scrutinize these two forms thoroughly to avoid inadvertently falling into the clutches of this female tyrant. Resulting in an eternal grudge, Zhou Yun scratched his head and stroked his chin, contemplating before slowly speaking, "Let me take a look first. I will fill them out for you shortly." To his surprise, Su Kaiyue completely disregarded his thoughts, seizing a pen and dismissively stating, "No need for trouble. Zhou Yun merely needs to sign his name. If you are unable to write, a mark will suffice. As for the other details, I would be more than happy to assist." The unwavering smile of the little girl sent shivers down Zhou Yun's spine. Was this not an ominous sign before a prank? Why did he feel as though he was being coerced into signing a contract of servitude? "No, Kaiyue, you have an injury on your hand. Allow me to do it." In a bid to avert disaster, Zhou Yun hastily discarded the pencil in his hand, resolutely refusing to sign. Suddenly, Su Kaiyue softly interjected, "Zhou Yun, do you happen to know which school Su Qian is applying to?" "No." Zhou Yun's response was abruptly cut short, and then his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the beautiful girl before him. "Kaiyue, do you know?" Zhou Yun was aware of his poor academic performance, but recently he had begun to grasp certain concepts. What if, just what if, he inadvertently managed to get accepted into a university? Would that not mean he could attend the same school as Su Qian? However, the prerequisite was to know Su Qian's application choices. Otherwise, even if he were to get into a university, it would be futile. My goodness. Rumor had it that university life was filled with so many opportunities. Observing Zhou Yun's dreamy expression, Su Kaiyue enticingly asked, Do you need my assistance? Chapter 40. The Student Council Secretary please save. Do you need my assistance? Su Kaiyue lured him in. She was acutely aware that the most effective strategy to deal with Zhou Yun was through the allure of beauty. Su Qian, in this context, served as the trump card. If she made her move, it would surely ensnare him. Undoubtedly, she was the crux of Zhou Yun's vulnerabilities. As predicted, upon hearing this, Zhou Yun immediately picked up the pen and exclaimed, "Yes, please tell me." His excitement resembled that of someone under the influence of a stimulant, fidgeting uncontrollably. "First, sign your name, and I will fill it out for you." Su Kaiyue appeared to be quite considerate, taking the initiative in everything, truly a rare gem of a partner. "Can I fill it out myself?" Zhou Yun hesitated, pondering whether relinquishing control would lead him to become a slave in a metaphorical coal mine. "What do you think?" Su Kaiyue's rhetorical question often implied a lack of negotiation. "Yes." Zhou Yun nodded vigorously, responding with unwavering certainty. "Humph." Su Kaiyue smiled sweetly, then made a please gesture before tossing her hair and departing. Her cascading waves of hair, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, struck Zhou Yun's face, leaving him entranced and bewildered. By the time he regained his senses, Su Kaiyue had already distanced herself by more than 3 feet, just out of reach. "Wait, don't go. You haven't told me which school Su Qian is applying to." Zhou Yun leaped up, leaning over the desk in a desperate attempt to grasp the edge of the girl's garment, only to receive an infuriating response. Su Kaiyue, with a tone that could drive one mad, replied, "I forgot." Those 3 simple words continuously provoked every nerve in Zhou Yun's body, driving him to the brink of insanity. Nonsense. This girl was undoubtedly spouting nonsense. How could she be so thoughtless with her deceit, utterly damaging to his pride? Su Kaiyue's fib was incredibly flimsy, perhaps not even worthy of being called a lie. It was akin to an author claiming they would deliver 1,000,000 words tomorrow, a blatant fabrication. Zhou Yun would never believe her absurdity, yet he found himself powerless against her. Surely, he couldn't pry open the beautiful girl's head to uncover the truth. He lacked Su Kaiyue's talent for mind reading. Damn it! Was the initiative not back in her hands now? Zhou Yun mumbled to himself, finally concocting what he deemed an excellent countermeasure. "I will let you fill it out, however. You must guarantee that my form is identical to Su Qian's. Otherwise, there is no deal." Hee hee. Zhou Yun chuckled inwardly. As long as the contents mirrored Su Qian's form precisely, he need not worry about Su Kaiyue tampering with it. Truly, I am a genius. This time, Su Kaiyue fell silent. Zhou Yun's request was rather inconvenient. However, after some contemplation, she ultimately nodded in agreement. "Identical, then. You must guarantee it." Zhou Yun urged that Su Kaiyue had a penchant for spinning tales, yet she would uphold her promises. This was another quality of hers, aside from her beauty. "I promise." Su Kaiyue smiled gently, then pointed to the second form with her small hand, indicating that Zhou Yun should sign. "Let's skip this one. I cannot perform. This year's cultural performance will take place at the cinema, and such a showy affair does not align with my low-key style. Ah, my cousin is lamenting the lack of a partner for the performance. All else is but a fleeting cloud." This statement was the crux of the matter. "I will sign." Zhou Yun swiftly wrote his name. Eager to perform alongside Su Qian, he hastily completed both forms, revealing a foolish grin as he proclaimed, "Embracing community and willing to help. Why not?" Su Kaiyue chuckled softly, responding in kind, a weasel wishing someone a happy new year. What a delight. With the task complete, the girl no longer intended to pester Zhou Yun. It was now time for morning study, and as class monitor, she had to set an example. Thus, Su Kaiyue casually pulled out a book to feign diligence. Leaving Zhou Yun to his own devices, morning study sessions for seniors typically lacked supervision from subject teachers. As they often said, "You are in your senior year, an adult now. Learning cannot be forced. Studying requires self-discipline." Zhou Yun was always quite self-disciplined, effortlessly retrieving the rice rolls he had purchased outside the school, entirely oblivious to the setting, and began to consume them amidst the sound of reading. The enticing aroma of meat enveloped the entire classroom. Yet no one dared voice their objections. One must fill their belly before engaging in study. Having overslept that morning and eaten nothing, his body was the foundation of his revolution. As Zhou Yun ate, he pondered what Su Qian would wear today. Would it be a pink dress or white lace pants? Hurry up, school day, come to an end. This lad was already thinking about the end of classes as soon as the lesson began. He was indeed a classic case. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle voice rang out. Is Zhou Yun here? Please come out. What is that smell? The morning study session was interrupted, and everyone halted their recitations, instinctively looking towards the door. There stood a strikingly dressed girl. Her brows furrowed as she pinched her delicate nose while standing outside the door. Zhou Yun recognized her. She was the secretary of the student council, Shun Yining. Though her position was not particularly high, she carried an air of superiority in the eyes of ordinary high school students. Moreover, her flamboyant appearance, foundation, lipstick, eyeshadow, mascara. She utilized nearly all available cosmetics, resembling a modern non-mainstream girl. Shun Yining's style was quite sophisticated, earning her the admiration of many young boys. Although the school forbade girls from wearing makeup, perhaps due to her position as the student council secretary, which required her to interact with students and leaders from other schools, she was granted an exception. Within the school, apart from the top beauties Su Qian and Su Kaiyue, she was considered the most beautiful. Dressed up, she was stunning. Even without makeup, she remained attractive. Thus, Shun Yining became the object of many boys' secret affections. Her popularity only second to Su Qian. Though the gap was significant, it was still greater than that of Su Kaiyue, who was somewhat eccentric in character, at the beginning of the school year. Su Kaiyue's popularity was hardly inferior to Su Qian's, but gradually, she faded from the limelight. Even Zhou Yun could not comprehend how she managed to achieve that. It was a well-known secret that Shun Yining had a crush on student council president Huang Tiao. A fact that everyone was aware of. Whether Huang Tiao harbored feelings for her was somewhat ambiguous. However, one thing was certain. Huang Tiao was infatuated with Su Qian, a truth well known among the faculty and students. Last year's cultural performance saw Huang Tiao publicly presenting flowers to Su Qian in a proposal, only to be gently rejected. This topic remained popular, especially with this year's cultural performance approaching. Su Qian's reason for rejecting Huang Tiao last year was that it was not the right time and that they could discuss it later. Early romance was deemed inappropriate. As the curtain fell, Su Qian thoughtfully added that she hoped all the children would prioritize their studies and not emulate this older brother. Thus, Huang Peng, who believed his pursuit of love was flawless, found himself subjected to a lesson in ideological education by Su Qian. Those who were unaware of the situation might have assumed that the director had orchestrated it this way. Perhaps even Shun Yining herself was uncertain whether she truly harbored feelings for Huang Peng, as their relationship lacked the fluttering heartbeats and blushing moments typical of romance. Simultaneously, Shun Yining admitted to being a girl who craved vanity. Her closeness to Huang Peng was entirely for the sake of indulging in a lavish lifestyle. Thank you all for your support. I will still update thrice today, although the third chapter might be delayed, and I will strive to release 4 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 41. The materialistic girl please collect in the past. Shun Yining was blessed with beauty and commendable grades. Unfortunately, her family circumstances were far from ideal. Her father had lost his job, leaving her mother to work as a nanny to sustain their household. Additionally, Shun Yining was naturally nearsighted, donning thick glasses that concealed her beauty from others. Throughout her 3 years in junior high, she endured relentless bullying from her classmates. Unable to afford new clothes, she wore her school uniform daily, earning her the derogatory label of a village girl. It wasn't until the first week of high school, when Huang Peng campaigned for class monitor and hosted a small gathering at his home, offering free makeup services to every classmate, that Shun Yining's inherent beauty was finally revealed to her peers. She immediately attracted the attention of many boys, including Huang Peng himself. For the first time in her life, she felt valued, and this sensation swept her into a world of opulence. Subsequently, Huang Peng began to pursue her, and Shun Yining was introduced to a life of extravagant spending. However, after a month into high school, Su Qian's arrival disrupted Huang Peng's fervent pursuit. Su Qian surpassed Shun Yining in both appearance and grace, particularly with her elegant demeanor, which Shun Yining could never hope to match given her humble beginnings. Huang Peng's sudden confession to Su Qian filled Shun Yining with trepidation, as she feared reverting to her former self, the easily bullied village girl. Fortunately, Huang Peng later confided that his declaration to Su Qian was merely to please his father, as winning favor with Su Qian, from a prestigious family, could potentially elevate his father's career. Although Shun Yining recognized Huang Peng's deception, having tasted the sweetness of a lavish life, She could not abandon her current circumstances. Consequently, while Huang Peng seemed to cease his pursuit of her publicly, he continued to shower Shen Yinying with gifts privately, striving to fulfill her every material desire. She, in turn, tacitly accepted her role as Huang Peng's mistress, allowing him to embrace her without resistance. After all, everything she wore, adorned herself with, and even the cosmetics on her face were gifts from him. Even her bright, expressive eyes were a result of Huang Peng's generosity. She could not afford the expensive contact lenses herself, let alone branded ones. Perhaps due to their shared school environment, Huang Peng refrained from any overtly inappropriate actions towards her, fearing potential trouble. After catching her breath, Shen Yinying, somewhat irate, declared, "School regulations prohibit breakfast in the classroom. Whoever is eating breakfast here should step forward." She detested the greasy odor of meat, which was nauseating to her. "There's a beautiful girl looking for you. Aren't you going to see her?" Su Kaiwe, unaware of why the student council had sent someone to find Zhou Yun, kindly nudged him. "Oh no." With a clatter, his chopsticks fell from the lunchbox. Zhou Yun cursed his luck and hurried outside. He had never been caught eating breakfast in the classroom before. How could he be so unfortunate today? Glancing at the fragrant rice rolls, Su Kaiwe felt a pang of hunger. Perhaps she had intended to eat all along. Seeing Zhou Yun leave in a rush, she disregarded cleanliness and picked up the chopsticks he had used, savoring the meal. After all, her lips had already touched them. What did it matter? The food would taste worse if it got cold. As Zhou Yun reached the door, he heard a voice filled with disdain ask, "Is it you who brought breakfast to eat?" "Yes, it is." Zhou Yun weakly nodded. It was his first encounter with the secretary of the student council, and he couldn't help but feel nervous, especially since the beautiful secretary wore an on-duty armband, making Zhou Yun feel guilty. To be caught so easily was quite embarrassing. "Haven't you heard that food is not allowed in the classroom?" Shen Yinying scrutinized Zhou Yun from head to toe before arriving at a 5-word conclusion. "A shabby appearance indeed. I've never seen a high school student like you." "Just wait." She likely intended to take him to the office to report to the teacher. After harshly reprimanding him, she turned back to the classroom. "Who is Zhou Yun?" "Step forward." Little did she know that the student eating breakfast in the classroom was indeed Zhou Yun. "Ah. Zhou Yun is also me," Zhou Yun shyly admitted. So he was Zhou Yun. No wonder he dared to bring breakfast into the classroom, disregarding school rules. Shen Yinying looked at him with disdain and coldly said, "Come with me. The disciplinary officer is looking for you." Just by looking at him, she could tell he was trouble, and the disciplinary officer was probably calling him in for causing issues at school. This person had a notorious reputation on campus, often seen mingling with delinquents. Truly a lost cause. Clutching the infraction report, Shen Yinying contemplated as she made her way to the senior office. Zhou Yun hurriedly followed, unsure of why the disciplinary officer wanted to see him. However, having a beautiful girl leading the way was undeniably eye-catching. As Shen Yinying walked, her slender waist and subtle sway of her hips were captivating, causing Zhou Yun's head to bob slightly in a rather inappropriate manner. But he could not help it. Who could resist the charm of a beautiful girl walking by, leaving him with an overwhelming urge to imprint a beautiful handprint on her? Knocking on the door, she announced their arrival. "Director, I have brought Zhou Yun." "Yinying, you're such a trouble, but it's fine now. You may go." "Not a trouble at all. I will report on today's duty." "Off you go." Just as Shen Yinying turned to leave, a chorus of greetings from the teachers ensued. "Yinying, managing the student council must be tiring. How has your studying been?" "It's all right, just feeling a bit of pressure with the upcoming college entrance exams." Another teacher smiled and remarked, "That's good. Feeling pressure is normal. Who doesn't feel pressure before exams? Just remember to balance your rest and don't let your student council duties interfere with your studies." "I understand. Thank you for your concern, teacher." Shen Yinying replied with a smile and soon exited the office. In the eyes of her teachers, Shen Yinying was always the model student, which earned her their affection. Unlike Zhou Yun, when the disciplinary officer first laid eyes on him, he simply uttered one sound, "Tisk," a sound filled with disdain, pausing for a few seconds before continuing. "How many times has this been?" Zhou Yun was no stranger to being summoned to the office for discussions. It was almost routine. How many times? He had long forgotten, however. Today marked the first time in years. He had thought that the teachers had given up on educating this notorious troublemaker, yet here he was, unexpectedly summoned today. Silence. Whenever Zhou Yun was asked this question, he would choose silence, knowing that it would not interrupt the disciplinary officer's next line. You see, have you forgotten even yourself? Unsurprisingly, the disciplinary officer did not disappoint Zhou Yun. You see, have you forgotten even yourself? Silence. He maintained his silence, for soon he would have to face an onslaught from all directions. Chapter 42. The spouting please collect, Zhou Yun. Right? ISND the infamous delinquent of our school. A new math teacher interjected from a distance. Who else could it be? The disciplinary officer chimed in. Has he stirred up trouble again? Ha. In class, he's a mere pest. Outside of class, he's a dragon. This kid is as quiet as a dead cat in my lessons. The language teacher quickly joined the fray. Oh no, you're mistaken. He's a dead cat in every class, the geography teacher elaborated. If he shows up for my class, it's already a favor. Am I really that bad? Zhou Yun thought, feeling quite frustrated. But upon reflection, it seemed that he indeed had a reputation. The language teacher, perhaps out of curiosity or concern, patted Zhou Yun on the shoulder and asked, So what trouble have you gotten into this time? He felt he hadn't done anything wrong recently. Zhou Yun racked his brain. Aside from arriving 10 minutes early to wait for Su Qian and eating breakfast in class that morning, nothing significant had occurred. Being late, leaving early, or eating during class were all minor infractions in Zhou Yun's book. Seeing Zhou Yun's confused expression, the language teacher mirrored his bewilderment. Are you a lost soul? I'm asking you. The disciplinary officer tapped the desk to bring them back to reality. I haven't done anything wrong. What are you talking about? Zhou Yun replied defiantly. He was certain he hadn't committed any major violations of school rules in recent days. Oh really, you sound so convincing, the disciplinary officer scoffed. The other night, a brawl broke out in the east of the city. Do you dare say you weren't there? That has nothing to do with me. They surrounded me. Zhou Yun attempted to explain. Surrounded you? What a joke. You hit someone, and their parents called the school to complain. At this moment, Zhou Yun finally understood that Zhu Jiwen had orchestrated the trouble, explaining why the school was aware of the incident. He instigated it first. I was merely defending myself. Zhou Yun argued passionately, self-defense. The disciplinary director replied fiercely, You clearly instigated trouble and dared to claim self-defense. I didn't instigate. Just as Zhou Yun was about to explain, the director's impatience surged. You need not explain. The school has decided to impose a major demerit. This will be announced during the flag-raising ceremony later. Prepare a self-reflection to be recited publicly next Monday. I can't believe this. A public self-reflection? How humiliating. Zhou Yun felt an overwhelming urge to grab the books on the desk and hurl them at the director's face. What are you glaring at me in defiance? The director noticed Zhou Yun's intense gaze and smirked. If you're not satisfied, then prove it with good grades and stop causing me trouble. The geography teacher, sensing the situation had escalated, quickly interjected, Director Xie, perhaps we should let this go. The pressure on senior students is immense. Their tempers are bound to flare. As long as this doesn't escalate further within the school. Fine, Director Xie replied dismissively, then turned to Zhou Yun. Your involvement is over. You may leave. Remember to prepare your self-reflection. Feeling a heavy sense of grievance, Zhou Yun silently exited the office. He felt unjustly burdened, as if a pile of dung had been dumped on his head, and he was seething with the desire to retaliate. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. He could not bring himself to strike a teacher. Worst-case scenario, he could skip class next Monday and disregard the reflection altogether. After Zhou Yun departed, the language teacher finally spoke up. Director Xie, don't you think this might be a bit rash? At the very least, we should ascertain the facts. He seems to have some grievances. What grievances could he possibly have? Director Xie brushed off the dust from his shoulders and settled back into his chair. Old Zay. You know what kind of student he is. There's no saving him, so just leave it be. Hearing this, the teachers in the office fell into contemplative silence. Educating students was their mission. As role models, they had an obligation to try to salvage even the hopeless cases. Furthermore, despite Zhou Yun's mischievousness, he was always polite to his teachers. During breaks, he greeted every teacher he encountered with a respectful, good morning, teacher, a gesture appreciated by all. However, Director Xie's words seemed resolute, hinting at deeper issues. After more than 10 minutes, Zhou Yun returned to the entrance of the classroom, his face clouded with frustration. He had attempted a noble act, only to have it twisted into a tale of instigation and group violence, and he hadn't even been granted the chance to explain himself, all while being told it was the best school in Qingfu City. Such a reputation was utterly undeserved. With a forceful kick, Zhou Yun slammed the wooden door open as he entered the classroom. Over 80% of his classmates jumped in surprise at the loud bang. Yet, silence reigned. No one dared voice an opinion. Everyone simply stared in shock as Zhou Yun returned to his seat, clearly on the verge of an explosion. It was evident to all that provoking him would be unwise. As Zhou Yun settled into his chair, Su Kaiwei remarked softly, "Xiao Yun's kick was quite powerful. Could you give the door another kick on your way out?" Her intention was to suggest he close the door. "I am in a bad mood. Don't provoke me." Zhou Yun retorted coldly. He was acutely aware of his dire situation and feared that Su Tsayue's peculiar antics might completely ignite his anger. If he lost control and berated her, it would not end well. Who knew how the vengeful which would retaliate? Perhaps startled by his frosty demeanor, Su Kaiwei stood up without a word. She then left her seat, seemingly intent on returning to her own position. Wait, something was amiss. Zhou Yun suddenly realized that what she held was not a stool, but rather the lunchbox that accompanied his rice noodle meal. This could only mean that Su Kaiwei did not intend to return to her seat. How infuriating! This girl had actually eaten his breakfast. What was the meaning of this? Under Zhou Yun's puzzled gaze, Su Kaiwei leisurely tossed the lunchbox into the trash can, then approached the classroom door, gently closing it behind her. Finally, she returned to sit beside him, indicating that Su Im had no intention of abandoning Xiao Zhou. Once back at her seat, Su Kaiwei began rummaging through her backpack. Moments later, she extended a note toward Zhou Yun, saying, "Here." Although Zhou Yun was bewildered by her intentions, he accepted the paper and instinctively glanced at its contents. His heart dropped when he realized it wasn't just a note, but a clear photograph depicting him seemingly enjoying an intimate moment with Su Im. Zhou Yun hastily shoved the photo into his drawer, a touch of fear creeping into his voice. "You really gave it back to me?" "Yes," Su Kaiwei replied with a smile and a nod. Initially, he had thought she might use the photo as leverage to coerce him into doing her bidding, but it now seemed he had misunderstood her intentions. Zhou Yun scratched his ear, confusion clouding his thoughts. Surely, Su Kaiwei wasn't attempting to cheer him up with this. Here, just as Zhou Yun was lost in his musings, Su Kaiwei handed him another photograph. This one captured the moment he had flirted with her at the bar. Upon seeing it, a dark line appeared on Zhou Yun's forehead as he realized that Su Kaiwei had indeed set a trap for him at the bar. However, the dark line quickly vanished, replaced by beads of sweat.